Welcome, everybody. We're here live with WRL at Eagles Canyon Raceway here in Denton, Texas. My apologies for the late start. I had a little bit of a technical issue, but it is sorted here, of course, at Eagles Raceway. This is the first event of the WRL season. My name is Ryan West. We've got Robert Hill Jr. and JT Tanny will be joining us shortly. We've got Jordan Worth at the controls. We're here. We're excited. I've got the live timing up here, so I'm going to give a rundown of what's going on right now. I actually have already done the broadcast to myself. I did a great pre-show and kind of ran down all the everythings. Right now, we've got the number 188 of Lupe Tortilla in the lead overall. Has actually gone around the sizable GTU class we have here today. GTU with, I believe, 7 cars. The pole sitter, of course, was the number 1 of round 3 racing in their NP01. But that has not remained. They've fallen down the order a little bit. They're now down in 4th overall. So it's the 188 BMW GT4 car, the bright yellow machine, followed by the number 58 of Stratus Racing, a GTU car. So they're the GTU leader, followed by the 290 of Moorhead Speedworks. So that's kind of your front of the field right now. We have had a little bit of a wet morning here. I think that's just condensation and dew, if you will, from the night before. So we are expecting it to stay pretty dry as soon as the track does get dry here. In GP1, we've got the number 550 of Fifth Gear Motorsports. They're leading the GP classes, followed by the 38 of Palomar Racing, and then the 29 of Screaming Goat. That Screaming Goat BMW having a little bit of difficulty in the opening moments here with the wet track. The sun hasn't gotten any energy into the surface yet, and so it is getting a little bit damp still. And some slipping and sliding is occurring. We've, of course, right now going down into turn 3. Don't have a camera shot of it. We have the Janetta just trying to put the moves on the number 58 of Stratus. We're going to try to pick them up going down into turn 4 and 5 here. We'll just see them appear from the right side of the screen in a moment. There they are. So that is the Janetta has made the move there. So now a 1-2 overall for the GTO class after having had the GTU class start at the front of the field. You can also see up there just in the distance the blue number 99 GTR Racing BMW. They are in what would probably still be 4th overall, but 2nd in GTO at this time. Just trying to work with the new live timing solution we have here to see. That's by time. I would love to filter by class. Doesn't look like they're going to let me do that. So we'll work around that as well today. Obviously, we're all missing, I think, Race Hero with the lap charts, etc. available. It's a beautiful day. It's going to set up to be kind of in the high 70s, low 80s today. And again, it should be sunny the rest of the day out here. I think the tire's getting a little bit of a reprieve right now. It's still wet out. The track surface still a little cool. But as the day gets later and later, I believe we will start to see a couple wear issues crop up. This is a handling dominant track. There's not a lot of full throttle time anywhere where you're just kind of going in a straight and giving the tires that break. There's a lot of rhythm sections here, a lot of S's, a lot of double and triple apex corners. So you're constantly turning the wheel here, trying to keep the car together. And that, of course, is going to lead to a little bit more tire wear. So here we're seeing this is the number 1 being chased down by the rest of the field here. So that is the GTU cars. And then the 89X, that was the pole sitter in GTO. They've obviously had some issues here in the morning trying to get to grips with the slippery conditions. Of course, looking here into turn 1, so you can see the Speed Syndicate Aston Martin right there on the tail of the number 1 in PO1. from round 3. They're going to try to make the move up into turn 3, and indeed, they're going to blow right past him on that little short chute between 2 and 3, and we're going to see the Aston Martin move up another spot in the overall. We'll just see them appear from camera right here. And there they are. So that is the orange and yellow Aston Martin just leading the other cars as they take that right-hander. It looks like the 89X has also gone around that gaggle of GTU cars. The GTU cars, of course, being pretty similar to like a lightweight Formula car, really hurting right now when there's no temperature in the tire and no temperature in the track. They have really good downforce, so it's a pretty light car, but they lack that overall mechanical grip with a little bit smaller tire on there. So really, they're going to be waiting for the track to come to them. And so right now, it's just a matter of hold on, try to lose as little time as possible. Don't try to make any moves here. And oh my goodness, we just had the number 7 spin right there, just as the Screaming Goat Racing car went by. So 2 similarly colored cars, but that is the GP1 car going for a move on the outside of a GTU car. That is the conditions that we're facing right now, folks. We've got GP1 cars able to put the move on what should be the fastest class here, certainly the pole-sitting class. So the 7's going to wait carefully here to pull back into the line. Unfortunately, they're going to have to wait for the entire general production field to go through here, and they've just made themselves some space, and they're going to get going. So these are the kinds of mistakes, you know, it's tough to see from up here, of course, but the types of things that you really have to minimize right now if you're in that GTU class. Obviously, a new year, a new season for a lot of folks. A lot of teams transitioning over to this GTU car. They've, of course, a lot of testing, but I imagine not a lot of testing has been done in these type of conditions where you've got the slippery track surface. You can still see the spray coming off the back of the cars here at turn 5. And this, of course, is turn 10, a big downhill left-hander as we come onto the backstretch here, the longest straight on the track. And then this is right after the end of the backstretch. They're going to be making an uphill left-hander, and then it'll be followed by this down. It goes up over the crest and then back down and to the right. This shot much more impressive when the track isn't this wet. I think people going very gently as they try to navigate the up and down nature of this section of the track. But then they're going to head back downhill to the right, and then they make this left-hander. It's a double left, followed by a quick right-hander, and then all the way back to the final turn before restarting the lap here. Of course, this last section, especially if you're standing here in the paddock at Eagles Canyon Raceway, you can see a lot of the track from the kind of spectator area and from the balcony of this hospitality suite, which we've been nicely lended use of for the weekend by Eagles Canyon. Very lovely here and can be rented for a reasonable rate. And this indeed is the final corner here. They're going to come back onto the straightaway here. You can see right down there at the right is the pit entry. Shouldn't be seeing a whole lot of people taking the pits yet. Again, as I said, a track that is more of a handling track than a power track, and especially with the rain, I expect this stint to run a little longer. What I am very pleased with is that we've had green running all the way from the start here. It was a little bit slippery, and we had a couple spins right at the first lap. But everybody managed to get through with some heads-up driving and not any contact that I could see. So we've managed to stay green here the whole way as the 10 goes around going into turn number 2. Again, just absolutely super slippery here. You've got decent vision trying to see down to turn 1, so this driver should be able to pull back in shortly. Assuming they haven't either killed the car or gotten high-centered here. It wasn't particularly muddy when I was out there. You've also got a pretty low car sitting potentially, and now you can see indeed the rear tires spinning away on the 10. So as I speak about it, of course, we're going to probably see a full-course yellow here to our car in what's a not great position on a slippery bit of the track. And no, they are able to get going. Just able to find a little bit of grip, but they pull out right in front of the 90 of Moorhead Speedworks, so they've got to check up a little bit, but heads up driving all the way around. We've got 7 hours and 37 minutes left here to go. We're still seeing people as I'm situated right here where I can see turn 2 is the vantage point I have, and I can see kind of a bit of turn 5 as well. The number of people spinning the tires going up the chute here into turn 2 is incredible. You can still see the reflection of the car in the curbing. It's a little tough to tell on the camera with the way it's positioned here, but that curb on the right-hand side is just absolutely brutal. Very, very wet indeed. As soon as additional commentators arrive, I will be able to go and retrieve some cameras and try and reset some things, make sure we have solid coverage for you today. The cameras that are on the infield sort of section at Eagles Canyon are not accessible during the race because there's no pedestrian access or car access, indeed. So what you see is what you get to some extent here. We've got several that I think are going to be solid and able to stay running all day. But others, unfortunately, if they go down, I'm just going to have to deal with that pending a red flag or other unforeseen situations that allows me to get out there on track. Everything seeming to have stabilized here. I don't think the track is much drier than it has been, but I do believe that people have now been in the car long enough that they know what the limits are. So we do now have a top 3 GTO are in the top 3 overall. It's the 188 followed by the 290 and then the 99. You've then got the Stratus 58 leading GTU still after the round 3 racing cars. Again, these NPO1s new to round 3 racing, so I think a little bit of a learning curve here for sure. Whereas I don't think anybody in North America has put more miles on an NPO1 than the Stratus team. So they know exactly what they're doing here. The 68 of Speed Syndicate, of course, trying to sneak back up through the field and get back ahead of all the GTU cars. They'll be in 4th position, of course. Currently a 17-second gap in the lead. Let's just scroll down here and find GP1 stuff. Yes, we've got 5th Gear Motorsports, number 550, followed by the number 29 of Screaming Goat Racing. Screaming Goat, of course, having had a couple issues early on, but I think now back where they need to be. They've come back through the field a lot quicker than I think they would have on pure pace alone. I think we've had some attrition in terms of spins, as we have another spinner at the end of the 5-6 complex here. Probably the turn 4 complex, actually. Yeah, you can just see right there in the distance there's a black car. They're going to back. They've backed up into a not great spot. There we go. They're just trying to get rolling again. no harm done there as well. Again, the treacherous conditions here, not perfect, especially if you've gone offline. There is a little bit of a dry line starting to form, but if you had to go wide because you've missed an apex or you're trying to get around some lap traffic, it's still going to be pretty slippery out there. Let's see, we'll find some P2 action here on the timing. GP2 currently led by the number 151 Kerdog Racing there in the GR86. An automatic car, a road car, not a GR Cup car, but a road car converted for racing. And they opted for the automatic. I guess some of their clients prefer having the automatic to be able to use here, and they're generally pretty satisfied with the paddle shift system that it comes with stock. And that car, of course, leading GP2 right now. So a strong entry there. I believe a local team as well, having a nice day out today. The next GP2, you got to come down to the 135 of Rapscallion Motorsports. They're separated by a gaggle of GTO and GP1 cars. So the class is completely jumbled right now in the rough conditions that we've had here to open. The 66 of Open Throttle Racing behind them. Again, a little difficult to parse the timing here. Multi-class situation. And I believe, if I give the prompt correctly here, we should have Robert Hill Jr. joining us. Robert?
Yeah, good morning. Welcome to Texas.
I, of course, can't hear Robert Hill Jr. because the sound is configured incorrectly on my computer. So while I fix that, Robert, I'm going to have you do your thing.
Well, Ryan deals with the audio issues over there. Just taking a look at the racetrack here at Eagles Canyon. The moisture's still very prevalent out there on the racetrack. You can see the shiny bits as the cars work their way around, and a couple rooster tails picking up behind some of these entries as well. It is expected to dry up rather quickly here today. Humidity still very high, about 96% here in Decatur, Texas. So it'll take a bit for the track to dry off, but nonetheless, we will get some really dry lines throughout the afternoon and throughout the rest of today's race. We did start a bit early, so apologies for that, as everyone was expecting to kick off in about 30 minutes from now. But hey, racing is back. It's here on DriversEye Live with the World Racing League, and we're glad to have you all with us. Just taking a look through, you can see a couple groupings of cars here back in the GP field. They have a couple of GTUs and GTOs cycling through at this point. And you're going to get that in the multi-class racing, where eventually everything is going to merge, and you'll have your quick cars working their way past some of the slower entries as well, and everyone just trying to find their footing, as we're about 30 minutes into today's 8-hour event at Eagles Canyon Raceway. I believe we're going to be joined momentarily by JT Tammy as well. So nice to have him back with us for the 2025 season. Of course, our resident GP expert in JT. Just taking a look at the leaderboard. Fifth Gear Motorsports still leading in GP1 over Screaming Goat Racing and Palomar Racing. GP2 goes to Garage 86 ahead of Curdog Racing and Rapscallion Motorsports. That's the top three in GP2. GTO, Lupe Tortilla, the 188 leads over the 290 Moorhead Speedworks entry and the GTR number 99. That's your GTO top three. GTU, well, the podium currently swept by Stratus, the 58, 59, and 60 is the top three. We saw a lot of that last season as well. Of course, that's really the main commodity in GTU is that Stratus team. And looks like we have been joined by JT. JT, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you today? You excited for some Eagles Canyon racing?
Oh, absolutely. I'm excited. The 2025 season is here. We've got a lot of great entries this weekend here at Eagles Canyon Raceway. It's already shaping up to be an excellent start to the season, and it's going to go up from here.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. Of course, today with the 8-hour portion of the weekend. Tomorrow we'll be back with 7 hours of racing here from Eagles Canyon. As looks like the Palomar 38 team has moved up a couple spots, up to 14th overall. As you see the updates funneling through on the bottom of your screen. Thank you to our great producer, Jordan Worth, being here with us today and providing all these great shots live from Decatur, Texas. Things seem to have calmed down just a little bit here as we work our way through the latter portion of hour number one here of the Saturday 8-hour event here at Eagles Canyon. Everyone, for the most part, single filed out. There's a little bit of double file at certain points throughout the field, but for the most part, everyone just trying to survive the early portions of today's race, which is very important when it does come to these endurance style events. You don't necessarily win the race early, but you want to put yourself in a good position, stay there, and just keep the car clean for the remainder of the race. It's a nice shot down here in turn number one. You can see a large portion of the racetrack and, of course, one of our corner marshals down there with his old Crown Victoria, it looks like, hanging out down here in turn one. Got to see some Crown Vic racing last night from Florida, and it's quite a cool car. Maybe we'll get that one out there eventually, battling it out with those guys too. But back here running through turn number 5, looks like one of those flatter portions of the racetrack. You see some of our GTU field and a couple of the GPs coming through as well. The battle in GTU continues to be the top three of Stratus Racing. As you see, the round 3 racing team sets their personal best on the afternoon, and a lead change in GP1. The Screaming Goat Racing team has gone to the top of the charts. Keep an eye on those changes all throughout the day here. Another personal best for round 3 as they move up to 34th position overall. So slow and steady, working their way up through the field. 39 cars here today for the Saturday portion of World Racing League round number 1 from Eagles Canyon Raceway here in Decatur, Texas. The top 4 still held by the GTO field. GTU's then 5th through 7th. And then it's kind of a shuffle of the rest of the field all throughout. You got GTOs mixed with GPs, GP1s, 2s, and 3s, all working their way around this circuit, trying to find their footing here in the early going of the season, as some of the GTUs have caught a gaggle of cars ahead of them, and they're going to try to make quick work, see what they can do to get up there and start chasing down their competition, who currently sits first, second, and third from Stratus. So far, so good here at Eagles Canyon. Not too much action going on thus far. Everyone keeping it clean, keeping it out there on the racing surface. So far, so good here. We've had a couple spins in the early portion of today's event, but nonetheless, we have kept it green and avoided that dreaded caution flag here. Lupe Tortilla still leads the way in the 188 over Moorhead Speedworks and GTR 99. That's your top three here about 40 minutes into today's action.
Yeah, you can see our GTU leaders here having to really work through the GT traffic. A little bit tricky in the low grip conditions right now, but they're just trying to make it work.
That's all you can do at this point, really. Just try to find the stability and find your way around whatever way you possibly can. Is just watching through the field, seeing a couple of cars moving their way forward. The Palomar Racing number 83 back in GP2 working their way up to the 4th position ahead of the Open Throttle 66. Sounds like we got Ryan back with us.
Indeed, we do. I mean, we're all just trying to work through our situations. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. That's what happens when you start an hour earlier as well. Less time to sort out issues.
It happens. It happens. You know, it's all good. I'm not tremendously worried about that at this point.
Oh yeah, you're good.
Has JT joined us?
I have.
Excellent. JT, good to see you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you making it in here for us today. We need to level JT's sound out now. Let's see. I do that on here. Yes, I can. We're going to turn JT up. There we go. Beautiful. Alternatively, we can turn Robert Hill down. Probably going to do both.
Whatever the fans want.
And somehow we'll meet in the middle and it'll be perfect.
Yeah, it'll be all right. The fans want more JT. That's what I mean.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's a bad call.
Okay. We always love more JT.
It appears to have dried out a little bit here. At least online, it looks like it's dry. But just even where I'm sitting, the turn 2 exit curve is so shiny. You can see the reflection of the car in it still, and we've been running for the better part of 45 minutes. Still just trying to bang away here. Speed Syndicate has gone around the number 58, so that now moves the top 4 in GTO up to the overall lead. Then we have the 3 Stratus cars, the NP01s, and then we have the 89X or the Aston Martin of 89X in 5th in GTO, followed by the Rapscallion 739. That's the LMP4 car. JT, did you know that LMP4 car has a Ford V6 in it? JT, you've now gotten extremely quiet, and I cannot boost you anymore.
Oh, sorry, that was me being quite surprised. That's cool to know. This is the JSR4?
Yes, sir. Indeed, it is.
Oh, P4. Sorry. Okay, cool.
Kurdog Racing still in lead in GP2. I believe GP1. I've got to scroll about here. Yeah, still the 550 of 5th Gear Motorsports in the Porsche leading in GT1, followed by the number 29 of Screaming Goat Racing.
Okay, we're looking at a half-second gap, I believe, is correct.
Yeah, I think that sounds about right.
Oh, looks like the 89X just going slightly wide there. It's okay, they rejoin nice and safe behind the cars.
so it only works on Firefox. Okay. So that's the solution, everybody. For some inside baseball, the hour timing monitor does work, but you have to run it in Firefox. Chrome does not.
Ooh, here we go. We see the Screaming Goat coming through the shot there, and there is the 5th gear. Porsche came in, the 550. So that pass has occurred with the BMW moving up to the lead in GP1. And there's the Palomar BMW coming through shot. That is 3rd in GP1 at the moment, I believe.
Thank goodness. Okay. All right, now we have workable timing here.
Ryan working some magic over there, trying to get the timing and scoring up.
It's been one of those mornings. We're working on it. Okay, here we go. All right, so now we can get an actual proper rundown. So GTO, currently overall lead class. Now the Lupe Tortilla Fast Track Racing BMW, the number 188. That's the bright yellow one. You'll see that flash around. That is currently leading in GTO as well as overall with 15 laps under its belt. Followed by the number 290 of Moorhead Speedworks. That is the Janetta. They are about 20 seconds behind the number 188. So the 188 is starting to disappear off into the distance here. This is something of a home race for Lupe Tortilla. I know that they're a Texas-based team. I don't know if it's a here team or if they're an MSR team or if they're a COTA-based team, but I know that they're based here local-ish at a minimum. So no surprise there. The GTR 99, a BMW M4, having switched back from running the Supra for about a year and a half. They are currently in 3rd position, another 20 seconds down the road, so 40 seconds off the overall lead. Then followed by the number 68 of Speed Syndicate, a Moorhead Speedworks adjacent car. They certainly share a livery, but I forget what the actual difference is, technically speaking there, but again, an associated team, the 68. They're 53 seconds behind the leader, so another 13 seconds behind the 99. So that GTO field a little bit spread out. In GTU, the Stratus 59 leads. It was the 58 at one time, but now the 59 has gone to the lead. The 58, of course, I believe the championship winning car, JT, the 58?
Let me check real quick.
Followed by the 60.
So the 59 was the Eastern champ.
Well, I mean the overall the season. I think they've both won it, to be fair. I think the 58 and the 59 have both won a championship. In any case, they're followed by the 739 of Rapscallion. So the Rapscallion, the LMP4 car, currently running 4th, better than both Round 3 Racing and both automatic GTU racing machines. So happy to see that car, something a little bit different, a little different flavor working out here today. GP1, we've got Screaming Goat Racing at the front. We talked about that. 5th gear motor. Oh no, we have 5th gear was in the lead. Now they are in 2nd to Screaming Goat here, about 6 seconds adrift. The number 38 of Palomar Racing in 3rd, followed by the number 237 of the Magic Developed 37. They are a minute behind. And then a little bit of a gap here, again, a minute 49 off the lead for Blaze Racing, the 118. GP2, a well-subscribed class this morning. The Garage 66, number 214, currently in the lead of GP2, followed by Kurdog. So that was the one I was missing when trying to use the other timing monitor. Then followed by Rapscallion. Rapscallion about a minute 36 behind in their NC MX-5 with lots of mods. The Palomar Racing 83, so the GP2 class cars. Palomar splitting their strategy here this weekend between the 38 and the 83, both running in their own classes. They are in 4th position, about 2 minutes 10 behind, followed by the Open Throttle Racing BMW, the number 66. They're about 20 behind. So a little bit of gaps having developed here across the classes, but again, we are about 50 minutes here into an 8-hour race, so I expect these to all ebb and flow, especially as we come through when it comes time for service and making some pit stops. Have different pit strategies here, of course. The GP2 car is going to be able to run the longest, I believe, of any car. But, gentlemen, as I had mentioned before on the broadcast, before you gentlemen joined us, this is much more a handling track than it is a power track. I believe the fuel economy here is going to be quite good, especially in light of the slippery conditions. And I also believe that a GP2 car is in pretty decent shape as far as being able to finish well up into the GP1 field. And the GP1 cars, as we saw earlier, Jordan caught the Screaming Goat car trying to go around the outside of the number 7 GTU car. So the class is a little bit more compressed here, just with the style of track that we've got going.
Yeah, that really makes sense. I mean, it's just going by the layout that we have in terms of like the track map. You can see it is a track that can really help your general production cars just a bit more weight with these conditions, just trying to get a little bit more grip there. Whereas, your lighter weight prototype really needs, a nice dry track to really try to throw the car around here to really use the advantage of that weight. Looks like a good start for the Match Develop 37 BMW E36 running in GP1. Currently 4th in class. I believe we last saw them at our 24 season finale at COTA, where they had they'd done very well Sunday, finishing 2nd in GP1. So it's good to see them back here at the start of the season, and already knocking on another potential podium today with 7 hours remaining.
Yeah, so far so good for that team. It looks like they're getting faster as well as the track continues to dry out, and as they get a bit more comfortable with this track surface as well. Of course, if they're not used to the racetrack, it takes a little bit of time as well to find your footing and find the best lines around this surface. And of course, with the wet weather to start the day, teams backed off a little bit on that speed, but the last couple of laps we've seen that 237 machine start to pick up the lap times. Last time by, they ran their best time of the day at a 242.3, and in comparison, the top team in that class, the 550 of Fifth Gear Motorsports, their quick time was a 239.0, but the times are getting closer in that GP1 field. So we'll keep an eye on that as the day does develop, as we approach the end of our number 1. It's good to see things calm out there on the racetrack. These guys, of course, a lot of them, it's their first racing event of 2025. Some of them have dipped into different classes over the last couple weeks to start the year, but for most of these guys, this is race number 1 for them. So you got to get used to that again. You got to get used to the door-to-door action and the strategy involved in these endurance races, because it's not the same as your sprints where you just go out there, hammer down the gas, and hope for the best. You look through turn number 12 here, still very moist out there on the racetrack. You can see the darker portion of this racing surface, and the fog still pretty dense off in the distance here. Decatur, Texas, currently dealing with some pretty hefty fog this morning. Currently for those that do like to follow along with weather conditions, 66 degrees is the current temperature down there in Texas. We're expecting to get up into the low 80s. No precipitation expected, so should be a nice clean and clear racetrack all day long. And tomorrow, a completely different story where the high for the day is only going to be in the low 50s with the fairly middle of the road chance of some rain happening throughout the day. So it could make a very interesting Sunday here at Eagles Canyon Raceway as we see a couple of groupings of cars working their way through. I think we're probably getting somewhat close to that first round of pit stops here at Eagles Canyon, so we'll keep an eye on that. We'll bring you all the updates as the drivers do work their way towards pit lane and service these race cars for the first time in the 2025 World Racing League season right here on DriversEye Live. So just taking a look, last time by, our race leader, the Lupe Tortilla 188, set their quick time of today's event, a 2:32.054. They lead by 23.5 seconds over the Moorhead Speedworks number 290 Janetta. Their quick time so far is a 2:32.4. So just on pace alone, that 188 is about a half second quicker than the 290. The GTR 99 currently holding on to third in GTO. GTU still led by the Stratus 59 over the 58 and the 60. Those drivers all running fairly competitive lap times amongst each other, separated by about a second between the 59 and the 58 at this point. The Stratus 58 did just set a lap time about, well, over a second quicker than the GTU leading Stratus 59 in the low 233s. Then jumping down to GP1, the Screaming Goat Racing number 29 leads that class over the Fifth Gear Motorsports 550 and the Palomar Racing number 38. GP2, the Garage 66 number 214 machine leads the way there over the Kurdog Racing 151. And third in class is the Rapscallion Motorsports 135. This all coming about 57 minutes into today's 8-hour event here at Eagles Canyon. So we got Ryan West doing some behind the scenes work for us there at the racetrack. He's trying to get us some onboard action that we can bring to you just a little bit later on. So be sure to stay tuned for that as we watch the drivers working their way through. Again, shout out to all the marshals that are currently trackside here at Eagles Canyon and at every racetrack throughout the season. They all do a fantastic job keeping the drivers safe, keeping the action underway, as we just saw the Moorhead Speedworks 290 working their way up through turn number 2. That car always quick no matter where they go, and it's going to be interesting to see when we get to rounds 2, 3, 4 throughout the season. Pick up a couple more cars here in the World Racing League, maybe some more of those Porsches and whatnot from round 3 that were always very competitive last season. So we'll keep an eye on that when the season gets a little bit further in, to see where the competition lies here in WRL. Of course, missing a couple cars here at Eagles Canyon, but nonetheless a great 39 car field here with us this afternoon, or this morning, I should say, as it is only 10 a.m. By the way, last time by, that Moorhead Speedworks 290 cut 5 seconds off of the gap between themselves and the Lupe Tortilla 188. Moorhead running a low 230 compared to a high 234 for the Lupe Tortilla 188. So that gap went from 23 seconds down to just under 19 seconds between first and second overall. And of course, first and second in that GTO field as they work lap number 21 on the day.
It looks like we have a relatively close fight here for what I believe is 6th in GP1, if I'm counting correctly. That is a fight between the 85 AOA Racing, about a second behind the number 22 TCS Motorsports, and a half second behind them, the 180 from Samson Racing Communications. So you've got those 3 GP1s all within about a second and a half or so. And that is all BMWs there. No surprise to anyone. TCS Motorsports running that, I believe the 2016 M235 IR, one of 2 this weekend.
Well, hour number 1 in the books here. Just a quick note about some upcoming races here in the World Racing League. Next time out, we will be at Barber. That's February 28th through March the 2nd, followed by Mid-Ohio at the beginning of April, April 4th to the 6th. As you see the schedule up on the screen now. Thank you, Jordan. Road America at the tail end of April, April 25th to 27th. Then, of course, the one that we missed out on last year due to some unplanned construction at the Daytona International Speedway will be the long one at Daytona on June the 7th. Road Atlanta in July, followed by High Plains at the end of August. Utah coming into play in September, followed by Watkins Glen, Sebring, and the championship race down at Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. Going to be one heck of a season here in the World Racing League, and we're excited to bring you all the action each and every race weekend, flag to flag. Each and every lap will be right here on DriversEye Live. I'm pleasantly surprised to see how calm the racing has been so far. These drivers are being very strategic with their passes, not forcing anything in these early stages of the race. Of course, if we were talking about the last hour of the event, that could be a very, very different story. But as of right now, everyone seems to be racing rather smart and making their moves where they count, as we see one of the GTUs making a pass there in the background of this shot, working their way around the field in the early going, as we had some tight action right here on the turn 1 camera just a moment ago.
Yeah, it looked like the our leader, our Lupe Tortilla BMW, going to the inside of one of the GTUs. Just going into turn 1 there as they head up the hill.
That's always the interesting part, when the leaders catch up to a gaggle of race cars, have to work their way through. Meanwhile, there's position battles going on as we see the Moorhead Speedworks 290. That is our second place car, working their way through the turn 1 shot there just a moment ago. And you can actually see your race leader off in the distance, I believe just a moment ago there as well. But when they catch up to these gaggles of race cars, there's battles going on ahead of them. Those guys are worried about the one next to them, who they're trying to pass for position, and the leader's just thinking, all right, guys, let me through, try to get by. And that's when sometimes things can get a little bit chaotic, but nonetheless, that was an uneventful moment for both of our leaders working their way through the pack there just a second ago. And the Moorhead Speedworks 290 did lose a little bit of ground to your race leader, the Lupe Tortilla 188. Lost about Well, actually, almost everything they gained and a little bit more, as the Moorhead Speedworks 290 was only 18.9 seconds back just a couple of laps ago. Now back to 25 seconds between first and second. And that's all it takes is a little bit of extra time stuck in that traffic. And all of a sudden you found yourself from closing. Oh, big slide right there. Able to gather it back up and continue on here in turn number 2. That could have been a sketchy moment. GTU field working their way through turn number 6 there just a moment ago. Still the 59 from Stratus leading the way over the Stratus 60 and 58 entries. Those cars separated by 3 seconds between first and second, and another just over a second back to the 58. So your top 3 running rather closely here in the GTU field, and they're currently scored 5th, 6th, and 7th overall behind the 188 Lupe Tortilla entry, the 290 of Moorhead Speedworks, the GTR 99, and the Speed Syndicate number 68. That's your top 4 overall, and of course in the GTO field. Last time by the Speed Syndicate, number 68 set their fastest lap of the event with a 231.7. They're about 6.8 seconds behind the GTR 99 for 3rd in class. So we'll keep an eye throughout this one as that battle closes up just a little bit more. Back to GP1, the Screaming Goat Racing number 29 has pulled away from the 5th Gear Motorsports 550. That gap last time by about 11 seconds between first and second in GP1, and another 20 or so seconds back to that Palomar Racing number 38. GP2, the Garage 66 entry, the 214 leading the way there by quite a bit over the Kerdog Racing 151. That's your second place car in GP2, and third is the Rapscallion 135. Quite a large gap between second and third there in GP2, but battles nonetheless throughout the field that'll definitely shape up as the event goes along and as we get into pit stops, which we're not too far away from here in the early going of this one, just over an hour into today's event. So just taking a look at the tail end of the timing and scoring, looks like we were expecting 39 cars to start today. We don't have any timing from the AOA Racing number 55, so I don't believe they took the start for today's event. And the Choice Racing 522 has only registered 1 lap, and it was well off the pace of the other competitors. So unfortunately, it looks like they had some mechanical issues on the opening lap and took it back to the paddock. We'll see if they join us a little bit later on as the Lupe Tortilla 188 sets another quick time, and this is going to be the first car to dip down into the 220s. It was a 229.8 for the 188 machine. As this racetrack is drying out, the speeds are picking up, the weight is going down in those cars as well as they work their way through the fuel tank, and you're just going to expect to see the speeds continue to rise as we work our way through hour number 2.
Yeah, still seeing lots of green lap times here. It's about half the field last time through sitting personal bests. Just looking up and down, both the 59 and 64 Stratus, 89X Aston Martin, your GP2, second place car, Kurdog did their best, Capstone getting just into the underneath the 240. So yeah, cars are just starting to come alive here.
I don't know, JT, if you've looked at our internal timing monitor yet.
What?
We have our own timing. You're aware of that, right?
Definitely, yes.
It's the same internal timing we've had for like 2 years.
I should have a link to that then.
We need to have a link to it. It's the same link. It's the same link. Hang on. Robert, do you have the internal timing link?
I do not.
Okay, you have an excuse. Like, that's fine.
Yeah.
JT personally knows the person who designed this software and like has used it many times. I just put it in the Discord chat, so it's there. But if you go, we have a really useful tool that's lap time history, and Joseph has put a trend line for the times.
Ooh.
So you can see when and where people are starting to get faster or not. And it makes it really easy to see who the faster car is in each class. You have to use the drop down to do it, but like if I look at GTO right now Lupe Tortilla is the fastest car on track, but the GTR 99 is pretty consistently faster than the cars that are ahead of it. Unfortunately, you have to opt that out. It's like a separate thing. So I expect that the GTR 99 is going to catch the 290 because their sort of mean average line thing here shows that they are quicker. Oh, maybe, yeah, they are quicker consistently than the 68 and than the, or is this Jack? Oh no, I'm sorry, that's the 290. Yeah, okay, it is how it should be. They're all pretty close though. They're all working towards kind of the same average. The 89X is in no man's land as far as lap times right now. Then there's a few cars that are slower, of course. And there's a few cars that are faster as well.
Yeah, this is absolutely perfect for like an engineer, which I am not.
You're just looking at the trend lines. I'm not an engineer either, and I can read it. Like this is useful.
Yeah, my main thing all of last year was using Race Hero.
Well, unfortunately, RIP Race Hero.
I know. So I'm having to struggle with Race Monitor, and it's
no. You should be
it's
using our timing is now much better than Race Monitor.
I don't actually see a timing here. That's the problem.
Well, yeah, you have to click on Timing Monitor. So you find the one that says Eagles Canyon, and then you click on whatever it says, live timing or something. Hang on. I'll pull it up that way I can talk you through it. Yeah, Eagles Canyon. Yeah, you just click Timing Monitor. Oh, okay, but I put it in the chat. You have to use Firefox for it.
Ah, oh, gotcha. That would be why.
Yeah. Anyway, but once you get it going, it's very easy. It's similar-ish to the way you would get info from Race Hero. So, shout out to Joseph there. Let's see. So Dog, currently running 2:43 last lap, but they've been in kind of the low 240s. Garage 66, 241, 239. So cars currently ordered vaguely in their relative lap time situations right now. There's no surprises that I can see. Oh, here's the distributions. Yeah, see, this is not... that's not useful for me. I'm not going to do anything useful with that. But let's go to GP2. Garage 66 isn't GP2. Or, oh no, it is. I'm doing this backwards. Yeah, yeah, I had the right one. Big adjustment here for 2025. Let me tell you, folks, we're trying real hard. Yeah, I just was looking at this wrong. Yeah, so the Garage 66 car is by far and away the fastest car in GP2. The other cars, the sort of Palomar, Riser Harness 4, TCS Motorsports, they're all kind of hanging around in the same lap time zone. So I expect that GP2 battle for third will be a good one.
What? Those are GP1 cars, yes?
Oh, then this isn't working correctly. Because if I hit lap time history and I hit GP2...
Yeah, so GP2 should be the 66, or sorry, the 214 from Garage 66 over Dog. Third place should be the 135 from Rapscallion.
All right, so this is not really working either. Then. All right, cool.
So we have a combination of all the different timing things.
Yeah, this is not great. It's not great. Let's see. We'll go back to.
We're doing it live.
We'll just use the timing, the way it's meant to be used here. Let's see. How about GTU? Right, I can tell what a GTU car is. Yeah, see, I do GTU, and then it's got like Zepa Racing is in here, and so I don't know.
They would probably love a GTU car right now.
I'm sure a lot of people would.
Unfortunately, I think they've had some sort of struggle today. Unfortunately, they are a couple laps off of the GP1 fight here. So far, the Screaming Goat car, the leader in GP1, having completed 27 laps so far. Zepa's at 21. So, unfortunately, I'm not sure. I don't have any information on what has really occurred. Well, we do have a note in our race log here that the 325 was having electronics issues and had 3 laps reinstated.
Oh, okay.
So maybe that's an ongoing thing here. So we'll keep an eye on that.
See, and you mentioned that, and my race log is empty. Good magic there. Everything's great.
I'm trying, man. Everything's everything.
That's right. That's right.
Ooh, both Screaming Goat and Fifth Gear Motorsports last time through under 236. So Screaming Goat just a 10th quicker there. Unfortunately for Fifth Gear, that gap is at 11.5 seconds. So they're matching the pace right now, but unfortunately there's a decent gap there as we see the Fifth Gear Porsche come through the shot here, exiting, I believe, the final corner. They come through at 2:34.6. That allows them to gain 4 seconds to the Screaming Goat BMW, which I believe had a bit of traffic that lap, doing a 2:38.4. And indeed, yeah, you can see just up the road there, having to get around three cars, I believe. Might be 1 GTO and 2 general production.
There's a little bit of a GTU gaggle here going up into turn 3. See them in a second, coming from the right-hand side of the screen. going to be one of the round 3 cars, the number 7 and the 909. So that's the 7. There's the 909. And there's the, I believe that one's the 10. Fifth Gear Motorsports closebacks down to 8 seconds. They were out, I think, as much as 11 at one point in GP1.
Yeah, they're unfortunately hitting that little group of traffic that the Screaming Goat did. That gap had gone down to about 7.7. Now it's expanded
so
out
this as
is
a battle for position right here. I'm sorry, JT. I'll prompt you and then step on you immediately. That's the 68 catching the 99 for 3rd place in GTO. That's the Aston Martin with the Airbnb livery chasing down the white and blue BMW M4. We're just going to pick them up coming through turn 1. Yep, and then they're going to head over to turn 2, which is not playing ball right now, evidently. So that's fun. So they're going to go up the hill and then come back down to their left. It's going to come to the right of our screen. We'll just barely see them do that. It's coming right about now. And so they've spread that gap back out a little bit. So that's the white and blue BMW just now getting to the apex. The Aston Martin running really wide, taking a completely different line through there. We'll see them come through this kind of fast right-hander. There it is. You can see the Aston Martin again taking a little bit wider line here. I wonder if they're trying to take advantage of where the grip is, or if they really think that they're able to get around the track just a hair quicker using that line.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few different lines in some of the corners. Some cars, you know, will go for the apex or run more of a middle line. Some definitely more on the outside.
It was something I definitely saw driving around trying to set up cameras this morning, that there's a lot of options for lines, and there's a lot of these rhythm sections where it's not immediately obvious what the quote correct line is, because the left-right happens a hair quicker than you would expect it to. And so it's, I think, difficult to find a bit of a rhythm, especially in kind of this part of the track right here. So you take this downhill double left, and you don't really have time to get the car, I think, all the way back over to the left side of the track to set up this right-hand hairpin. So it's a little bit complicated there. And so again, you see the MSR, the Speed Syndicate car running a little wide there again.
Yeah,
a lot of cars opting for the wider line there.
But we've also got to factor in where the wet patches are that are in the process of drying as the 68 comes down pit road. It did look like there that shot on turn 14, the inside apex did look damp, so that would explain why we were seeing a couple of the cars run quite wide through 14 there.
What I will say, JT, is the wind has picked up substantially, so I think that's going to help dry the track more than anything else. Unfortunately, the wind signals that cooler front that's supposed to start moving in, that's going to be here in its entirety tomorrow. If you looked at and I imagine that, frankly, the race teams were looking at the same weather reports that I was looking at earlier in the week, that showed that both today and yesterday were supposed to be above 80 degrees. With a cooler day tomorrow. That was always in the forecast. And then yesterday actually turned out to be pretty mild in the low 70s. And then today, I don't think we're going to reach 80 at all. I think we're going to struggle to get over, 75 because this cold front has arrived. It's going to bring with it some wind and some cloud, which for us here at the broadcast is a plus EV situation, frankly. But I think some teams will have been caught off guard maybe with regards to setup or tire allocation with this kind of change in conditions. Now, I think you probably always prefer that it's a little bit cooler because you can squeeze a little bit more life out of the tires. But again, a lot of teams that I think were counting on getting some temperature into the tire to start the race here, probably not having the experience they were hoping for, especially the GTU cars, which, JT, as you know, are a pretty lightweight machine.
Yeah, we've usually seen the GTUs struggle just in the opening, first few laps, most races, just because they are lighter weight. The cold tires unfortunately hinder them a bit more than your heavier GTO cars before they start to get up to pace and then become the quicker car.
Now, Ryan, you mentioned not hitting 80 degrees here today. We're expected about 1 o'clock just to briefly dip over it to about 81 and then immediately start dropping down. By the time we finish today, we'll be about 63 degrees. So we're going to see a 20-degree temperature swing throughout the day today. And then tomorrow will only be in the mid to low 50s as our high for the day. So a much cooler racetrack tomorrow for sure. And by the way, just a moment ago, some of you may have caught it at the top of the turn 14 camera. The 89 went for a spin and was able to continue on. They are currently scored as 7th overall, 4th in the GTO field. That's the 89X Motorsports entry. Just a brief moment there in turn number 14. All is okay, and they were able to continue on, so no issues there for them.
Yeah, and we also had the 908 in turn 1. It's just the very tricky conditions right now. The cars are starting to get faster and faster here as the track dries. However, it can be deceptive sometimes. You don't necessarily know exactly where the grip is, and just a little bit going past that threshold, and you can go off our rides. We've had quite a few, just even within the last 5 minutes. We've had 669 from Rapscallion a couple times. The other Rapscallion, the 469, turn 14. So it's a very tricky condition right now. These drivers, just trying to pull that rhythm as the cars really start to come a bit more alive here.
And I believe the Screaming Goat entry in GP1 has come down pit lane. They've lost a couple of spots here on the last lap and appear to have gone for their service, which is about on par with when we expected to see more of the cars down pit lane here. That was your GP1 leader. And you mentioned the lap times getting quicker, and that's exactly what just happened a moment ago. The Lupe Tortilla entry, the 188, set a very, very quick time of a 227.1. So almost into the 226s at this point. The Moorhead Speedworks entry has been into the 226s with a 226.312 just 2 laps ago. So these drivers definitely picking up the pace here. That gap between first and second has spread to 33, almost 34 seconds between Lupe Tortilla and Moorhead Speedworks here in about an hour and a half into today's event here at Eagles Canyon. And as mentioned, the Screaming Goat entry did come down pit lane. They have just received a warning for a pit lane infraction due to improper pitting procedures when it came to fueling the race car. So we'll keep an eye on that throughout. Of course, if you stack up too many of those pit lane violations, it could lead to potential penalties that can most definitely affect the outcome of the race. So you want to be careful that you're following those procedures rather closely. They are in place, of course, for driver and crew safety. So we'll make sure that everyone follows those procedures throughout the day today. As we take another gander over here at the timing and scoring, Lupe Tortilla continues to fast track it around this facility. 226.254 last time by. They still lead over Moorhead Speedworks in the 290 and the GTR 99. That's your top three overall. GTU, it's the Stratus 58 over the Stratus 60 and 59. Those drivers all spread out by about 6 seconds between first and third. GP1, Fifth Gear Motorsports, leads the way over the Palomar Racing number 38 and the Screaming Goat Racing number 29. Of course, Screaming Goat has come down pit road for their first fuel stop of the day. Garage 66 leading in GP2. They've got that top spot over Kerdog Racing in the 151. And we got to go back a little bit to the Rapscallion Motorsports 135. Currently sitting in position number 3, and actually you see on the screen there they just set their quick time of the day with a 2:43.127. so times picking up for the field as these drivers get to the late stages of this opening stint. They'll be due down pit road at any moment to come down, get some more fuel, and continue on here in hour number 2 of today's 8-hour race here at Eagles Canyon in Decatur, Texas. And as Fifth Gear Motorsports leads the way in GP1, they just hit their quick time of the morning, I should say, with a 2:31.887. That's allowing them to spread out just a little bit over the Palomar Racing number 38. Between them is the 909 GTU of Automatic Racing. Fifth Gear currently scored 10th overall, so a good run here so far as we've just dipped into the 224s for the first time today. Lupe Tortilla continuing to set the pace with a 2:24.684. Very, very quick times here, and if they play it right, they could be running just as quick, if not quicker, at the end of today's event, which is where you want that great speed boost to come out and set the tone for the afternoon. Looks like nobody else has come down pit road as of yet. As we take a look there at pit lane, you see the crews dealing with a little bit of wind. You can see the tents blowing just a bit, and Ryan mentioned that that's going to help dry up the racetrack. As you see, pit lane actually very wet at this point. So when those drivers come back out, it's going to take them a moment to get back up to speed. They're going to have to work a little bit of that moisture off their tires once they do exit the pit lane there. But shout out to all those pit crews here with us all weekend long and all season long, keeping these cars out there on the racetrack looking good, feeling good, and definitely driving good, as we've seen so far here an hour and a half into today's race. And things have been clean for the last little while out there on the racetrack, so that's always a good thing to see as these drivers battle it out for positions all throughout the field. The gap continues to spread in GTO. It is now 41 seconds between the Lupe Tortilla and Moorhead Speedworks entries. As we look at the Stratus field, we just saw them go by just a moment ago, and the battle for second is very tight, just under a second between the Stratus 60 and 59 entries, as they were nose to tail just a moment ago, working their way through. And we'll see when it comes to that first pit stop if the 60 has been able to hold on to that second spot, or if the 59 finally gets through and moves up to second in class. Hey, we have our turn 2 camera back. Shout out to Ryan going out there getting that fixed up for us. Doing a great job down there at Eagles Canyon, keeping all these cameras operational for us. As I just jinxed it, it looks like. We'll move over to turn number 6, where you see a little bit of the fog still off in the distance here, but that racetrack is starting to look pretty dry as the drivers work their way through turn number 6. Now over to turn number 12, where you see a little bit of a gaggle of race cars working their way through. A couple of the GTOs coming through as well. There's some GPs mixed in all throughout the field. I believe that's our battle for second. Is that correct, JT, here in GTU?
Yeah, that is correct. So that's a 60 in front of the 59 there, with the 59 gaining last time through. About a full second quicker. Both of those are the Stratus Racing cars, currently running 1, 2, 3 in GTU. So we'll see the lead car come through the shot here, and that would be the 58. And then just behind, '58 putting in a 2:25.
Definitely getting close here in that GTU battle. By the way, we just got an update from Race Control. The AOA Racing 85 was reported as dragging parts through turn number 15 about a minute or so ago. And that follows a off track of 4 off drivers left for the 89 entry, who's currently one of our front runners there in this one. So we'll keep an eye out on these cars. Hopefully that AOA team able to get their issues fixed up and able to continue on here this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what car AOA is running this weekend in GP1, I believe. Just had it listed as a 2011 BMW, so I'll try to have to keep an eye out there, see if I can spot it.
Oh, bit of a slider right there. Great catch. Wow.
Yeah, that looks like just a little bit of too much oversteer coming out of the apex in turn 15.
Yeah, a bit of a tight battle there, trying to steer it off of the outside car, trying not to make any contacts. Leads to a bit of a moment, but nonetheless, everyone able to continue on with not too much of an issue, just losing a little bit of time out there on the racing surface. As take a look back here in turn number 2.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, it's hard to tell. We have new cars, we have new liveries. That may have been the 237 Magic Develop E36 BMW in GP1. That was definitely having fun there in the final corner.
Unfortunately for the 89X team, they've had another spin up in turn 14 just a moment ago. That seems to be a trouble spot for them here so far. The last handful of laps, they've had 2 spins and a 4 tires off in turn number 14. So just getting used to the track conditions here. And turn 14 seems to be a little bit tricky for that 89 team in the early going of this one, but a long time to go, 6 hours 21 minutes, so not too worried there for them. I'm sure they're going to figure it out and get it gathered back up as the day does go along. As we take a look back here in turn number 15, this is really where the decision making happens. Are you going to pit? Are you staying out on the racetrack? Well, I guess the decision making should happen a little while before this, so the driver can prepare for that pit road entry. But you're going to see a lot of action here throughout the day as the drivers come down for their service. See one of our GTU entries working their way through turn number 6. This Eagles Canyon Raceway is quite different than most road courses. Looks like it's got a lot of flat portions throughout, a couple of hilly sections as well, but these drivers having to work their way around the flat portions of this track, and it's quite interesting to see the handling differences throughout.
It's really too bad that there isn't a workable onboard right now. If Jordan has one up, he can go ahead and try to mix it in just so we can... Okay. He doesn't... Yeah, so Jordan's letting me know that like none of them are working solidly enough. It is a little bit hilly. You can kind of see it here, but that run up into turn 2 is uphill. Coming down turn 3, 4, 5, that's kind of in a hill. We're on like a little wrinkle of a ridge here, and so there are bits kind of in the out by like turn 6 and 7. That's pretty flat out there, but then you get back towards this end of the track, the sort of start-finish line. Yeah, you can see here, it starts to go back downhill into that valley, and you can see the cars just at the left-hand side of the screen come back out and start to head back uphill towards the start-finish line. So it is kind of laid across the hills in an interesting way. And so that turn 12 camera that we were just on, I don't know if I set the zoom differently today. Yeah, this one. But it certainly looked, and Jordan, I think, can attest to this, it looked a lot faster through there yesterday than it does right now. I think that's going to be down to the weather. Yeah, it's the humidity, Jordan says. Obviously that's could have a lot to do with it, but we still see cars slipping and sliding here, so it's probably a surface issue more so than anything I did wrong with that camera. But there's a lot of the elevation change hits in really interesting places, and it sets up corners that aren't similar to other corners, if that makes any sense at all. It's a little bit difficult to describe, and I wish I had an onboard to show everybody kind of what I'm talking about, because it does make for an interesting drive, especially around in a rental car as I'm trying to place cameras. It is a very nifty little circuit. It does definitely reward, I think, a smaller car that's, maybe has a little bit less power, something more like a Cayman, as opposed to, a great big GT4 car is probably a little bit of a handful trying to get it to change direction in some of the spots where that is called for. JT, is Eagles Canyon on any type of sim that you're aware of?
I'm not sure. It might be on a set of Corsa.
Okay.
Zipa gets a little squirrely there. I'm not sure. I'd have to double check. I'm not aware of it on our Factor 2 or iRacing.
Right. Indeed. I don't think it's on... certainly not on the new Assetto Corsa Evo, just recently debuting. It's not on Forza either. It is kind of a club track, but you look around the facilities here, and it's the nicest club track I've ever been to. It's very much not set up to have 15,000 people here watching a race. It just doesn't have the infrastructure for that. But there are a bunch of lovely club buildings, most of which are new. And so the facility is quite nice for what we've got here. But again, there's no sort of ring road or anything of the sort to allow spectator access to the rest of the track. You're really limited to this sort of paddock section that's up here by the start-finish line. So if you have the opportunity to come out to Eagles Canyon for a track day or anything like that, any type of event, I understand that there's a circle track nearby as well. You should absolutely make it a point to come run this track. I do believe it is quite challenging, especially if you've got, like I mentioned, a bit faster car. It's a good exercise, I think, in trying to do control the body movement and the weight transition as you kind of change directions there.
Yeah, it does remind me a lot of a track we had in Oregon Raceway Park.
It is a little like that, JT. It does feel like that a lot.
Yeah, you have a lot of elevation. You have a lot of odd technical corners. There's definitely a really good rhythm to it once you find it.
Right.
It reminds me a lot of it. So it does look like a fun track. Yeah, it's just one that can be a bit difficult to learn, especially when you have tricky conditions where, your surface grip is a bit varied due
Right.
to weather. So,
And they've got
yeah,
an enormous fire pit out here as well, so I imagine there's fun parties.
So there's a
To
party
be
for
had.
sure.
There's somewhere. I haven't seen it this weekend, but I'm guessing that there are other events wherein the fire pit gets used. It's probably 15 feet across, big like steel, like disc, just sitting right here, actually underneath the club building right here.
It's a racetrack. There's always a party to be found somewhere. That's
Yeah.
it just comes with it.
The real trouble is that I'm not invited to the party. That's
Yeah.
what's going on here. They said you were late to get on the broadcast. You're out. And, rightfully so, I think.
By the way, the Lupe Tortilla 188 just dipped into the 219s for the first time today, 219.686. They are still out there on that first stint of the day. Moorhead Speedworks and Speed Syndicate have both come down pit lane within the last handful of laps. So the Lupe Tortilla 188 probably going to be visiting at any moment here for their first stop of the day.
There is a Lupe Tortilla near the Dallas-Fort Worth airport. So I would urge anyone who is flying out this either Saturday this Sunday or Monday to make a little stop in at Lupe Tortilla.
you need to do so.
I do. The last
Welcome to
time we
Brendan's
looked,
space.
so the first time I looked at their website, they had like a fajita special, and then the second time, which was in Coda, I want to say it was like a drinks special was their whole thing. I can look right now and see what kind of promotions are going on at Lupe Tortilla. Wow. I did go to a different Mexican restaurant that is not Lupe Tortilla on the way here. But it is a longtime favorite for any time I go to Texas and they have them.
Moorhead Speedworks just got under a 215.
Wow. That's pretty fast. 214.976. Lupe went to a 218.7. So that's really quick, especially fresh out of the pit box, the 214 for Moorhead. I can just imagine that's going to continue to go down and down as the day goes along here. And of course, once they get back to light fuel at the end of the stint, we very well could see them much lower than that 214.
Right now, Lupe Tortilla is doing a blood orange margarita as their special, as well as a spicy pineapple margarita.
Nice.
So
That sounds good.
that's those are your two options. The lone Toyota Supra going through our shot there.
Yeah, that is TCB Racing, I believe.
It is. They've just recently made a pit stop, it looks like.
So JT, you mentioned the Moorhead Speedworks car dipping into the 214s. Not sure if you saw this one, but they just ran a 211.99. So much faster than anything we've seen here today. Watch for that 290 to get up there and contend for this lead within the next little while, I'd imagine.
I mean, they've reined in the GTR 99 car, which set its best lap previously at a 221.1 last time through. So that gap is now down to 3 seconds. So they very well could get around them this lap. So you'll have to keep an eye out for the white Jetta and the blue and white BMW GT4. The Lupe Lupe Tortilla's last lap was a 2:30. That might have been a pit-in lap. I'm not sure. There goes the Janetta through the shot there, and Team GTR as well. So that pass is complete for second in GTO.
A now genuine dry line has formed up here at turn 2. You could see the difference earlier, about an hour ago, between what was wet and what was damp. And now you can see the dampness start to recede. They're just trying to start one going up into this turn 5 section as well. So I think lap times are going to begin to tumble as people start being a little bit more exuberant with their application of the throttle.
Yeah, Moorhead now underneath at 210.
Wind relentless here today. As you can see on this camera, it is getting quite windy. This is the turn 6. You can just about see the sort of, it looks darker on the camera, but that is the dry patch starting to wear in there. Oh, we got some smoke. Oh. JT, what do we have going on in the YouTube chat?
They did confirm that it was on the setup course.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Find it. I believe Sim Tracks created it.
Oh, so it's not native; it's a add-on.
Yes,
mod.
as is most of the setup courses.
That's true. Fair. At this point, yeah, that's valid. That's all.
It's a platform that does encourage modding. And I think that's why AC has lasted so long is because of the community.
Indeed, and we've got the Speed Syndicate Aston Martin going to go down the inside of the 99. Sorry, JT. Again, I prompt you and then cut you off. Feel a little awful about that. We're going to see them come down from the right-hand side of the screen, and that's not the Moorhead Speedworks, the 68 Speed Syndicate. I'm going to get that wrong repeatedly. Now having put quite a gap on the GTR 99, made the pass look almost too easy. The GTR 99, of course, not historically in the business of putting up a fight. They know that the race is long. They'd rather have the car get back in the trailer in one piece.
Tortilla had pit come across the line, and Moorhead has closed that gap to 5 seconds.
And they're just going up through the turn 6 section. So there's the Lupe Tortilla car. And it just cut away at the wrong time. Jordan currently on a beverage break. Oh, there he is. Oh, okay. So there's the battle for the between the 99 and the 68. Just saw that. I'm being told that our turn 11 camera is not getting it done. Or cam 11. Oh, I see. Okay, got it. And there it is. Oh. So there's the Janetta being held up a little bit by some lap traffic. That's the white car chasing down the yellow BMW.
Yeah, that camera was very good here last year, especially when we had that the sudden rainstorm that had passed through. Right with the restart as well, if I recall correctly, towards the end of the race.
Oh, geez, that's got to be wild.
It was.
So there is the Lupe Tortilla BMW, and then right behind the Ginetta of Moorhead Speedworks, now off in hot pursuit, having cleared that lap traffic.
Yeah, it's going to be about a 2.5 second gap here. Yep, 2.44.
I don't know why it didn't occur to me earlier to make that the start-finish cam instead of having 2 turn 1 cams, but here we are. We now have both.
Moorhead with a 206.9 to Lupe Tortilla's 209.7 last time by, so that 3-second gap was eaten up rather quickly. We'll see what they can do here this lap. If Moorhead's able to be 3 seconds quicker, that means they're going to be in the lead when we finish this lap. As you see them off in the distance, they're working through some lap traffic. This is going to cause a bit of a disruption in that battle for the race lead. As the Ginetta was actually able to make pretty quick work of the lap traffic, trying to close back in on your race leader in the Lupe Tortilla 188. We'll see them in a few moments down there in turn number 12. See if that gap is closed up at all, and potentially going to put on a great battle for the race lead here in just a moment. Just looking off in the distance here, that Ginetta definitely closing in on the 188. I think that gap probably going to be potentially below a second here when they go by the start-finish line in just a moment. We'll see here and give you that information in just a second. Yeah, there you go. Under 1 second between the two drivers, 0.9 of a second between Moorhead and Lupe Tortilla. And Moorhead running their quick time at a 206.8. Lupe running their quick time at a 208.3 just a moment ago. So these guys definitely on it this afternoon as they work their way in that battle for the race lead.
And a half second quicker is the 909. Automatic Racing Sebico doing a 206.4 that last lap. So good to see the GTU cars definitely starting to get up there in terms of pace, matching the front-running GTOs now.
Oh, we got a full course yellow here.
Reports of the 739 coming to a stop in turn 4. So that is the Rapscallion Ligier JSP4. I believe that's the purple and green livered GTU.
I mean, I don't know about the man's liver, but I know that the livery is, yeah. I realized what it was. I looked at that car when I was standing in tech, JT, and the way the livery has been applied, if you look at it really quickly, it looks like it's a color shift livery because of where they've placed the other bits of color on it.
Okay.
So if you look at it head on, the color changes at the spots where the angle changes, and it looks like it's one of those, you know, the purple, yellow, green color shift. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like that. If you just glance past it real quick, you're like, what? And then you look at it, it's like, oh no, those are individual pieces. Well, with this full course yellow, it's a good time, I think, to take a ad break while we visit our friends at Continental Tire, the one true sports car tire. Oh, yeah, okay, cool. It is the same sponsor, so in theory it should be the same ad, since I have not been given a different ad for this year. Also, I didn't ask, so there's that as well. So anyway, 6 hours remaining. We'll be right back after this short ad break.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
And to handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Six hours remaining here at the World Racing League. This is the opening round of the 2025 season here in Decatur, Texas, or near Decatur, Texas anyway, about 10 minutes down the road. In Denton, about 15 to 20 minutes the opposite direction. This is DriversEye Live. I'm Ryan. We're joined by Robert Hill Jr. and JT Tammy in their respective control booths, throwing down some hot commentary tracks. And we've got Jordan Worth at the controls, working our best here. I think we found a little bit of a rhythm after our issues to start the event. It is in Texas. You know what they say? Don't mess with Texas.
Yes, that's absolutely what they say, Ryan.
That is what they say. As a Californian, it's very interesting to be in a room full of WRL being a Chattanooga-based organization, and thus a lot of their staff are Chattanooga-based, seeing the difference in the two southern accents between the Tennessee people and the Texas people. They are different, and just kind of getting to sit back and watch and see how they're different. Very exciting. Also played pool at a pool hall last night. That was fun.
How'd that go? As you see the reason for a full course caution coming on by.
So I'm told that this blue Tacoma pickup here was actually used in a movie, and then Toyota gave it to the track. Apparently there was a George Lopez movie recently that I was the first I had heard of it. I believe it to exist, but that was George Lopez's truck in the movie. Now it's a track vehicle.
I gotta be honest, I didn't know George Lopez did anything recently.
Yeah, neither did I. You know,
He has a TV show. I was watching it last night.
is that on like Roku Plus?
No, it's on
No?
CBS, I believe.
You watch
Oh,
network
yes.
TV, JT?
Lopez versus Lopez, isn't it, JT?
I think that's what it's called, yeah.
Oh wow! All right. Apparently, I just don't watch network television. That's evidently
You just don't have enough
problem.
George Lopez in your life.
I don't. I really don't. You know, after several years of watching Nick at Night reruns of that George Lopez show, I think it was just called George Lopez. What was it called? The Lopez Show, where it's his family and he
Probably,
lives
yeah.
in LA.
Something
or
like
whatever.
that, yeah.
I watched. I swear I've seen that end to end probably 4 times just in the course of watching that, trying to get my daughter to go to sleep when she was 2 months old. So I think I'm George Lopez out at this point.
I believe this show's a continuation much later on from that.
Oh, it's like the same cinematic universe?
I think so,
Interesting.
if I recall correctly. I think this time he's a grandfather and whatever.
Oh,
It was just something to watch after I finished Day with the Jack.
All
That's
right.
a good series.
I'm currently watching Severance.
Ooh, nice. That's a Apple Plus, yeah?
Apple TV, yeah, with Adam
Yeah.
Scott.
Bill Lawrence is producer? Or no? Because I know he did Shrinking.
It's not Bill Lawrence, it's, what's his name? I can picture his face. Ben Stiller.
Okay,
is
nice.
Producer and director. It's a little on the dark side. I'm gonna be honest about that.
hmm
Shrinking was good as well. I watched that.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. That was very good.
Watching Harrison Ford as grumpy old man Just incredible, absolutely incredible. Unfortunately, Jason Segel plays the exact same character he plays in everything, which, to be fair, is a good bit, but it's not plowing any new furrows for him.
I enjoyed it a lot. But yeah, no, Harrison Ford being grumpy and pounding fun dips is fantastic.
It's good. It's a good time. It's a good time.
Good old fun dip.
Wow. Jordan back on the transition game. Wow. There's a lot of cars moving a lot of directions, man. Something about this track, just the way it's set up. As you can see just off in the distance there, the Tacoma making its way to the pit lane, at which point we will go green. May do one additional lap just to make sure everybody is formed up behind the safety car here.
Yeah.
By the way, under this caution period, the 909 Automatic Racing GTU did pick up a 1-lap penalty for passing under yellow.
Ooh.
So, unfortunately for them, trouble early on, just over 2 hours into today's event.
Well, the good news is it's a 2-day event, so we can get some nice running in today and learn the car a little bit more, and then be ready to rock for tomorrow morning. Wind still whipping away furiously. You can see the flags on the flag stand. I think that's really the best indicator of how windy it is, where he's not having to hold those straight. That is just the wind.
So I'm thinking this full course yellow might just really benefit Palomar here. My understanding is the 38 had not yet pit. After the 29 and the 550 had. Because Palomar did inherit the lead there for a bit. They are currently in second.
There's a lone E46 BMW at the front of the safety car queue. A few, we call it 100 yards ahead of the safety car, trying desperately to get back around to the end of the queue, and I don't think they're going to make it. But just about everybody else is formed up here, so I imagine we'll go green shortly. But that's going to be a traffic situation right off the bat when we go to green here. So hopefully they can get a wiggle on here.
Do we know what color the BMW is?
Silver and blue and red, maybe.
That might be 3D Racing, the number 80 in GTO.
All right. No, it's not the winged car. It would definitely be a GP2 car, whatever it is.
Oh. In that case,
we could probably just about catch it in the next camera, Jordan.
Maybe Operation.
Operation. Yeah, that one. Can you help me place this call?
Yeah,
It's
that
not
could
really
be
silver,
the 31, I'm not sure.
Okay, cool. There we are. Oh, this camera's back? It's live? Oh, yes. oh, yes.
The professor back at it again with the transitions. So this restart's going to make it rather exciting up there in the GTO field. You're going to have Lupe Tortilla and Moorhead Speedworks together for the restart. And Moorhead was really chasing down that 188 just prior to the full course yellow. So going to be interesting to see what they can do here when we get set for the restart, which looks like is coming up just about now.
Indeed it is. The safety car pulls in. It's going to be up to the lead car to decide when to go. And indeed they have decided to go. The 290 was the fastest car on track up until the yellow flag, but their speed, I think after the pit stop, had increased substantially, in addition to the track getting drier. They're going to be right on the tail of the 188 here.
This has really closed up the rest of the field here on this restart. As you see the leaders battling off in the distance there. Looks like that pass for the lead might be getting set to happen here momentarily, guys, as the Ginetta is up to the tail end of the 188 Lupe tortilla machine.
We're just going to wait for it to come into the turn 6 camera here. Oh, perhaps they've already gone through. There they are. There it is. Yep, and it's closed up, the 290. You just see the speed of that Screaming Goat racing car as it comes down the hill there. It was moving quite rapidly. 290 right on the rear bumper of the 188 now. They're going to head to this off-camber turn 12. Yep. Oh, just staying absolutely on the rear bumper of that BMW. I wish I could hear the sound on this camera. I imagine it sounds quite good. And every now and then I have to remind myself to look up the YouTube feed and see how clear the camera actually is, because I look at the Discord feed and I'm always disappointed. Now this will be a good opportunity for the number 29 to set some stable lap times here to try to make up some time. The 290 is still right on the rear bumper of the 188. They're going to show to the inside here coming up into turn 3. Not quite enough time to get it done. I think the M4, by the time it gets its legs really moving here, 3rd, 4th gear, a little bit difficult for the less powerful Ginetta to get on turns there. That Ginetta much lighter than the M4, so you truly are going to see the ebb and flow of powerful car but heavy car against lightweight car. And the 290 is going to try it on the outside potentially. And no, they're going to cut back in. Still showing the nose. They're going to try it around the outside here. I can just about see them as they move off into the distance. They're going to be, oh, their door. No, not quite. So the 290 runs out of room, pulls back in, and they're going to head back down the hill. You'll see them pop up on the camera here shortly. Down through the carousel, still on the rear bumper, but that GTO or GTU car drawing ever closer. So they are losing time battling with each other. They're going to come down the back straightaway, and we'll see them come up into turn 11 and then back down into turn 12. That GTU car right up in the mix now. And there they go.
Man, I gotta say, unlucky break for Screaming Goat. It looks like because of where the safety car came out.
GTU, I'm sorry, JT. That GTU car is really trying to get past.
Yep.
Going to come down here into turn 15 and back to the front straightaway. So this is where the 188 is going to have its advantage here. Back on the main straight, they're going to try to stretch out as best they can. The 290 still pulls out, show the nose. And they're going to go down the inside. I think a nice fake move given there. Ooh, not quite enough space, but they're going to have a good run up the hill out of turn 2. Up the chute. I think this might be it here. Indeed, they are going to break down on the inside, and they do make the move here. So they have passed the 188 successfully. I think they're going to disappear off into the distance now, and the 188 will now have to hold off the round 3 racing in P01.
Yeah, that MP01, the number 1 car had done a 201.6 last lap, while the other cars were doing a higher 203. So it's pretty quick. It's not the fastest. The 58 last time through, I believe, had done a basically just under 201.
Jordan, can you go back to the well, that would be a turn 10 camera, because there's the Stratus NP01s are currently being held up by the and there we go, the round 3 car able to get around the 188. but we're going to see both Stratuses, the leaders in class, being held up by the Ligier. What does the overall look like right now? They're trying to get back to the front of the field right now, right? That's them hunting down the leaders?
Yeah, so they're basically 13 seconds behind Moorhead at the moment.
So I would posit, I'm going to look at the data here, that if the round 3 racing car is attempting to get around the leaders right now to try to get the lap back, that these Stratus cars are going to catch the GTO cars quite rapidly once they can clear the traffic that they're dealing with.
Yeah, so they've been running about 3 seconds a lap quicker last time through, I believe.
Yeah, so you can see there that round 3, that's the blue and white in PO1, already having closed down half the distance between the M4 and the Ginetta, and there are the 2 Stratus cars, again, still tucked up right behind that Ligier.
Yeah, blue flag is advisory, not mandatory.
Indeed.
So last time by, as you see on the bottom of your screen there, the Moorhead Speedworks car made that pass on the Lupe Tortilla 188 and nearly dipped below the 2-minute lap time mark with a 2-minute flat lap time to lead the way here, 4.4 seconds quicker than the 188 of Lupe Tortilla, and now that gap at 4.3 seconds last time by.
Just watching the ebb and flow here between the Stratus cars and this Ligier, I think the Ligier gets a little bit more aero efficiency down the straights. It's very difficult for the Stratus cars to try to catch him on the straight, and then by the time they get to the corner, it's already got just enough of a gap that they can't actually make the move. I hope that we see more of those, because that's going to be an interesting dynamic to watch within the GTU class, I reckon. After they get some miles underneath that car, they'll be quite competitive, I reckon. Rapscallion knows how to build and set up a car for WRL. Having tried the NPO1 experiment themselves, I think Scott Michaels, who occasionally joins us, had some insider information on that they were trying to do some custom stuff on that car, I believe. It just wasn't quite playing ball with what they needed.
A bit of a scoring update here. The Blaze Racing 118, that's your 4th place GP1 car, picked up a 1-lap penalty for passing under yellow as well. That one was just reported a couple of moments ago. So unfortunately for them, they were in contention to potentially get up there on the podium early on. Now going to be a lap down.
So that round 3 racing number 1 has now passed the leader. I believe that puts them back on the lead lap here.
Yep, under a 59.
Yep.
So no, that puts them 1 lap down now.
Oh, 1 lap down. Okay, got
it.
So they need another one.
Actually, no,
Stratuses. Yeah, you can see right here on the straight, maybe they're holding up a little bit to give themselves a better run through the corners, but they just cannot get to the back of that Ligier. The Ligier was about a 1.5 seconds adrift of the whole time, which was set by the round 3 racing squad. But as I kind of mentioned at the top of the broadcast, especially when it was slippery out, I think we're still going to see that the Stratus cars have the race pace over the round 3 car, just because that car is so new to round 3. And there really isn't anybody else on the planet, I reckon, that has run the NPO1 as many miles as Stratus Racing has. They're still behind the Rapscallion Ligier up there. Is the Ligier, like, are they catching at all? Here, let's see. The one thing I can't do on this timing monitor is look at the overall, which is unfortunate. Pull up a race monitor for that, because that's the only that is the thing that race monitor is good for, is looking at the overall.
So basically the front running GTOs have been running 202 203s, whereas the Stratus cars have been doing 202 flat, 2014 last time by for the 59, while your round 3, the number 1 car has been doing 58, basically a 59 flat. Yeah, something I did want to mention earlier, the 29, unfortunately, by the looks of it, my understanding, was caught out by the position of the leaders and the safety car. Unfortunately, I believe it was like third or fourth in line behind the safety car, whereas the leaders in GP1, fifth gear and Palomar, unfortunately, were able to beat the safety car out, essentially gaining almost a full lap on the Screaming Goat BMW. So they've got about a 2-minute lead over the 29 and third.
So I figure I'll try this the same way Brendan does it. Gentlemen, we have a guest. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. We've got Cade here, actually, from the Screaming Goat Racing BMW in GP2. If we just pull up my fancy timing.
Nice. I was just talking about.
Or GP1. I'm all over the place. It's
Yeah.
29. They're currently in third place. Cade, you just got out of the car, my understanding. This morning, at the top of the race, I saw just as you came through into turn 1 here, it got a little squirrely. How difficult is it to drive an LS-powered E46 in the wet like that?
At the beginning, it was quite hard, actually, because, well, at the start especially, I was braking offline and didn't anticipate that, and that's why I went quite deep into turn 1, and then had the issues offline into turn 2. But once we got 3 or 4 laps in and we got enough temperature in the tires, once this track, at least online, the surface is not very rough. It's still polished a lot.
Okay.
So when you go offline, there's a big difference in grip. So
okay.
It was not too bad once you got offline. The only really issue was traction from the torque. So
got it. Okay. Is that why we see people here with it? Because I know that you guys are local adjacent at a minimum.
Well, I've never raced this track.
Oh, you've never raced this
This is
track?
my first time here.
Okay, gotcha. Is that why we're seeing people, especially, about 45 minutes ago or so, where it seems like there's a lot of lines available?
Yeah, I think there was a lot of people trying different lines, but I think there was, up until right before we had our first pit stop, it was still pretty much the fastest way to go is as far outside as you could.
Okay.
And then it started to dry just enough where you could run the normal line.
Okay.
And then everybody slowly graduated back to that.
I gotcha. And it seems like in the last 35 or 40 minutes, the track has really dried out as the wind has picked up as well.
Yeah, just the cloud cover rising, the sun coming in some more, the wind, and plus just when you're going slow, you're not putting a lot of energy and temperature into the track surface. So as you start getting drier, it dries faster and faster and faster because your cars are going faster and they're putting more heat into the track.
I see. How has it been racing around 7 of those GTU cars?
Honestly, I was passing most of them in the first stint.
In the beginning, it seemed like you were making some moves on some of them.
Yeah, it was honestly kind of, it's still unnerving being near a car that small when especially when you're doing the overtaking.
Right.
And you don't know, and they're seeing a GP1 car, they're like, he's probably not going to pass me.
Right.
So in that sense, it's you're hoping that they realize you're there. But other than that, I mean, most of the drivers, at least now, have calmed down enough that it's not too scary when you're racing and you're getting passed by lap traffic.
Okay. Gotcha. So this season, I know you guys are Texas-based. Are you trying to do a Texas-only schedule again, or are we going to see elsewhere?
We'll see elsewhere. We're going to try to run 5 or 6 races this season, hopefully.
Perfect.
And so at that last safety car, we pit and change drivers. The reason why we're in third and almost a lap down is when we came out of the pit, we just barely got beat by the safety car, and so we didn't get to go back all the way around.
Gotcha.
But I think we're at least a half pit stop ahead of both the other 2 cars.
Right.
So,
and as with GP1 and GP2 to some extent as well, there's always going to be a bit of a strategy play going on. So everybody's got a little bit different engine setup. You got a lot of different cars now. You got the Porsche, you got the old E36 with the straight 6 motor. You got you guys the V8. You got Blaze. There's a lot of different options there as far as pit strategy. Is it a place where you can save fuel? Is that something that enters your guys' minds? I know that you guys get pretty decent runs out of your tank anyway, but is that something that comes into your guys' thinking, like, hey, let's try to check up a little bit and save some gas and save a stop, or are you not that close?
Sometimes, yeah, that's a choice, especially if we're getting towards the last half of the race. We start thinking about that more. I hadn't thought about fuel saving spots on this track, but this feels like a track where you could save a lot of fuel just lifting and coasting and carrying momentum and braking way later. So I think this is a track you probably can save a lot of fuel at. So that might come into play with the teams later on and seeing if people try to stretch the tank to make it.
I gotcha. So this is a track that I have never done on like sim racing or anything. Apparently there's an Assetto Corsa mod for it, but I haven't seen it.
I actually used it to practice. It's okay.
It's okay. Okay. That kind of 13, 14, that S is before you turn right to come back towards the pit lane. When I was out there in my rental car, granted it's a small SUV, it's a little different, it seemed like it would be hard to find a rhythm in that section. Have you figured that out?
You can't treat it as two corners. You have to treat it as one corner, and it's a very, very tight corner.
Okay.
Especially in the wet, I mean, you're doing like 20, 30 miles an hour.
Okay.
It's very slow. So, and then in the dry, it's a weird corner because you have to slow down a lot for the first apex, but then it's almost as soon as you get done with that corner, you're full throttle trying to get the track out because the track opens up quite a lot.
Right.
So you can get in the gas quite early, but you have to slow down a lot for the first part of the corner.
Okay, got it. Because I even just driving through there at like 30 or 40, I was looking, I'm like, I don't know what I would do here. Like, this is a little bit on the tough side. And then I don't know if you've seen, I've got this camera up at turn 12. Jordan, if you could pull that up, that would be lovely. Yeah, so talk me through this one, because I know you got that turn 11. You're slowed way down, but you're going uphill. So are you on the gas all the way from the apex here? Are you breathing as you get to the peak to find the apex and not get the car unsettled? How are you doing?
So as we come up right past the apex, you're on full throttle, at least in the dry, you're on full throttle. You go full throttle over the hill, and you turn and you set for the corner, and then you lift or maybe dab the brakes. And in our car, at least, you can take the decent amount of curb, and it won't unsettle the car, and so you can keep the line quite tight. And as soon as the car lands and is on all four wheels, you're back on the throttle again and on the way down to the next corner.
So you can clip the edge of I'm of course pointing. You can clip the edge of the curb right here.
Yes.
And be a lot straighter then. Kind of like that car. Would you go a little bit further over than
More
that
than
one
that,
did?
yeah.
Okay.
Just because the way the corner is and it's downhill, the car is already leaning a lot of weight off the inside.
Right.
So the curb doesn't unsettle it. It's very smooth glide over.
Got it. Okay.
But if you don't have your car set up right, when you hit the compression, it can bottom all the way out on that front, and it can get a little rough on the car and even on the driver if you're bottoming out there too hard. So you have to have that in mind, that you want the car to be at have full suspension travel when you get there, so it's not bottoming out.
Right. Because of the way that this kind of complex is set up, does that mean that you can't make any moves into 11 unless they're like super clean?
No, you can go pretty deep into 11.
You can go deep to 11 and still be in the right angle for
because
this next
being
one.
on the outside of the next corner, the 11's tight enough that you can't really carry much speed around. So if at best you're going to be at like their door, and the outside car is just going to turn in and force your hand to lift off on the next corner. He's going to say,
got it. So you almost want to be on the outside then on that one, and then you have the inside.
Well, no, sorry. The inside of 11 car, when he's outside of 12, he's going to force the car is now inside at that apex.
He's gonna have to check up.
Back up. Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay. See, I had it going the other way, that like if you have enough coming on the outside of 11, if you can
carry enough speed, if like the inside car if you hold him tight and he's understeering and he can't get in the gas and you could get there, then it's absolutely going to be that way this way as well. I don't know if you've heard what happened to the Porsches or not.
No, I have not.
So they were having some pushing oil issues, some blow-by issues yesterday, and they were just hoping it's just a little normal blow-by. We'll add a catch can and it'll be fine. But from what I've heard from them is that they had enough crank race pressure that they blew out the valve gasket at the top.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Jeez. Okay.
Sorry, I was just looking at a BRZ dropping two tires in the dirt.
Oh, I gotcha. Now, I'm trying to watch kind of out of the corner of my eye this brewing battle between the 58 and the 59 and GTUs. After that, those GTU cars lost a lot of time.
Are those the two round 3 cars? Or
no, that's the Stratus car.
two of the three.
Two of the 3 Stratuses. And I think the third one is like not that far behind. But after all those GTU cars lost a ton of time in the morning with the no temp in the track, no temp in the tires. They got less tire, and now they're starting to catch the GTO field.
One of the things with the GTU cars we've noticed, at least in the wet, is I think because they're so light, it's very hard for them to get temperature into the tires.
Yeah.
And so they struggle a lot. And because they don't have a big tire, they don't have a lot of tread, so they can't go through them. And most of them are running tires without very much tread anyways.
Yeah, because and like rightfully so, that they want the little bit softer tire with the less grip on it.
Because they're light enough,
they're trying to get a smaller car.
They don't need, the wear isn't that bad, but
Yeah.
this car's so light anyway, so.
And they take the mechanical grip anywhere they can get it. If the tire's small, then they want to get the grippier tire.
I was pretty interested to see how the Ligier was doing. I think it was leading up until it broke and caused that last full course yellow, which
I think that they were behind the 58 and 59. They were about to be lapped, but now, yeah, it's the same as it's been. So they've caught the Lupe Tortilla car, which is what I expected. But they cannot get past this Ligier, and I was talking about it a little bit. It seems like that Ligier is way better down the straights, I think, aerodynamically. And so the Stratuses, they can't, you'll see it right here. They're going to close up reasonably well. And then we're going to come back to this straight, and by the time we get to 11, they'll have been even further behind because it's just, I think, that much more efficient in a straight line.
I don't know if it's the efficiency. I think the Ligier has a V6 versus the Stratus's four-cylinder,
right?
And the Ligier, to my knowledge, is at least a little bit heavier, a decent bit heavier, so they can run more power. So that's obviously going to offset itself during the straightaway.
Right.
And the Ligier, to what I would assume, has a little bit more downforce, so that's why it can carry enough speed that it can get away on the straightaways to make it a pain for those the Stratus MPO1s.
Yeah.
Which we've been there before when we ran our BMW and GTO, where we were lighter cars but with less power, and it's very frustrating when you get behind somebody like that. You're faster, but you can't pass because where you're faster, it's not enough to get away. Even if you pass them, they'll just go back by you.
And we're going to see them come down into turn 1 right here, so it'll be turn 1 up there, and then you just see that they're trying. You can see the car wiggling. They're trying to get up the tail end of that thing, but it just, as it gets to the braking zone, starts to pull a gap. I think at a bigger track, it would be a bigger problem.
Yes.
I think here they're fortunate to be at a twisty track where they can hold on. But yeah, you just see through here, going down through that turn 5. Just able to pull it. And then the Stratus, it's like they can get on the gas. They catch a little bit.
They catch an acceleration, but once they get up into the higher speeds, it'll pull away.
Yeah.
And I was gonna make a joke here, but those true Stratuses are so close, you'd almost might think they want to bump draft past them, but
right.
Unfortunately, not allowed.
No, not a thing we can do here. They certainly can draft each other, even in the more traditional sense.
And so also, it's been interesting to see how that, I believe the local BRZ FRS 6, the silver one in GP2, how far and how fast and how close they are to us in terms of V1 cars in terms of lap time, and how far they climbed up the field after the restart.
Yeah, I watched that car go through tech, and I was pleased to see that they had made the jump from running what was traditionally a GP3 car. I think they took a little bit of weight out of it, and there's still a little bit of drift on the overall power that they could be making, because I think they got the car as light as they could get it. And especially at this track, like, this is a good opportunity for them to, climb the order in GP2 and be doing just fine.
I've talked to one or two of those people that run those cars.
Mm-hmm.
With the stock engine, the stock engine that's in those cars, you can't quite make GP2 power to weight on horsepower, even at full light as you can get it.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you could add more modifiers if you wanted to get there. So I don't know if that's what they did, but I do know with the newer cars, like the 2 teams, I think, maybe only one team is running here. Those with the slight vigor and displacement can make GP2 quite easily. And so I've heard some people are swapping those into there. And on the note of them moving up from GP3 to GP2, it was one of my thoughts last year that they should, WRL in general should merge those two classes together and bring GP2 down maybe 0.1, 0.8 down in power to weight.
Right.
And merge those two classes together to get better car count, because GP3 got maybe 5-6 cars a race.
Right.
GP2 was healthier, but it was still not as big as GP1 or GTO. And so I think something like this, where we only have 5 classes, there's less delta between the fastest cars and the slowest cars, which is better, in my opinion. And there's less for race control to manage in terms of paying attention to every single class. There's the whole S class to pay attention to. And the competition, I believe the competition for those cars would get better for both sides of those classes that would be merged to one.
Absolutely. I love the GP2 class. I think it's, the GP3 is cool in much the same way that GP4 was cool. If you're running something that's like a B-spec car, basically, like that's fun. A 1.6 Miata, whatever. It's cheap.
And maybe I know we tried it a couple years ago, and I don't think we've done it since, the GT and GP only races. Maybe if we wanted to go back to that, we'd have a GP3 and a GP4, so you could still have 4 classes in there. But I don't know that in one of these mixed races, obviously GP4 would be something chaos, but I don't know if GP3, just through virtue of the lowerish car count, that it should stay as its own thing rather than being brought together with 2.
Right. I had this theory when they were doing the split classes, where they should have done the split should have been GTU and GP2, and then GP1 and GTO. Or even you could go the other way and you could do GTO and GP2, and then GP1 and GTU, and so you get a little bit more of a delta split there. That way it's a more cut and dry, speed difference. But there could be an angle to do that. I was told no.
I think primarily the reason for that was just, well, at least when they were trying that, there was at least like 25 plus car counts for GTO every race. So it was, in some races 40 plus cars. So it was the issue was not necessarily the speed difference. It was lots of people want to run these races. How can we let everybody that wants to run these races?
Right. Absolutely. That was a cold day, though. Did you go to that GTO only? Were you guys at that one? Or
no, I don't believe so.
So that GTO only at Road Atlanta was cold. It was like cold and gray. It was like into February, and it was like, ugh. But it was a great race. People would get out and they're like, hey, it feels like a Michelin Pilot Challenge race. You're just doing what you got to do and trying to get the race everybody around. And there were times that they wouldn't see any lap cars, for a whole stint.
Yeah, but in some ways that could be a positive, but in some ways I feel endurance racing in particular, a large strength of it is how good can you be in traffic, both as a lapper and being lapped. And managing traffic on both sides is a very important skill.
Right.
And the best drivers in my mind, are always the ones that can manage their traffic the best. So they know where to pass, where to not lose time, and where to let and conversely where to let the other cars pass, and to both not lose themselves time and not lose the faster cars time and make them frustrated with it.
All right. It looks like one of. Oh no! I was just gonna say the 58 or no, the 59. The blue one 59. Had got around to the Ligier and then just spun it on the edge of turn 15 here.
Is he gonna get stuck? No. We almost had a. Is that the accident? Yes.
Yeah.
It seems like he's going to get going right here.
Right.
We had one of the automatic MPO ones go off into 3 when I was in the wet, and obviously those cars are very limited visibility.
Right.
He was just merging back in, so it was a pretty sketchy rejoin. But I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He probably couldn't see anything because the side windows on those cars are practically useless. So, and they obviously don't have a rear window.
Right.
So.
There was a rejoin down here that was I think it was the round 3 race. It was the red one, which I think is the 10. And it looked like they were getting high centered, and they were just trying to spin the wheels right here at the edge at 2 on the outside. And it seemed like by the time it gripped up and actually moved off the thing, because he had been trying to do it, and it's like looking down, trying, another car had come up, and everybody was like way heads up about it, and it ended up being fine. But I can see how, especially when you're on the edge of this track where there's a little bit of a crown there, you want to keep it moving a little bit.
Yeah, well, and particularly that was in the wet, so the grass is wet. You don't want to
Yeah,
stop.
exactly.
And also, that section of the track is all downhill and falling away from the track, off track. So it's you want to keep moving. I also don't know if any of the MPO1s run a rear view camera. I think the Ligier does because of the P3s.
Right.
But I don't know if any of the MPO1s do.
I don't know either now that I think about it. I feel like I've seen it discussed, but I don't think I've actually ever seen it on the car. So I'm sure Stratus would be the ones to tell us that, like, yes, we are doing that, or no, that's not a thing yet.
So how many cars do we still have already? I think we only had a
Total
1, maybe 2
So,
retirements.
should be
We had a bunch
37
not
out there right
start
now.
was the problem. We're at 38 have set times. Oh, so that's right about where we want it to be.
So yeah, I don't think one car missed. Greg?
Well, it would have been wheel choice, right?
No, they made 4 or 5 laps.
Yeah, the
Oh,
522's 38th. They did
Okay, so
5
we're at
laps.
37. Well, Zipa's out right now? Question mark.
No,
Uh,
Zipa's out there.
Yeah, I thought,
Okay, cool.
I thought I saw. Yeah, they're still running right there.
Yeah, the only car that hasn't come out is the 55 from AOA. The 85 is out there.
Which would be the E92
Yeah.
GP1 car.
These are the GP1 cars.
Yes.
that didn't come
Yeah,
out.
yeah, it is a GP1. It was just listed as a 2011 BMW.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 55 is listed as a 2020 BMW.
Yeah. The other AOA car is a new CSR. So
Well, this M2 is up
in
there.
one. Yeah. I
But
believe.
it's showing that the 55 is in GP1.
Yeah.
Yeah, both.
You can race.
Oh, they're both on it.
You can race now in WRL. Some factory built cars are allowed to race in GP1, like the M2 and like those 235i's.
Right. No, what I'm saying is that the car that hasn't started.
Oh,
it
sorry.
says
Yes, the 55 is
GP1.
probably the E92.
Is it right? But I thought that was a GP2.
Oh,
It might just
sorry.
be miss. Yeah, they just both made GP1. That's what I guess. Okay.
Yeah, initially one was registered under GP2, but they're
Changed.
both since.
I
Yeah.
think they would have a hard time getting that car to GP1 if it's a 330. Like that's a lot of power to find in that engine. It's a stout engine. It's not a performance thing. The N52.
It seems like the track's pretty much completely dry now.
Yeah.
Maybe very slight spots where it's still wet, but of course, obviously, the grass is still going to be wet. So you still got to be
Right.
careful.
So if you catch up to the 5th gear car, what's your move? 'Cause they're making power and lap time probably much different to how you guys do, as far as they've got mid-engine, they've got a little bit smaller car, they've got smaller motor. Are you on par with them, or my thinking is that they drive the car in a completely different way because it's a different car?
I don't think so. When
No?
we race them in, well, we run all the modifiers, so we actually don't run that much power.
Okay, got it.
Like the Zeppelin car pulls us down the straight so.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, when I passed them in the wet, the cars were not too dissimilar. We're about the
Okay.
same straightaway speed. He had more traction, obviously, because he has more weight over there in the wet. But I don't think it's going to be near as big a thing in the drive. So I think that's pretty similar. Yeah, where you pass them, it's going to be hard for. When I did it, there was a lap car pick, and he just took it careful in the wet and broke early behind it, and I took the opportunity and broke and got past into 11. But yeah, it's probably going to be somewhere making a move under brakes, maybe getting a good enough drive to just barely get alongside down the straightaway and just complete the move.
Gotcha. Makes sense. Well, Kate, do you have anything else? Anything else you want to share?
I don't think so.
No? Okay, well, thank you for coming up and chatting. I appreciate it. Let me know tomorrow
Yeah.
how your race ended up going. If we're here tomorrow and you guys have won, then I want to hear about the heroic comeback.
Yeah.
If you'll have lost, I want to hear the excuses, obviously.
Okay.
So,
Well, yeah, I'd just like to say thank you to you, you and to Jordan and to everybody else here, and especially since y'all running 3 events this weekend.
yeah.
Yes. So.
we're trying. It's been a sketchy start. I think tomorrow will be perfect, so we'll be good to go. But Cade, thank you very much for coming by with Screaming Goat Racing. Currently in 3rd position, the number 29. That's the red and white BMW E46 with the great big V8 motor in it.
It's not that big. It's only 4.8.
Oh,
now.
it's a 4.8.
It was
Oh,
6.3.
so it was this big one. Okay, got it. See, that's just the truck motor then.
Yes.
Okay, got it. That makes a lot more sense. Because you were saying, well, I'm taking all the modifiers, and like in my head, I'm like, that's still a big motor to try to sleeve down that hard and turn the fuel down and all the everything.
We're running less than 60% throttle weight on that car.
Interesting. Okay.
And it makes less than 280 horsepower.
So it should last a season or 2 or 3.
That's the idea.
That's the
yes.
hope. Okay. Alrighty. Well, fair enough. I think we're going to take this moment to do a little bit of an ad, and then we'll do a rundown of the thing. So, KBK, thank you very much for coming by and saying hi.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
No, we switched to Dakota last year.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah. Road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
The smart choice in racing tires.
Cross contact.
LX
Smart
Sport.
choice.
Welcome to Texas.
We're here. We are in Texas. You know what they say? Texas is very flat. Except it's not, because we're here at Eagles Canyon Raceway in Decatur, Texas. Just about, call it an hour and a bit from Dallas-Fort Worth area. I suppose by the legal definition, this probably is still technically in the Dallas MSA. So you could say that we are still in the Dallas area. Much less traffic than you have in Dallas. Anyway, it's the World Racing League, powered by Continental Tire. The best cross-contact in tires. I'm Ryan West. We've got JT Tammy and Robert Hill Jr. Jordan Worth has very kindly pulled up a map with nothing on it. I appreciate that.
It's a big dot on it.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough, yeah. So as you can see, there is no weather. Weather does not exist. It is completely clear and sunny from here all the way to West Africa.
I can see the snow I'm getting.
Nope. Fake news. Fake news.
It's cold here too.
I just need a Sharpie to draw in where JT's snow is at.
I get like 2 days a year of snow, so you know what? I'm happy.
That's it?
Yeah.
It's Seattle.
Oh, I'm jealous. Oh, man. We're lucky to get 2 days a year without snow. Welcome to Canada.
I mean, Seattle's basically Canada South.
Yeah.
You know, you're in pretty much Vancouver. Apart from the fact that it's not that close. But a mere boat ride away.
That's right. Not too far. Not too far.
JT, does where you live in the region require the usage of the ferry or no?
There's a major ferry system. I do not need to use it.
But
no.
you don't need to use it. Do you ever just take it like for fun? Like, oh, let's go on the ferry.
I've taken it to and from a autocross or racetrack.
Okay, all right.
But no, otherwise, unless I need to get out to one of the islands for whatever reason, for sightseeing or an event.
Gotcha. I just, growing up, that was like the whole reason I enjoyed going to see my relatives in Port Orchard was like, oh, we get to take the ferry. You can like get out of the car and like walk around on the ferry and like eat a bagel. And then get back in the car and then you're there. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like 4-year-old me, 5-year-old me was very, very intrigued by that.
It still is cool. I like it.
All right, that's fair enough. I was saying, I wish they had car ferries in the Bay Area. But that would be a just nightmare. Absolute nightmare trying to unload a car ferry at the Embarcadero. No chance. No chance that's going to work. So we're going to do a little bit of a rundown here. GTU, we've got the 58 followed by the 60. The 59 had dealt with some lap traffic in the Ligier LMP4 car. And then almost as soon as it had taken that position back, spun on the outside of 15 and kind of fell back down through the order. So that 59, which was last year's championship winning car, now down in third in GTU. The number 1 of round 3 racing in fourth. In GTO, we've got the overall lead, the 290 of Moorhead Speedworks, followed by the Lupe Tortilla 188. That Lupe Tortilla and the 290 are split by that GTU top 2 right now, so they're not tremendously close. Gotta turn off the other microphone there so we can get any echoes. Not tremendously close. But the 188 is followed by the number 99 and then the 68. So that's the GTR 99 BMW and the 68 Aston Martin. And it's an Aston Martin 4.5 between Speed Syndicate and the 89X Motorsports Aston Martin. I feel like I said Aston Martin a lot. Then we're followed by the number 444 of Bruce Innovations. And then the 246 of TCB Racing, the lone Supra entrant here today. In GP2, we have the Garage 66, Toyota Scion thing. BRZ, thank you. Yep, that one. One of the 3 of them. Followed by the number 151 of Kerdog Racing. I don't know why I pronounce it like that, but anytime I see DAWG, I feel like you have to put a little bit more.
I feel like that's the only way to pronounce it, though, Ryan. Yeah. It's how it has to be.
I saw them at Tech as well. They're very nice people. Very cool car, really cool build. I had mentioned it earlier that car is actually an automatic road car. They've converted, so they're happy with the automatic transmission on that, and they seem like they're doing pretty well. So we'll take it. They're about 1 lap down, roughly 3 minutes 17. The gap to GP2 lead there, and then the Palomar Racing car another lap behind the Kerdog car. That is the Palomar Racing BMW E36 with kind of a split campaign there, 1 in GP1 and 1 in GP2 here this weekend. In GP1, we've got the number 550 Fifth Gear Motorsports. That's the Porsche Cayman at the front of GP1, followed by the number 38 of Palomar Racing and then the 29 of Screaming Goat Racing. We just had Cade McKee up here speaking about that car. Give me a little bit of insight on the track. I always like the insight and information from drivers about how and what to do on tracks, especially ones that I haven't personally, driven either in person or on the sim. Always nice to have that little bit of insight. Local folks know it best because they'll talk about what people do and don't do, the mistakes that they see frequently. Those are always fun stories to hear. So if you are a local to this track and this is kind of your place, I'd love to chat with you. So just come on down to the sort of hospitality wing here that faces turn 2, the first door on the right. Just got to come in, say your piece, and get out. I can't have people hanging out outside, but I do have a nice little green room set up here with a couch and some stools, leather chairs, a coffee table. There's a sink. You could do some dishes if you wanted to do dishes. Microwave. You could warm up some popcorn. Got a lot of options here. This is the nicest commentary booth I've ever had. So want to live it up a little bit, but of course respect the nice building and the nice rules that the folks have given me here at Eagles Canyon Raceway. That's all I got.
Well, it definitely sounds like you have a nice spot up there.
That wasn't all I had. I lied. I'm sorry. Screaming Goat only 30 seconds behind the number 38 of Palomar. Okay, now I'm done.
Yeah, that gap has been coming down consistently, several seconds a lap. As we were finishing the interview with Cade, it had been at about 45 seconds. So the Screaming Goat car did get caught out by the safety car position, and they have been having to claw back that 2-minute gap to the front of the GP1 field. The Porsche Cayman has been running quite similar times to Screaming Goat's BMW, just slightly slower by a couple tenths usually. But unfortunately, the Palomar entry is running a few seconds off of that GP1 front running pace at the moment, I should say. So the 29 is starting to catch up to that 38 BMW.
And just a quick note, we mentioned earlier the Blaze Racing 118 picked up a 1-lap penalty for passing under yellow. That underwent further review and was overturned, so the 1-lap penalty has been negated, and they're back on the lead lap.
Yeah, they are currently sitting fourth in class, having gone around the magic developed E36 BMW.
The Automatic Racing 908 GTU, as well as the 469 Rapscallion Motorsports GP2, both cars having 4 off moments just a couple of laps ago, both up in turn number 14, and have been able to continue on, just losing a bit of time out there on the racetrack, but nonetheless staying green and staying in this one. Just taking a look through, it's been really impressive what the Moorhead Speedworks 290 has been able to do since that full course caution restart that we had about almost 2 hours ago now. Wow, time's flying here. Or I should say an hour ago. Times are a little off compared to my local time zone here in our race log, but now leading by nearly a minute over the Lupe Tortilla 188. So that's about a half of a lap between first and second in the GTO field. Lupe Tortilla 188 currently scored 4th overall behind the Stratus 60 and 58, which are your top 2 in the GTU field. Those cars separated by about 13 seconds between first and second in GTU. Taking a look at a couple other gaps in the field. GP1, 5th Gear Motorsports leads by over a minute over the Palomar Racing 38. And then it's 22 seconds back to the Screaming Goat Racing 29, who has definitely closed that gap over the last handful of laps here. I would expect a battle for second at some point, probably within the next stint or so, as these drivers should be starting to somewhat think about a pit stop in the next 25 minutes or so based off of what they did on the opening stint of the day. Almost 3 hours in, though, we're coming up on the conclusion of hour number 3 here at Eagles Canyon in Decatur, Texas. And things have really started to string out a little bit throughout the field. We're seeing some gaps throughout. Not as many huge gaggles of race cars as the drivers find their rhythm, find their spot on the racetrack. And as I say that, we see 6 cars right here in a row working their way around. But nonetheless, a good day so far as the track is really dried off. And a lot of that has to do with the wind that you're seeing here on pit lane. You can see those tents absolutely blowing with today's wind. The fog is also dissipated, and that was pretty heavy when we started the day 3 hours ago here, as you see the Palomar Racing 38 taking over the race lead in GP1. That's because pit stops are underway in that class. The Round 3 racing, number 10 GTU having a 4 off on driver's right moment, 2 minutes or so ago. So last lap up in turn number 8, but have been able to continue on, and everything is A-OK for them.
Been watching a battle out here on track between the number 80 3D Racing BMW and the 64 Open Throttle BMW, running very similar pace. The cars are not in the same class, but nonetheless, they've been running together, matching times. Gap between them has been within a second these past couple laps here.
That, of course, is the battle for 31st overall here this afternoon between 3D Racing and Open Throttle Racing. And, you know, I've been saying afternoon all day. It is finally afternoon as we crack over to noon here in the Eastern time zone. The Stratus 59, that's your third place GTU entry, just ran their quickest time of the day, a 2-minute flat, currently scored 5th overall, as a couple other cars running their quick time. Open Throttle Racing, number 66, down in GP2 with a 2:18.173. Those are your 2 cars that have just run their fastest laps of the event here. The Stratus 59 is currently being monitored for dropping. That was last reported in turn number 14. Of course, we just mentioned they ran their quick time of the event here on the previous lap, so we'll keep an eye out on that one. See if anything further escalates from the report there in turn 14. As it looks like our race leader has just come down pit road. I believe that was the 290 Moorhead Speedworks Janetta just taken to the pit lane. We'll see in just a moment if they do opt to go with the driver change. At about 3 hours in, it is quite possible that the teams are going to make that first change of the day. Drivers, I believe the limit is 3 hours per driver. So being 3 hours into the event, if a driver has stayed in since the start, now would be the time to come down and make that swap out. As we had a spin by the 68 down in turn number 14. 14 has definitely been a trouble spot here today. That, of course, the Speed Syndicate GTO car that was scored in position number 8 last lap. They have continued on.
So something this will be interesting to watch. Obviously, this is race number 1 of the first weekend of WRL. But a lot of the traditional championship frontrunners are not here this weekend. You've got NFC, last year's championships did not make the trip out here to Decatur, Texas in the AMG GT4 cars. You have Round 3, who in the past had been running the Porsche. They are now in GTU. Remains to be seen whether we'll see that car again with the Trimtex sponsorship on it, Josh Blakey driven. We'll see if that car returns or not. So that's out. We don't have the Thunder Bunny Racing, another championship contender most years, has won the championship before with Laura Hayes. They are not here. So we're missing a handful of championship regulars. Kingpin Racing, TLM, of course. They've got the conflict weekend as well for David Tawadi, who's in South Florida right now. This will be a good point weekend for the 290, for the 89 and the 99, as well as the 444. Cars which do try to make the whole season here. And so by getting a good result here and avoiding a DQ, they can give themselves, it's an easier race, quote unquote, easier. I mean, you still have to make the car run for 15 hours and keep everything clean, follow the rules, etc. But easier to earn points when there's contenders that are usually around not taking up positions on the board. So this might be a good opportunity if you are the 89X, the 290, the 99, to try to maximize your best.
Full course caution, Ryan.
Oh, there's another full course yellow. Okay.
You can see in the shot here the 66 is coming to a stop.
But there's also
Exiting
a stopped NC Rapscallion car between turns 1 and 2. I think now that there's a full course yellow, they may just opt to wait until.
That's fun.
Wow.
Yep.
There he is. That's not a very good spot.
No, they do have the wheel turned. Yep, he is moving.
So that's the 135, I believe?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I believe that had been the 4th place car in GP2. Now the question is, did they lose a position to the 66 from open throttle?
I'm clear.
I think this would have been the 135 exiting pit lane. Because
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I saw them on pit road just like 2 minutes ago.
Okay, got it. So here's I just pulled this into the Slack here. Speaking of cars that are not available here this weekend, Jordan, can you display JPEGs or PNGs on the broadcast? All right, can you pull the one that's in Slack right now and throw that up here? So this is a photograph we're going to see from Bill of NFC, of course, Bill and Lanny, the team owners there. Bill Kane, Lanny Toops. Yes, it is. And so what we're seeing here is going to be a WRL first. It's something that I had heard rumblings about a year and a half ago, that this was a thing that was possible. And that, it remained to be seen whether or not it was going to be a thing that happens. Why would you spend more if you don't have to? But it's like kind of the same stuff. And so now it has been confirmed, I believe. Just wait for Jordan to pull that up for us. Yeah, no worries. Hey, we're under yellow, man. We got time. All right, and so that is a Mercedes-AMG GT3 car. And so for those of you who don't know, traditionally at least, a GT4 car, which is what you would see running in GTO more times than not, is meant to be really road car adjacent, really similar to the road car. Like, hey, let's throw the road car out there. We'll put some safety equipment on there. Now, that was the original intent of GT4. It's sort of departed from that to some extent, but they do look genuinely like the street car more times than not. This GT3 car, on the other hand, these were cars that were made with like no regard really for any pretending to be street car close, and it really is just like the same car that they currently would run at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, for example, in the GT class. The same car that they would run in IMSA, for example. I was told at one time that the engine and transmission that's in the AMG GT4 car is the same unit that's in the AMG GT3 car, and that you can simply put the GT4 tune on the GT3 car and call it good. And so, yeah, we have this Bill evidently announcing that is what they're going to be using next season, is an AMG GT3 racing car. A pretty serious race car with a lot of downforce. And so we'll be seeing them in the 2025 season, it says. So they're obviously not here this weekend, but I imagine we'll see them at Barber, given that they're a Louisiana-based bunch. So Alabama, too far of a drive for them. JT. Or I thought somebody was going to say something. Maybe not.
Well, I was going to say, you say next season. That's this season.
This season, yeah. Or next
That's
race.
right.
Yeah.
NFC did race here last year. They're not here this weekend, I assume, because they're just getting this new car ready.
Indeed. I would think that's a safe assumption as well. So I'm excited, man. I understand that it's what's referred to in the realm of sports writing that I'm involved in, what's called GM brain, which is where you have fan bases of sports teams that are so deep into the nitty-gritty, and they're telling people stuff like, well, actually, it's a good idea that we didn't offer our good player a bunch of money because we got to be concerned about the cap space. And that's like the lamest way to be a fan of sports. Like, you should want your team to do cool and fun things. And if your team has good players, you should want them to keep that good player and not be concerned about all the, like, well, we got to think about the long-term implications. So on one hand, like, sure, running a GT3 car is a substantially higher cost. I'm guessing, at least. I would have to talk to them about it. And maybe it's not. Maybe it's not that much more expensive. I'm sure body panels are because you got more aero going on. But if the engine and transmission are the same, maybe the running costs are really similar. So there's that. But I'm excited. It gets me fired up to see that WRL has an inclusive enough rule book that if you're so inclined and want to bring your GT3 car, you can absolutely do that. 100% cool with it. We're going to do it. Let's see what happens, because it is, at the end of the day, a power-to-weight formula in GTO. There's not a whole lot of modifiers. There's a couple things here and there for, like, engine size, things like that. But in general, it's a run what you brung. And, Scott Michaels talked about it, several times when he's been on the broadcast, and he's got a background in motorsports, aerodynamics and engineering. And he's talked about a lot. He said, if it was me building a car for WRL, I'd build a time attack car with all of the aero on it, because if there's no penalty for aero and GTO, then that's just what you should be doing 100%. And so bringing a GT3 car to WRL, I think, is the natural extension of that. You are going to get more aero than a GT4 car. Now, if that becomes an instantly dominant car, I'm sure there will be some adjustments made. There is already a kind of a success. If you win the race, you get a mild modifier situation, which actually hasn't come up a whole lot. I've never seen that be like a problem. Nobody that I've heard from has complained about that, like, ever. So that's nice. Apparently it's doing as intended, trying to equalize the classes. So it'll be subject to that, of course, I assume. So I'm excited. I'm excited that, the rule book is open enough that we can have, Brad bring in a GT3 Cup car, which is like the really fast, fun Porsche single-make car. You can bring that. You can bring a GT car. You can bring an LMP4 car and detune it. You can bring the NP01. It's really one of the last places that have this really open mindset about the things that you can bring and run, and we'll make sure you have a class. And so being able to run GT3 cars on this weekend almost certainly is the cheapest way to run a GT3 car. If you need GT3 testing time with other cars on track, I absolutely can assure you that WRL is the cheapest way to do that. So I'm excited to see it. I know that I might be alone in that opinion. I'm sure there's a lot of team owners in the paddock that might be, frustrated by the fact that we're accelerating the style of car needed. But it's fun. It's a fun, cool new thing. And I personally, as somebody who watches the racing for what it is, I'm excited. I think it's going to be a good time.
Yeah, it's always been, this is what the rule set is. As long as you can make that rule set, run whatever. For a while, it was just always the GT4. It was like a little bit of modifier to it, and you can make it run in GTO. There was a couple cars in GT4 we felt might not be able to be modified enough to race here, but like the Audi, for example.
Yeah, the Audi has a tough time. It really does. Like, that's a hard one. And I've heard that not just from Shift Up Now, but from other owners who have tried, and it's really, really difficult.
All right, we're going to go back to green here. The 68 is going to take us to the green.
So the 68, of course, the Speed Syndicate Aston Martin, they're going to streak off into the distance here. Worth noting, not that different of an engine in the Speed Syndicate Aston Martin versus the GT3 Mercedes. Very similar drivetrains, if not exactly the same, very close. So those Stratus cars are now completely out from behind the Ligier LMP 4 car. That's really cool too, that somebody's one of those. I'm excited. That just makes me so happy. It looks like through turns 4 and 5 there, we had a Palomar car making a move on the outside of another GP1 car. I'm not sure if that was the GP2 or the GP1 car. Making a move around the outside, making it stick. Going up through this next complex here. There is the 290, just clicked through. That's the overall leader at this time. Just check the overall. Oh, are they the overall leader? Let's see. No, the Stratus, the 58 is the overall leader, so they'll have lost that on the pit cycle, I believe. Is that accurate?
That's correct, yeah. They went down just prior to the full course caution.
Okay, got it. So the 58 and the 60 moves GTU back to the lead class here, and they're going to be leading the race overall, followed by the 290 and then the 188. Now the 58 and the 60 had made their way past the 188 on pace alone, and we're in the mode of trying to catch and run down the 290, and of course helped by a strategy call there in conjunction with the pit stop. Again, we've still got about 4 hours and 45 left to go, so anything can happen. There are no bonus points awarded for overall wins as well, I should point out. While it's a cool thing to brag about, it's not exactly a thing that gets watched, from a championship perspective. But I like when there's multiple classes contention for the overall win. As we had mentioned earlier, these GTU cars are going to start coming into their own now that the track is dry. And there's now temperature in the tires. They're going to be able to make a lot better time. It was interesting hearing from Cade McKee that the surface is really, really polished on the driving line, and that it was even more of an issue offline, or it was even more of an issue in the range where you really, really wanted to be offline. We'll talk about that from time to time when you're racing in the rain, especially at places like Road America, things like that, where the line that hasn't been driven on all the time actually has a little bit more grip. And so, indeed, it was nice to hear that. So, yeah, the racing surface is very, very polished online, and you want to try to be off. But now the inverse will be true. You'll definitely want to be on the racing line most of the time, if not all the time, and it'll make passing that much difficult. Being a handling circuit, I also noticed yesterday as I went to place and retrieve cameras during the practice session that there's a lot of tire and kind of grime buildup offline as well. And I think it's going to make passing a little bit shady as you get up onto, frankly, what feels like marbles. As you're trying to brake offline, you can just start to see a little bit of it here closest to the camera, where there's just bits of rubber and debris built up, not quite on the surface. Now, in this turn in particular, you're never going to be that wide. There's no advantage to being out there because of the shape of the corner. You'll never make a pass all the way on the outside like that, but there are places that will get that level of buildup where you may want to make a pass, and you'll have to account for that as you brake and slow down into the turn, attempting to make your move. The car may not be settled the way that you think it ought to be.
And you had mentioned the change of racing line as well. Earlier on, we saw the Moorhead Speedworks 290 running kind of opposite of what the racing line was. Now they're back in that preferred lane, and you can see the change as this race goes along. Of course, earlier on, we were dealing with a bit of moisture as well, which has, I think, all but fully disappeared at this point.
Yeah.
So these drivers definitely dealing with a nice hot racetrack as it continues to heat up throughout the day.
The sun fully up in the sky now. Not very much shadow to speak of at this point. Rapidly approaching midday. sunset tonight at 6:08, so no problems there. The sun may start to get low to some extent, but I don't think we'll have the sun set. So we don't anticipate any dark weather or dark light running. Another big subject in tech today, or not today, yesterday and the day before, was rain lights. Of course, the rain light now mandatory in WRL, and they've opted to go for the FIA standard rain light, which is supposed to flash at in a repeated pattern and not meant to be changing when you hit the brakes. So in much a similar fashion to how the F1 rain lights used to work, where when they would kick them on, they would just flash endlessly regardless of what you did with the pedal. That is the intention behind the WRL rules. We won't have to see that this weekend, but I think at Barber there's some potential for rain. The Stratus Racing number 58 just set a 1:57.1, which makes it the fastest lap of the day so far. They'll be in the 56s, I think, in no time as they get more and more energy into the tire and the track continues to stay dry.
The second place Stratus 60 also picking up some good speed on that last lap. Their quick time of the day at 1:58.082. So the speed's picking up for sure on those Stratus cars. The 3D Racing number 80 in GTO set their personal best of the day just a moment ago with a 2:15.6. So for them, they're picking up some speed, getting a little bit quicker as well. So that's always a positive as the day goes along. And your top three overall is the Stratus Racing cars, with the 58 leading the 60 and the 59. The Moorhead Speedworks GTO currently sitting in fourth, about 25 seconds ahead of the second place GTO car, the 188 from Lupe Tortilla, and the GTR 99 is sixth overall, third in the GTO class.
Screaming Goat has closed within 17 seconds of the leader in GP1. I don't believe they have made their second pit stop yet, though. And indeed, they shouldn't have. That car can run quite long on fuel. There it is right there. I'm just exiting the shot there.
I believe this last time by, Samson Racing Communications retook 6th place in GP1 from TCS Motorsports. Those two cars have been running quite similar pace for most of the day. They've been having a very good fight.
All right, let's see. We're going to hit the expected pit stop time. Laps until pit. Here we go. Nope, that's still not working. Laps since pit? Yeah, all right, cool. Yeah, the entire GP1 class hasn't stopped yet. So...
Well, Palomar had pit just before we went to full course yellow.
It says they've done 78 laps since they... So I'm guessing this is broken as well. That would be my assumption. All right, back to intervals.
Yeah. It's also showing that the GTUs have gone 83 laps since they last pit, and that is definitely inaccurate.
If you look at the lap time history chart, it does illustrate the difference between the dry and the wet quite substantially.
Yeah.
And the times fell off in a hurry, downwards, obviously.
.58.1 for the 58.
So Lupe Tortilla and the 89X, since the dry has begun, are sitting roughly in the same speed column as far as average lap time. They're almost bang on. Moorhead Speedworks about, on average, we'll call it a second faster than the other cars in class. The GTU. All right, here we go. So the 59 and Capstone are running similar times. The 909, the 60, and the 1 are kind of in the same realm now as well. And that's for the last, several minutes. That's, of course, the average. Interesting. I'll learn how to play with that more later. I'm going to press the irresponsible math button way too early.
Oh, here we go.
Just to see what happens. Brendan would, of course, shout at me for that and say that that's a waste of time. And indeed, I don't think it's going to be very accurate, but it'll at least allow us to get an idea of what the computer's thinking. I don't think it's going to be that different to what the running order is, if I'm being really honest. It's especially hard to tell given the rain, but also the drivers have changed since it rained. So, really grasping at straws here. Interestingly, it really expects the 60 to win the race, which is odd because I don't think that car, it's in the lead now, but that car hasn't done a whole lot of leading today. But it really anticipates the 60 over the 59 and the 1. And the 58 much further down the order. The 739's got a shot at 3rd, but is more likely for 5th. Which makes sense given the kind of lap times they're throwing up with that car. GTO. 290 and the 188 on a dead heat for the win. The 89 has an outside chance at 2nd. 99 likely to finish 4th. So that tracks about well with what I would have thought. So indeed, the computer thinks it's a two-way fight between the 290 and the 188 in GTO, which is reasonable. The 188 is only 7 seconds behind the 290 right now. We'll see how that gap ebbs and flows over the next several minutes. You can just see the 188 off in the distance going up towards turn 7, 8.
Ooh, coming across the line here, I believe. Yeah, Magic Developed BMW has moved up into 3rd in GP1, passing the 38 Palomar.
All right. So they're making some good time as well.
Yeah, that was the best lap of the race so far at a 2-minute 10.8.
Both the Stratus 60 and 59 picking up their personal bests of the event so far. The 60 with a 157.99 and the 59 with a 157.62. Bruce Innovations in GTO, the 444, running their quick time of a 207.57, and the Magic Developed 37 in GP1 with their quick time at 210.81. So a couple drivers picking up their quick times of the afternoon here. Just a moment ago, we had the 10 car with 4 off and it did continue up in turn number 14. That's the round 3 racing GTU that is currently scored at 21st overall.
It's also important to note the sister Palomar entry, the 83 in GP2, had passed
Yeah.
Kerdog
It has.
for second in that class.
And by the way, for those keeping score in the GTU field, the 58 Stratus picked up a 1-lap penalty under the previous full course caution for passing under yellow. That call coming a little bit later. But unfortunately for them, that drops them to 5th overall, still 3rd in class. But they've got a lot of work to do if they want to get up there and contend for the win.
And that'll be why it's so bullish on the 60 and the 59 as opposed to the 58.
Correct.
Having the 59 having had that bit of a spin trying to get around the 739. The 60 was a car that was lagging a little bit behind the 58 and the 59. It was the third car, effectively, especially as they were trying to chase down the GTO leaders. That car was a few seconds back, but now that car is in the overall lead, having just stayed consistent. How many times do we talk about it in endurance racing, especially JT, where consistency is the key? You can run the fastest lap, you can have the fastest car, you can have the best drivers, the best equipment, but if you're not consistent, if you're making mistakes, that's going to make it much, much more difficult, and more often than not, the slower car can overcome all the problems or all the disadvantages it may have through just sheer consistency.
Absolutely. Are we possibly seeing the 60 come down pit road here? Waiting to get a timing update here. Our timing monitor says that the 59 moved into the lead about 50 seconds ago.
Yeah, based off of lap timing last time by, it definitely does look like the 60. Maybe not.
Nope. Guess timing issue on our end. Woohoo!
As things appear to have evened out just a little bit, you're going to see on the timing scoring there on the left side of your screen. Showed last time by. There we go. Now it seems to have sorted out here, JT. A 2:01 last time by for the 60 and a 1:59 for the 59. They're separated by 15.8 seconds or so for the top spot. Moorhead Speedworks coming through, still leading GTO over Lupe Tortilla in the 188. Followed by the 58 Stratus car in third in GTU, and the 89X in third of GTO, currently sitting in position number 6 overall. The technology trying to catch up after a winter's break as well. As if we look down the order, the operation number 31 in GP2 just set their personal best time of the day with a 2-minute 20-second 0.65 lap time. So getting a little bit quicker as the day goes along down there in GP2. And I believe that's actually your second place GP2 car. No, that's the 4th place car. I apologize.
Should be, I think, 5th actually, the 31. Actually, no, 4th, yeah, because they did get by the 135.
That's right, yeah. It looks like Rapscallion might have come down pit lane there for their pit stop just a moment ago. So the battles in both GTO and GTU separated by about 17 seconds between first and second in both of those classes. The Stratus 60 over the 59 and the Moorhead 290 over the Lupe Tortilla 188. GP2 separated, currently showing 2 laps between the Garage 66 214 and the Palomar Racing 83. And then GP1, the Screaming Goat Racing 29 has taken over the top spot over the Fifth Gear Motorsports 550, but I do believe the 550 just coming down pit lane for their service here within the last lap or so. So a bit of a shuffle as we approach the halfway point in today's 8-hour race here at Eagles Canyon Raceway in Decatur, Texas. These drivers putting on a good show so far. Seems to be a fairly clean event. We've had 2 full course yellows, both of those just for cars stopped on the racing surface. So mostly single car incidents so far today. We've had a couple bits of contact, but nothing too major, nothing that's warranted any sort of penalties or additional investigation from the race stewards. So a good day and a good way to start the 2025 season here in the World Racing League.
I think Fifth Gear's still out on track, still running 10th overall and first in GP1, I believe with a 17-second gap over Screaming Goat. They had been reported as slightly missing on our timing, but race monitor shows that they are still running 10th.
As we established, JT, our timing is somewhat buggy at this point.
A little bit. That's all right. And you look at the lap times between Fifth Gear and Screaming Goat, and they're very close, both in the low 211s. So not giving much opportunity for the 29 car to close that gap in the GP1 field at this point in time. But as the race goes along, of course, so many things can change. Different factors from weather to traffic, etc., are going to come into play, and we'll see that gap tighten and expand many, many times.
Yep. Yes, it is. Yep, so that's the GTR 99 has spun, and they're currently sitting in this turn 4-5 area, just waiting for an opportunity to turn around here. They have very good vision on what's coming next. They should have a reasonable opportunity coming here to get going. I say they have good vision, and then, yeah, that's...
Well, he's moving again.
There was a bigger gap coming, and no harm, no foul, but also, the car seems to be moving really slowly as well.
Well, as my friend Tom would say, the waiting is the hardest part.
So I think that car's had a problem more so than a simple spin. Trying to get it going here. It's just not making the same speed as it was before. They are staying well off the racing line. You'll see it coming here shortly. There it is, right there. Yeah, you can see slower than even the lower class cars trying to come through turn 10 here.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed. I'll see as it just crests the hill here, going very quickly. Meow. Wow. Not a healthy car, I reckon.
No.
Kurdog Racing only 7 seconds behind the 83 after having been passed by the Palomar Racing BMW.
And full course caution coming out for the round 3 racing number 10 GTU over in turn number 8. They went 4 off driver's right and came to a stop.
Well, I can just see them off in the distance here. It's very, very difficult. Jordan, if you pull up the turn 2 camera, I think it might not be aimed high enough. It's going to be really small. Yeah, it's not quite the right direction. So, nope, can't quite see it. Wow.
Look at that wind.
That is a caution.
Yeah, unfortunately that 10, by the looks of it, has been struggling just a little bit today. It's been noted a couple times by Race Control for quite a few 4-offs.
Oh well, still a new car for the team, and almost certainly for whatever driver is involved. It is getting a little on the warm side. We are looking at, just check that real quick, 75 degrees. And this is supposedly the hottest part of the day is right now as the wind continues to move in when that cold front begins to make its way across the region.
So it seems that the 10 car had a rather rough lap there, had some contact with the 99, GTR 99 entry in turn number 4, and then a couple of corners later went off in turn number 8 and came to a stop there.
So that would have been the reason for the 99 spin and continue situation. And that car
That's
also
correct.
was not in fighting shape. And that's one of those cars that really had a lot to gain here today, the 99, as far as the championship run is concerned. So that's definitely not what they'll want to be seeing. It is good news for the 89 and the 290, as well as the 68 to some extent, to see that car kind of fall down the order on a day where there's points to be had.
Say it's a bit interesting to see the Bruce Innovations running a BMW here this weekend. Noticing it just tucked in behind the safety car here.
Yeah, they've got several cars in their stable now. I think that's still the former JTR car that they have run in the past. But now they've got all those Mustangs at their disposal.
Yeah, maybe this is a customer choice to run the BMW here. I don't know.
Well, Jordan, I think now would be another good time for an ad here while we await the conclusion of the full course yellow. It's time to say hello to Uncle Continental. Uncle Continental, does that work? Is that workable?
No.
That's a deep cut, unfortunately. So people new to the channel, of course, won't quite know what I'm talking about there, and that's fine. It wasn't a very good joke. We'll be right back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Still under full course yellow here at Eagles Canyon Raceway in Decatur, Texas. DriversEye Live covering the first round of WRL here in 2025. I'm Ryan West, followed by JT Tammy, Robert Hill Jr., as well as Jordan Worth. What was a wet morning, wet and slippery morning. Jordan, pull up the highlights package. We'll run that. What was a wet and slippery morning turned into quite the race here. The drama was instant. Oh, there's no highlights package. We can't run the quick 30 with the replays of the spins. Oh, all right. Well, all right then.
A couple cars spun out and stuff. And
Yep.
Welcome to Decatur, Texas.
Jordan, can we take a swing at the onboards? Maybe. Just something to know. Is that a no? Swing and a miss. Okay. All right. Well, you know, we do what we can. I'm told that tomorrow we should have a pretty stable one on the 89X. The current third place runner in GTO, which is a great car to be on board with because the sound is lovely. Giving you the link, Jordan, wouldn't be helpful given that it's not currently on. This is the one that's broken. That should be working when they get it fixed tomorrow.
Technology is great.
The cutting edge of consumer grade, my friend.
That's right.
Jordan's saying, can I show this onboard? And my answer is yes. I've made the executive decision that we're going to go ahead and throw up the TCS Motorsports onboard. Here it is. Oh, well, that's just in that. Oh, you can see my camera. There you go. Look at that. With its 3 feet. Oh, all right. Well, that was fun. They must also be on Verizon because that's where I would lose cell signal when I was talking to Jordan.
It's the thought that counts.
Might work elsewhere on the track.
Yeah. Like, does it, as soon as it comes up to the final turn, Jordan, it should be back to solid-ish. Oh, that's fun. All right. Well, we tried. We're trying. So while we try to sort out some onboards, if they'll play ball.
There we go.
This is it right here. Yes. Beautiful.
Cody Powell on board that car.
Yep, so this is the final turn right here. Yes, this is going to be a good little shot. So we're moving on to the straightaway. Man, Texas, it really is big sky country, you know? It's Montana. It's big sky. Oh, we got the door open. We got open door on the 188. Open door policy.
Oh, that's just additional cooling.
Yeah, I believe that. I mean, there's supposedly really good AC in the BMW. Oh, this one's not really delayed that much either. Pretty good. So you said this is the 22? I don't think it's the 22 because this is a. This is clearly, as I'm watching it go by, it's like an M2 or M240i, which.
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh, that's right. Those are in GP1 now. You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm all over the
TCS
place.
is running a 235 IR.
Okay, gotcha. It is the 22. Yep. Yep. Everybody else was right. I was wrong. It's fine. It's all good. So I believe this was the one that I was told is on a single 4G signal, which is good-ish. It's good enough. It's better than I would have expected Verizon-based phone to be at this time. You can really see, because he's taken the outside, how much lower the track is as you come back down. Really getting this elevation change. Unfortunately, the most dramatic elevation changes is where the service will drop off on this because of the elevation change. You're going uphill here, and we're going back down and to the left, and they're still recovering, as you can see, with the George Lopez truck. Still recovering that number 10. Yeah, see, we're back down here. There's a little rhythm section here, and then this opens up back out onto that big back stretch. And this is where it's going to start to get a little dicey as far as cell service is concerned. And right here, yep. Oh, no, yep, it stopped. Yep.
Give it a moment. Give it a moment.
She'll
come back.
Yeah. So do you see, JT, the hill, like where this camera is? This is where it dropped out. The cell tower for Verizon is to the left, like behind us. And so as it continues going down that hill to the right, you're just completely out of the service.
Yeah, I just wanted to see the space-time continuum be.
Oh,
the fun
okay.
stuff.
I gotcha. So we do have coverage of this area of the track now. I was meant to place a camera right where that porta potty is, to the left, probably 60 yards, and down the hill a smidge. I was meant to place a camera right there, but I had run out of time. When you know you can't service the cameras, there's a fine line between putting the cameras out too early and the battery's going to die, and putting them out too late and being at risk of getting kicked off the track by them wanting to start the race, which is where I was at. So, unfortunately, I had to settle for this shot right here and the other one as well.
That's the one advantage Thunderhill Racing has over other tracks.
Oh yeah, you can go put cameras anywhere, and you can cross the track.
Yeah, you can cross a live hot track. You just have to wait for a large enough gap.
Which technically, JT, you can do at the Nürburgring as well.
Okay, you.
Yeah, if you go to the corner marshal can signal you when you are allowed to cross the track surface.
Yeah.
My favorite was at Thunderhill, where a photographer was standing in the tire marks of where someone had spun. Trackside.
That doesn't sound like the brightest of moves.
It is wild.
No, it was. I'm sure there's still a video of that somewhere because it was in our line of sight from where we had our camera, and I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that he was just going to continue standing there.
Yeah, no, I just remembered one of the years when Flying Lizard had their R8 there. I was shooting the sunrise directly across from pit exit, and just a couple of us just waiting there for a gap in traffic, like 10 feet off the front straight, just to run across.
Indeed. So that white BMW right there behind the yellow one, that is the onboard we had. Jordan says he's going to find other ones, or at least attempting to find other ones. This is it. Jordan says this is the only one. This is the lone wolf, as it were. There's also supposedly one that's using satellite connectivity somewhere. Jordan, I think that might have been the one that I was spoken to about with, yeah, it was either them or I thought Zipa had one too, but maybe not. Okay. Well. Done, been, off. All right. We'll make it work. We got about 4 hours to go. We're approaching halfway here at Eagles Canyon Raceway.
So one thing to note for the upcoming restart in the GTO field, the Lupe Tortilla 188 did take over the lead in that class over the Moorhead Speedworks 290 and the 89X Motorsports number 89. So watch for the Moorhead 290 to try to work their way back up there to get by the 188. It has been consistently quicker throughout this event since the first full course caution break of the day. So the Ginetta definitely going to be a car to watch here for this upcoming restart. Looks like we're going to do another lap under caution. Last time by, we did see that the 10, and there you go, it is up on the wrecker, working its way back towards the paddock. So I would expect we'll probably go green again next time by, as George Lopez is going to take the cutout there in turn number 12. Back in GP1, the Screaming Goat Racing number 29 took over the top spot in that class over the Fifth Gear Motorsports number 550 and the Magic Developed 37 as we take a look down on pit lane. Pretty quiet spot down there on pit lane right now. Not too many cars down there getting serviced ahead of the upcoming restart. And as we do get set for the upcoming restart here in just a moment, an update from the GP2 field, the Garage 66 214 leading the way in that division ahead of the Curdog Racing 151. And the third place car in GP2 is the Palomar Racing number 83.
Well, I think JT is going to depart here. He's got a very important sim race to do. I heard JT, after having beaten people on national television during COVID, is now going to beat Max Verstappen today. That's my understanding. On his quest to become the one true sim racer.
The very best the world has ever seen as we're back under green here at the halfway point. 4 hours down, 4 hours to go.
The Stratus car is going to lead them back to the green here, followed by the 89X. So everything a little bit jumbled here as they pick up the overall leader for the restart. A little bit of a gaggle here. That Mustang taking its time, staying inside. See the 188 of Lupe Tortilla, the leader in GTO, at the front of that group, followed by the 290. So the 290 of Moorhead Speedworks, the Ginetta, kind of in the middle of that pack. It's going to try to make its way through the traffic to try and catch the yellow BMW for the overall, or not for the overall, for the GTO lead. Overall lead still held down by the 60.
There goes the 188 through the shot.
And then there is the 290 of the plain white car that drove through there. The Ginetta, of course, a tube-framed little two-seater sports car, British origin. They've built those for a long time. They've been making Ginettas, probably 30, 40, 50 years, something like that. Someone's knocking at my door, so I'm going to go deal with that. If you could just take care of that, Robert.
As we got one going for a big slider there, nearly off down on the far side of this shot. I believe that was one of the GP1 entries. As they're able to gather it back up, they do continue on. We're going to stay under green here as everyone has gathered it back up, able to continue. As we just take a quick look at the gap last time by between the Lupe Tortilla 188 and the Moorhead Speedworks 290. It was just under 15 seconds, so the 188 having a much easier time on the restart, just trailing those Stratus cars at this point, as the 290 Ginetta having to work through a little bit of traffic. They were side by side ahead of the Moorhead Speedworks entry. Just ahead of him, battling it out for position. As we take a look here through the field as they work their way through turn number one, you're going to see that gap between first and second in class here in GTO, as we've already seen the cars work their way through here. Couple of pit lane fueling infractions, but everyone able to get away without any sort of penalties. So we will keep it everyone's status quo. No lap penalties assessed this time by. So lucky for them, able to continue on and battle it out for positions. Last time by, the Stratus 60 set their personal best of the day with a 157.67. That was a blistering pace by them. Their quick time of the day. Quickest time, though, of the afternoon, I believe, was the 156.8 set by the Stratus 58 a while ago here, going back probably about 20 laps or so. Stratus 59 dipping back down into the 156s with a 156.532. That's their quick time. Of course, as the racetrack heats up, it's going to allow those cars to continue to set quick times. We saw the Stratus 58 get that one lap penalty earlier on. They've worked their way back onto that lead lap with the 59 and the 60, and they just set a time of 158.128. They're about 11 seconds back now, currently sitting in that third position, but sitting third overall as well. I would definitely expect to see the 58 continue to climb up through the field. They've been one of the quickest cars here all day long and continuing to show their pace as they work their way around in position number 3. A little bit further down, Screaming Goat Racing, the 29, has taken the lead in GP1. They've got about 8 seconds on the fifth gear motorsports 550, and it's a little bit back to the Magic Develop 37 entry, the 237, currently sitting 15th overall, but third in class in GP1. Your GP2 leader currently finds themselves situated quite a ways back from the GP1 field. That is going to be the Garage 66 entry, the 214 that currently sits in 14th. They have a gap over the 83 Palomar entry and the 151 Kurdock Racing entries here. That's your top 3 in GP2. As the Stratus 59 picks up another personal best there, a 156.83 or 532, I should say, last time by, as everyone has been clean and green since the restart about 5 minutes ago. You can already see some separation in this field as we're getting gaps between each grouping of cars. Nobody really battling too tightly 2 by 2 throughout this one, so nice and clean in the early stages of half number 2 here of round number 1 of the 2025 World Racing League season. Last time by, the gap between first and second in GTO, the Lupe Tortilla entry and the Moorhead Speedworks 290 Ginetta spread out a little bit further to 22 seconds as Lupe Tortilla puts down a 202.830, but the Moorhead Speedworks car just a little bit quicker with a 201.193. They are quicker, but it's going to take a bit of time to get up there, work their way through the traffic, and be able to really take that pace that they've had so far here in the GTO field in that 290 Ginetta to work their way up. The Speed Syndicate number 68 sets a 204.22 as they sit, I believe, yes, 4th in class in GTO. That's 8th overall at this point. And by the way, the GP1 leader, the Screaming Goat Racing entry, has moved into 10th overall. So welcome to the top 10 GP1. The battle starting to brew for the overall race lead. Half a second separating the Stratus 60 and 59 last time by. The 59 car was about a second quicker than the overall race leader, the Stratus 60. So we'll keep an eye out for that battle here momentarily. We'll see what the gap is this upcoming time by as they continue to duke it out here just past the halfway point. Stratus 58 sitting about 12 seconds back. And the gap between first and second in GTO has separated just a little bit as well. Actually, no, it's closed up just about a second between the Lupe Tortilla entry and the Moorhead Speedworks as we just saw the Ginetta go on through the shot there. In turn number 10, as we got one around off in the distance here, he's going to hammer down on that gas pedal, get that machine pointed in the right direction once again. A bit of a bigger gap than what we saw used earlier on to spin that car back around as Ryan's rejoined us.
It is. That is the 302 Mustang, the number 302, as it were. I have not seen them in WRL before. I'm not saying that they haven't been here, but a new entrant, at least for me. Really
That's
easy
the
to get
Riser Harness Ford entry.
Indeed, which I believe is a dealership group, or indeed a dealership, singular. Pretty easy to get over exuberant on the throttle on the Boss 302, which still has a live rear axle, and then have it cause issues So Screaming Goat has gone back to the lead, but they haven't pitted yet, correct?
I don't believe they have.
Okay.
I think they're still out there from their opening.
Right. So they can get good fuel mileage out of that car, but we'll have to watch the gap and see if fifth gear makes up enough time here. And indeed, they just ran a 2:11, which is not quite enough. Screaming Goat doing 2:10s, like low 2:10s. So if they keep at this kind of pace, they might be able to come back ahead of the 550. But they got a lot of time to make up in order to make that, strategy happen.
We did have a lead change in GTO as well. The Moorhead Speedworks 290 took over that top spot over the Lupe Tortilla 188. So the Ginetta able to stretch its legs a little bit and grab that top spot.
Been kind of a seesaw there. It's been back and forth between the 290 and the 188 all day. The 89X, let's see, I'll switch to leader here. 89X still a minute 58, so still just about a full lap behind. So really a battle for first and second in GTO right now. Now, did we say that the Stratus 58 had been assessed a penalty already? Has it been overturned? Can you see that in the log?
So they did get a one-lap penalty, but it has not been overturned. So they've worked their way back onto the lead lap as per timing and scoring. So not too shabby.
That's kind of what I was wondering there. But GTU top three, the 60, the 59, and then the 58. Round 3 racing, and the number 1 2 laps down from the lead and comfortably ahead of both automatic cars and the 739. This being the first outing for a non-Ligier GTU car, I think the 739 will take 6 laps down right now as they try to work out some of the kinks and understand the advantages and disadvantages versus the other cars on track. Like I said, about 1.8, 1.5 off of the pole time. And again, of course, you got to cycle multiple drivers through the car. You got to cycle multiple drivers through the GTU car as well. So, not an unreasonable start for them. I think they'd have wanted a top 5 here. But as long as they can keep the car running and get into tomorrow, I think they have a decent shot of having a good result, especially if we keep having minor issues pop up for the round 3 car, the 59, the 58 of Stratus. The 60 is really the only one that's had a clean run so far. And they are definitely not the fastest of the 3 Stratus cars.
As the full course caution comes out for the 4th time today, looks like it's going to be the Automatic Racing 908 over in turn 11. It came off the racetrack and came to a stop.
And then, Jordan, do we just have sight on that car in turn 11, or are we missing it? All right. Now, turn 11, when you have an off, the hill goes uphill beyond the turn. Yeah, but you can kind of see there that it just kind of falls away. It looks really ominous. There is the hill on the other side there, as you can see from that building that's right there. But approaching it in a car, it looks like you're just going to fall off the edge of the earth. I was curious if it had gone up and over, or if it, had just pulled off to the side somewhere.
And one thing to note here, the race stewards are investigating some contact between the Lupe Tortilla 188 and the Moorhead Speedworks 290 in turn number 8, just about a minute or 2 ago. So that'll be something to keep an eye on here.
So this yellow is really going to help the 89X with the, well, that depends. It just got reshuffled. It looks like they overturned the penalty for the 58, because the 58 just got put back into the lead here. So let me look at the overall. If the 290 got picked up by the, no, they did not. Okay, so we're gonna have to see if the safety car picks up the 60, if they pick up the, no, they're not picking up anybody right now.
We went back to green right away.
Oh, okay, all right.
Interesting.
Well, then it's not going to help the 89 at all, period.
Yeah, the
But you
safety
gotta
car's
start-
picking up its parking spot, it looks like.
Perfect. As indeed it should. The guy's right there in the automatic modified golf cart machine. Little tire hauler situation.
Looks like it's going to pick up some luggage at the airport, actually.
You know, someone explained to me how much those cost.
Too
and
much.
I was appalled. I was appalled at what that machine costs right there. Now, I know that the price of a golf cart is already insane because they price golf carts based on the revenue they think that the golf course is going to get from the cart rather than what it actually costs to make the cart. And it's golf cart price and then some for one of those little pit truck things. I was just astonished. Like, it's insane.
It's wild how much anything costs. So I can just imagine the price tag on that for sure.
It was
astronomical.
It was higher than I feel comfortable repeating because I still don't truly believe that is the actual cost. I'm like, there's no way it's that much. I must have been being that. It wouldn't surprise me if that's the case, but yeah, that was a wild one.
The things you learn at a racetrack.
Indeed. My impression was that they were like $5,000. Like, oh yeah, it's an old go-kart. No, they were not. What you can get for about $5,000 though is one of those Honda Acti pickups, which I see more and more of in the pit lane every year. Presumably because the pit cart thing is so expensive.
I've never heard of that pickup. I'm gonna Google it. Take a look.
That it's one of those K truck 600cc motor, very small pickup.
Oh yeah.
There's several of them in the WRL paddock.
Oh, you might as well. At least you have some coverage if there's a little bit of weather.
Yeah.
Room for 1 or 2 people.
1.5 people for sure.
Yeah. Looks like the Moorhead Speedworks 290 has worked its way up to 2nd overall, just behind the Stratus 58 and ahead of the 60 and 59. Bit of a gap back to the 188, which is your 2nd place GTO car of Lupe Tortilla, and the 89X GTO entry currently sitting 6th overall. The Round 3 Racing number 1 in GTU is 7th, Speed Syndicate 68 in 8th. The Automatic Racing 909 is 9th, and the number 29 Screaming Goat GP1 entry rounding out the top 10 here with about 4 hours and less than that, 3 hours and 41 minutes to go.
But I think the big drawback here is the 89X has not only not gotten the yellow they needed, but it looks like they've been lapped now by the 290, which means a full course yellow will not help them. That will continue to pin them behind, even assuming the 290 is the car that gets picked up by the pace car, which is a big assumption at this point. Jordan, do we have that on board again? We'll sit with that now that we're back at speed.
There we go.
There we go. Perfect. So we're on board the 22 here. GP1 car. So this is going down into turn 1. They're going to take a lot of curb there. A lot of curb here. This is going up turn 2. And they're going to go up this chute. I swear it's going to get better here in just a second because he'll get to the top of this hill, back inside of the cell tower. Double left-hander here. And then back down the hill and to the right. So you can see already in the first part of the lap, there's a substantial amount of elevation change here, as evidenced by the fact that the camera signal does not remain stable. And this is turn 6. We have that turn 6 camera, of course, where you can kind of see this, and then there's kind of a wide left-hander here. Got a couple of them. Oh, and they're treating that as 2 individual corners there. Down the right-hander, and then this is going to be the big turn here. You want to keep as much speed as you can because this is going to open up onto that big backstretch. We can get up to, let's see what kind of speeds we're going to touch here. I'm going to guess like 120. Oh, easy 120, yep. And just getting blown by the Speed Syndicate Aston Martin. We get back to the inside, back up over this hill, and then as Cade was talking about earlier, they're going to go back down to the right, and we're just going to miss it because it's going to lose service again. But that's, oh, trouble. Is that a automatic question mark in PO1? I think so.
That may be the 909.
The shade of blue on it. The 909 has the blue sides. The blue nose, the black sides is the 908. So that one is the 909. We're comfortable saying that.
And he was able to continue on, so we'll stay under green.
It's too bad we lose that camera right there on the cool part of the track.
You never have nice things, Ryan.
Long downhill. Oh, it's beautiful as you drive down through there. Really doing it a disservice by that camera being the only camera shot I have of that part of the track. It's unfortunate. And the car we just saw pass through the shot was the number 29 of Screaming Goat Racing. And then there's the open throttle BMW. Haven't talked about that car very much today. The 66. Currently 4th in GP2, or 5th in GP2, the last of the runners. Mike Gorman actually had poked his head in while Cade was here, asked where the restroom was, and then has not returned. So I assumed that he got busy. I mean, he obviously has things to do other than hang out with me. As someone who is also coordinating efforts across multiple race events this weekend. Possibly the only person busier than Brendan right now is Mike Gorman.
Racing season is definitely underway. You know it when there's events going on absolutely everywhere that people have multiple hands in.
I'm a little surprised there's not a pro event of some variety this weekend, whether that be like a IndyCar preseason thing. I guess they got to wait for St. Pete's in March. Oh, the Super Bowl. Yeah, Jordan points out the Super Bowl is this weekend, which, yeah,
No.
Yep, no one's going to try that.
NASCAR gets underway in a couple days, I guess, on the stock car side with some speed weeks on Wednesday.
Speed days.
Speed couple days. Yep.
Jordan Worth, do you want to fix it to where you're over the air or nah? I've got some Daytona questions for you.
Okay, now I'm on the air.
All right, Jordan Worth, our Daytona correspondent.
Yes.
But he's just recently moved to not Daytona.
Right.
I understand you're living in someone's basement. Do you cook dinner as well?
The attic,
that
not
part?
the basement.
Oh, it's the attic. Okay, that's right. Sorry,
Opposite
my
side of the
apologies.
house.
Yeah, the other way.
So, do you maintain a Florida address, or is that just a
it's in the
middle term thing?
Yeah, it's in the process of being, moved. Those things take
Okay,
time.
gotcha. So you still have accommodations, basically trackside.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
absolutely.
Cool. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay.
For
What are you excited
speed
for?
days.
Speed
Yeah.
days.
Speed
Yeah.
days.
Speed couple of days.
Speed days.
So, what are you looking forward to in the NASCAR Cup Series this year? While we watch the 188 work its way through some traffic here.
you know what I'm looking forward to? Just hoping that everyone has a lot of fun
A lot of fun.
Yeah, that's
right.
really what it boils down to at the end of the day, is that everyone has a lot of fun when they're out there. You know?
Fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting season. Maybe. I don't know. Who knows?
Do you think this is going to be a case where you get really cool tickets again, and then your favorite driver, who happens to be a close friend of yours, also has a problem within like the first 15 laps of the race? Do you think that's going to happen?
That happened last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it'll probably happen again this year.
Excellent.
But, you know, what are you going to do?
What? Indeed. I mean, it's still a cool place to go hang out. You know, you see your homies, of course. I imagine that your social circle makes its return to Daytona annually.
They will all be there.
Excellent, good.
For better or for worse, they will all show up. Daytona
They'll all
Beach.
be hanging out. Excellent. Is there anything you're not looking forward to? Are there changes that NASCAR has made? Because I literally don't know anything about anything. Are there changes that they have made? Are they going to do the Jimmy Johnson thing where they're going to change the rules so we can get Kyle Larson back into the playoffs easier?
Well, they added the thing where Helio Castroneves is guaranteed into the Daytona 500 because they added.
Is he really?
Yeah. So they added a. I don't know the exact term that they put on it, but it is basically a pre-provisional reserved for someone who has accomplished a lot in racing in general, not just NASCAR, any racing.
Sure.
So they gave him that for Daytona, so he is in the race, no matter what.
So is that a Jimmy Johnson run car, or is that a Justin Marks?
That is, yeah, that's a Trackhouse. Yeah, so that's a Justin.
That's Trackhouse. Yeah,
yeah,
Trackhouse.
91.
Right. Okay, got it. So he is taking that. I mean, sure. It sucks that someone's going to miss out.
No,
but
no
at the
one
same
will.
time,
so
no one's going to miss.
So
no?
if he doesn't qualify on his own anyway, they just add a 41st spot for him.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
It's not taking
the end of
away
the
from
world.
anybody. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And if you're going to do it, I think in a situation where you've got NASCAR kind of on a rise at the moment? Question mark.
So,
I don't pay that much
so.
attention, but they had that Le Mans race car,
Right.
and we've got Justin Marks is bringing over people who have cool stories, and I think if you're gonna steer into that skid a little bit, that's probably the right move. To be honest, you don't want to have the negative publicity of XYZ person comes out of retirement having not driven this car ever and doesn't make the race. Like, that doesn't look good for anybody, I don't think.
Right. Well, did you see the
especially if you're trying
today?
to grow it? No, I did. Dude, that's why you're the NASCAR correspondent.
So Shaquille O'Neal, you know him, right?
Yep, and he's part of the. Well, he's an owner, right?
No,
kind of.
but he's sponsoring Jimmy Johnson's
I'm sorry.
car.
I'm thinking of Michael Jordan. That's
you are
why
thinking of Michael
all backwards.
Jordan.
Yep.
Yeah, he's the owner. But
Michael B. Jordan.
No, not him. The regular Michael Jordan. Come on, man.
No. Not the one from NBC's Parenthood.
No, not him.
Tuesday at 5.
No.
Oh, okay.
The other Michael Jordan.
The other Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Oh, the other one. Okay, got it.
But Shaq is sponsoring Jimmy Johnson for the Daytona 500. He's just going to be on his car.
What? Just his head? Like
it's like a cartoon silhouette of him doing a dunk. I think it's like his personal logo sort of thing.
So it's the logo that he puts on his shoes that he sells at like Walmart or whatever.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah. Okay. Got it.
But Jimmy Johnson has to qualify for the Daytona 500 though. He's not guaranteed.
So Jimmy Johnson's not guaranteed, but Helio Castroneves is.
Right.
That's a little weird.
See, that's why there's a lot of debate about this thing that they added, and people were like, "Well, why does Jimmy Johnson not apply? He's won the Daytona 500 2 times.
Right.
You know, how would he not?"
He's the man. Yeah,
Right.
that's a little weird. Okay. I say that as like a liberal road course pansy, or whatever you're supposed to call me. But like, even for me, it's like, it's kind of odd.
Yeah. You know what?
It's not like they're giving the freebie entry to Junior, who has won it less a further distance back than Jimmy Johnson.
Actually, no. He's actually won it more recently than Jimmy Johnson.
Oh, has he?
Yeah. Jimmy's last win there was 2013. Dale's was 2014.
Oh, I forgot that he won that one in 14. Okay, got it. Okay.
But
Interesting.
Junior
All right.
Motorsports is entering a car in the Daytona 500 for the first
Who's
time.
running that?
Justin Allgaier.
That's
Number
not an inspired
40.
choice. I would have preferred someone more interesting than that, if
Well,
I'm being really honest.
He's the defending Xfinity champion, so...
Yeah, but he's
something.
been... So we have this thing in road course racing, like specifically F2, where if you've been in F2 for like 3 or 4 seasons and you win the championship, it's not impressive because it's impressive to win it in your first or second year. You know, you get the first year to figure the car out, learn the tracks, and then if you're any good, you win the championship your second year.
Right.
And if you're running in F2 year 3, year 4, year 5, and then I don't think people run in F2 for 5 years. I don't think that's a thing. But if you're running that long, then you win the championship, it doesn't really have any luster to it.
Makes sense.
Hasn't Justin Allgaier been in NASCAR for like a decade?
17 years.
17. Okay, longer than that, exactly.
Right.
So like that, I'm not impressed by that at all.
It's
the
fair.
same way that if you told me what's his name that ran an IndyCar because he was banned from NASCAR for a while. That's like the road course guy, kind of.
Who was that?
Oh, come on. He had the drug thing. AJ Allmendinger.
Oh, right.
Like if you told me that AJ Allmendinger won the Xfinity Series, I'd be like, okay, like.
Well, he almost
cool,
did
like,
last
cool, I
year
guess.
too. They were basically the two.
Right.
Guys
The two guys. But like that's not. And I guess as you explained to me, that Xfinity is no longer on like the ladder TM. Like you just go from truck to.
Yeah,
Cup
the
now,
financials
supposedly.
doesn't make it,
Yeah.
where that series is a little weird these days, but
Sure. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Like it just seems like a not that like I can't go do it obviously, and Shane Kent and Gisbergen can't do it either, and like he is pretty new to it. I would have been more impressed by Shane Van Gisbergen winning the Xfinity Series than Justin Allgaier. I have nothing against Justin Allgaier. That's just probably not the pick I make if I'm trying to make like a fun, like one-off entry for like a cool Daytona 500 because I don't think he's going to win it.
what if he does?
I really. I guess I should place some bets then. Can you give me some lines on the Hard Rock bet
I bet
app
you for him
only
it's
available
pretty
in
long
Florida?
odds. I'm sure you can get good odds for that.
Okay, so that's what we got going for Daytona. It's coming around. So here's a take for you to kind of pull our road course audience back in.
Yeah.
So do you know how IndyCar does the month of May now? What they do at the beginning?
They run the road course.
They run the road course, right?
Right.
Could we like make speed weeks a thing again and do a NASCAR road course race at Daytona? Like, could we do
did
that?
1 year. In
When was that?
2021, they ran the Clash was at the Daytona road course.
But it was the Clash though, so that's like a different. Well, that's okay, right,
Yeah,
okay.
They ran it that 1 year, and then they've been moving the Clash around. Now they had it at the Coliseum, then they had
the
it at
Coliseum,
Bowling
right.
Gray last week. Yeah, so they did that 1 year
Okay.
with the road course, and then they didn't do it anymore.
So, well, I don't want to blow up your spot. Anyway, like, is the house just empty? Like on those weekends, or like how's that work?
Yeah, pretty much.
got
Yeah.
it. Okay, like you just okay.
Yeah,
that's
just
what I
hanging
figured.
out
like,
here, you know.
I don't know. if
Oh,
you
there's
have,
a
like,
car
side
hanging out
contract.
going way wide
There we go.
turn two.
Oh, that's very wide. That is the 86. Is that Garage 66? Question mark. I think
appreciate
so.
that he did not hit brake markers. It looked like he was
Yes.
going to hit the third brake marker, and I was like, "Oh no, don't do that!" But then he did not, and I appreciate that.
You know, I wonder. Usually, the teams are responsible for any damage to the track, so I wonder what a brake marker costs.
Well,
when
are
you, like,
those,
hit one? Like,
what's holding those down?
I
those
believe
specific
these ones. I believe these ones are stakes in the ground.
Oh, okay. So it's not like a crazy.
Yeah, no, they're just a. I think they're just a wood thing.
Okay.
Like it's not. Yeah, they're not like concrete or anything.
All right. Well, that's
No metal involved.
seen worse.
Indeed. I have also seen worse.
Can
What
I
I like
mention
is
on the Daytona
go ahead.
note one more. For Daytona.
Yeah, no,
So
please, go for it.
a few days before the Rolex, they do the thing where they let you drive on the track.
Yes, yeah.
Pay a little bit of money in it. So I drove the track, and coming up on the what's the technical? It's the Le Mans chicane, right? The technical term for it now.
Yes, yeah.
Drove through there, and I realized, wow, with no grass, it's really hard to even see where you're supposed to turn, going like 80 miles an hour, and it's hard to even see.
Right.
First of all. And then I took one of the curves with my own personal
man.
Miata, and realized that was a terrible decision. Because those curves are pretty brutal.
There was I think it was a Sports Car 365 article, and they talked to all the GTP drivers about it because they had gone and done the Roar there, and they had announced like, hey, we're not going to paint where the grass used to be. There might be something different next year, but it's just going to be concrete out there. Which they made it sound like they didn't have enough time to paint it, but like I know that they paint those like logos on the track like the week before.
Right.
There's not a whole lot of like special effort that goes into that. Like you can paint the ground green. It's not that hard. And someone will probably tell me, it's special paint, whatever. It cannot be that difficult. Anyway, and the GTP drivers were like, we're not allowed to touch the curbs. You can touch the one on the exit as you come back up onto the oval. They said you can hit that one. But they were pretty convinced that if you run the car over any of those curbs in the bus stop, that they were going to break something on those GTP cars.
Yeah, I believe it.
So the GT car is probably a little bit more friendly, but at the same time, they probably have the car set up really stiff because it's, a flat, smooth track for the most. Wouldn't want a bunch of compliance in the car to run the curbs like that. So I don't like how they've done it. I think they've done a bad job, ? At least in terms of trying to get IMSA, who are the primary users of that layout, at least in like the public facing sense.
Right.
It seems like nobody was really happy with it. But I don't know. I also think that without the grass there in the middle, it's harder to see now. It used to be, if you look at an overhead shot, the Le Mans chicane did look like the outline of the Le Mans track.
And now
like if you look at now there's lines on it, so it's like harder to like have it. But it's like kind of the same. But if you pull up a track map of Le Mans and then put like one of those helicopter pictures of the chicane, they're pretty much the same shape, which I thought was like a nifty thing. I don't know if that's on purpose or not, but.
It's hard to see when you're coming up on it at 80 miles an hour. I'm like, where is the first curb? It's hard to even see it.
Right.
And then, I hit the second curb, the first, like, little right-hand one. So the second curb, I hit that one with my car. And I was like, I thought I broke something on my car hitting it.
Yikes.
I was like, let me not do that again.
Indeed. And WRL is going to be returning to Daytona this season. So hopefully people. Yep. We have the schedule. I didn't know you had the 2025 schedule already. Oh, look at that. So June 6th and 7th, we're going to return to Daytona International Speedway. We'll have to be careful to avoid those curves. I wonder if they're movable. I wonder if they can change the profile of the curve.
Yeah, because the whole point of them paving that was to eliminate NASCAR blowovers back there and stuff. And
so of course they have to remove the curves. Right. They don't leave them there.
They don't want them hitting that curb backwards at 200 miles an hour. That will launch the car.
Yeah, okay. So maybe they have like a less aggressive curb option, hopefully, maybe? I don't know.
I don't know. So you want my really hot take on all that?
All right, let's hear it.
Back there, since it's just a blank canvas of pavement now.
Sure,
Go crazy with it and change the whole thing. Why do we have to keep the chicane exactly the same? There's no physical holding it to that shape anymore. You can do whatever you want back there now. You can put S's. You can put two chicanes.
I was gonna say that the S's might be too much. If they really wanted to
go crazy with it,
dig in on the Le Mans chicane thing, they could do a chicane one way and a chicane the other way.
Oh yeah.
That way, it's like at Le Mans, like your distance is wrong, obviously.
Right.
I don't know if they would want two chicanes or an S there.
No, but you're not physically bound to
you can do whatever you want.
Corner anymore, right? You can do whatever you want back there. That's my thought about it. I was like, let's go crazy with it.
I think just for fun, we should just run it straight. Just run the oval.
Like, oh man,
they
already hit 200 going into turn one, right?
Great.
Can they go faster than that? Is that like their top speed, or can they go 210, 220?
The lap record at Daytona is held by the Daytona prototype Ford, I believe. I'm pretty sure the
That went
outright
around
lap
the
record
oval.
that went around the oval once.
Yeah.
Yep. So the race lap record obviously is different. But like you could, they're trimmed out doing 210 at Le Mans, I believe. And even there they have chicanes too. You know what? I wonder if that backstretch is too long. There's an FIA standard for the longest you can make a straight at all. And I don't remember what it's like 1.5 kilometers or something. So I wonder if they're getting close to the
Daytona backstretch is 3,000 feet.
so they're they're at 1K. Interesting. I wonder what that number is. They used to know, but it was like basically because it's shorter than Fuji, and Fuji is fine allegedly.
What a long straightaway that is! Oh my god.
Yeah. But if you want an FIA grading on your circuit, which I believe Daytona is a grade 2, which means you can run IMSA there, there's a maximum restriction on the length of the straights.
Really?
Yeah. It's like 1.5 or like 1.2 or 1.7 kilometers or something that it can't be longer than. And I'm sure like everything with the FIA, there's a rule. But there's no rule in the FIA that you can't like write a letter and grease some wheels and have them like change their mind and issue an exception. So maybe Fuji's the exception, but I thought there was some track that they had in mind where it was like that should be the longest straight that you can have.
Pocono.
But maybe, I don't know. Like that Fuji straight's pretty long. That's pretty big straightaway.
Yeah, that's just the longest.
But that may not be a grade 1 track anymore because they don't run F1 there. They haven't in some time, since like 2007 probably.
That's a shame.
Yeah. Lewiston, last winner at Fuji. They used to alternate. It used to be Suzuka and then Fuji, and they'd go back and forth. And then Toyota, who owns Fuji, didn't want to pay for it anymore.
Really?
Yep. Bernie Ecclestone, who used to be the guy that managed like the commercial side of F1, was known for putting really onerous terms on tracks to where, as a promoter, it was extremely difficult to break even. And Toyota, especially in that 2007, 2008 era, was not in a hurry to spend that kind of money. That's when they stopped their F1 team.
That's when they started NASCAR. It was right around
they started NASCAR in like 06, right?
05,
06
is when they got into the Truck Series. 07 is when they got into the Cup Series.
So that is the NASCAR. My understanding is entirely funded by Toyota of North America, which is like a separate arm.
Makes sense.
Yeah, whereas like the F1 team is like actual Toyota corporates thing, and that's something that I guess they've been trying to weave those two together more. So JGR did I think it's the shocks on the GR Cup car. There's something that JGR did on that V6 Cup car. I don't remember what it is. I used to know. I remember reading it and being like, oh. And their whole shtick was like, yeah, we really want the NASCAR team and the road course people to be more working together as like one Toyota thing.
Right.
I don't know what ended up happening with that, obviously. But okay, well, that's been our NASCAR update here. We'll look down through the order. So the Moorhead Speedworks car back into the lead, and they're a lap ahead of the 188. I think it's been that way. Screaming Goat still in the lead in GP1. 29, 550, 237. About where we were. The race here is going to be between the 83 and the 151. That's been one that's gone back and forth. 27 seconds there. Kurdog is behind Palomar. Let's see. The Stratus 59 is closing in on the 60. That's the blue car closing in on I think it's the green one, technically speaking. I think they're all mostly black, but it's the color of the trim. The 99, the GTR 99 is back out and circulating as well. So they'll try to recover as much as they can today. And then they've got tomorrow to play with as well. All right, Jordan, I got a question for you as a NASCAR guy, a NASCAR adjacent guy at a minimum. When Jimmy Johnson was running with Action Express and IMSA doing the long events, Did that make you, as a NASCAR person, more excited to watch IMSA races, or did you still not bother?
Well, it was not only him; it was a lot of them. He would run.
Well, I mean specifically that 48 car that was the Ally sponsored car. I know that they all dip in and out.
Oh, you
know,
mean
got
recently? You mean within the last couple of years?
Yeah, a couple of years ago. It was probably 2 years ago where Ally basically ran that Cadillac. I think Hendrick ran it with Action Express, and it was the white and purple one. And he ran the Endurance Championship same year he did IndyCar. It would have been whatever the year that was.
I didn't know that.
So the answer is no.
Yeah, exactly right.
Okay.
But thinking years ago, almost, I guess 20 years ago now, when they all used to run, it was called Grand Dam back then, right?
Right, yeah. And they all used to come and do it. And
right,
I think,
but even for like Watkins Glen or something like that, they would still get a lot of NASCAR drivers showing up for those.
Right.
So that definitely made my interest go up when there's 10 NASCAR drivers in the field.
Sure. And that Daytona prototype is a lot more similar to a NASCAR Cup car than a current GTP car in like a big way.
Yeah.
Those old Daytona prototypes, I don't know if you know, are just tube frame. Like, how can we make basically a NASCAR chassis but kind of a prototype?
Right.
And it's still got the big beefy frame in there, and it's it's mid-engine, but like they weren't technologically advanced at all. Now I imagine there's not a lot of overlap.
No.
Between but like every now and then you'll still see like Kyle Larson would run the Ford GTs a couple, or not the Ford G. No, was he with Ford?
No, he was never with Ford.
No, it was with Chevy, so he didn't run it. Who runs in the? Somebody ran with the Fords, and like Kyle Busch ran the Lexus one year.
This year
when he was at JGR.
I think this year, in the Mustang, Austin Cindric ran.
Yeah.
In the
big race.
Yeah.
Now that they have a car again. Who was it? I swear, maybe Kyle Larson did just run, and it was like towards the back half of the old Daytona prototype.
He
like 2013, 14.
Yeah. He was on the winning team. I think in 2014. Sounds right.
Yeah. And that would have been the Corvette Daytona prototype, which is the one that's in iRacing. Yeah. Yeah. It's way less of a thing than it used to be, for sure. I do like that all the IndyCar drivers go over and do it. That's fun, but that doesn't drive, NASCAR viewers, obviously. And they try so hard every year now that NBC, Dale Jarrett or someone to come like watch this and be, oh my God, up in the booth. And
Dale Jarrett was the guy that pressed the button for the fireworks this year.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he was the guy.
Yeah. I just wish they would. Somebody needs to offer Rutledge Wood a contract to come back and do that.
Well,
maybe they have, and he just doesn't want to, because he doesn't do much of anything now. It's my understanding.
I haven't seen him on TV in a while.
He does. Floor is Lava on Netflix, which my daughter's a big fan of.
He does the what?
The Floor is Lava.
They made it into a show.
It's like a game show.
Yeah, I'm imagining. Is it actually like
it's imagine those like Nickelodeon like weird active game show things they used to do in like the 2000s,
right?
Where they had like the slime or whatever. It's basically Wipeout, but like in a small room,
right? Like a living room type setting or something, basically.
It's like ostensibly like it's got living room shaped foam and wood furniture that you have to like jump from thing to thing, and if you fall into the lava, it's like orange water with like stabilizer stuff in it that makes it kind of jelly looking.
Right.
It looks kind of slimy, and so you gotta like jump across the room and pull the cord down, and then that moves the dining room table, so you can jump from here to here, and you can get across the thing.
This is involved. I think it was that
parents of a child a certain age will be well familiar with Floor is Lava on Netflix, as one of the few non-garbage programs available on Netflix at this time.
I didn't know that.
Rutledge was the host, and he makes.
He does a Lego show too, doesn't he?
Not that I'm aware of. The Lego show is Will Arnett, unless he has a different Lego show than I'm aware of.
Now I gotta look it up. He definitely does another show.
All right. Will Arnett does.
It's the Hot Wheels show. The Hot Wheels show on NBC.
That one
Yes.
where it's like one of those car build shows, but you have to make it into a Hot Wheel thing. Is that the one I'm thinking of?
I believe so. Yeah, it was canceled after one season.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say there's like 3 seasons of Floor is Lava, so you know, Rutledge Wood has done his thing for the car culture. He can be retired. It's fine.
He
was
also hosts the American Barbecue Showdown on Netflix.
Wow, that's on brand. On brand for him living in Georgia. I listened to a podcast. I don't know if I've told you this, Jordan, where Rutledge Wood was talking about how he got into that like NASCAR gig that he had in the early 2000s, where he's like the dorky guy walking around talking to all the people, and he was a rep like consumer experience advertising guy for CMT. So when CMT came out, he would take the truck full of swag and would take it to the parking lot of the NASCAR race, and he would just stand there and like throw t-shirts at people. And like that was his whole job, was like promoting CMT as like a channel. And so he'd like mingle with people and he's like telling jokes or whatever. And eventually it trickled through. They're like, oh, the CMT guy is really funny. And whoever was NBC or Fox or whoever it was at the time, Speed
Channel. Yeah, he was on the Speed
yeah,
Channel.
the Speed Channel. Yeah. Eventually, like, got in touch with him, and he was like, "Oh hell yeah, I love race cars. Oh, I love it." And so that's how they did the job. He like straight out of college, had a marketing degree. Straight out of college, was doing the just like minimum wage, chill, fun job of like giving out free stuff. And then they're like, "Hey, do you want a TV gig?" Just straight up. I was like, "Wow, what a guy."
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Seems like a cool dude.
He does seem like a cool dude. He's a Continental Tire guy. He should come. Continental Tire.
There you go.
Rutledge Wood at WRL. Him and Ryan Eversley, they do content together. Robert Hill Jr., what are you excited for in this coming racing season, in addition to WRL returning to Daytona?
Oh man, I'm excited for everything. I love racing. I commentate at 2 racetracks up here in the Northeast. Well, one on the Canadian side, one on the American side. So looking forward to some cool dirt racing action. Gonna call some World of Outlaws in a couple of months, so that'll be fun. Always love NASCAR too, getting down there, checking out some of those tracks, Daytona, Talladega. Went to Pocono last year and worked with MRN. That was a cool visit.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, get out there and try to see a new track this year. I don't know. We'll see where we end up.
All right. Working with MRN, though, that's a good gig.
Yeah, it was a good time. Got to follow some truck series action.
Ooh. Have you ever had the opportunity to work for PRN?
I have not.
Performance Racing Network.
As Jordan would tell you, PRN really needs the help. So it's cool to do MRN, but really PRN, you could be the guy.
It's always fun being the guy.
It's always fun being the guy. Having a great time right now, hanging out with the homies, watching some racing here. Lupe Tortilla still about a lap down on the 290, and the 89X still about a minute behind. So the 89X has made up some time. They are now back on the lead lap. If you recall, when we were coming out of that yellow, they ended up being about a lap down. That might have been an artifact of the timing. But they've now closed down from a high, 1 minute to a low 1 minute gap here. So if they catch another yellow, they'll come around. Oh, that's intervals, not gap to leader. See, yep, I just played myself there. Yeah, they are still that full lap down, 3 minutes 20. So they, it's looking tough. It's looking tough to beat the 290 if everything stays the way it is. It's going to be hard. We're running out of time here to make big swings on the board. The 59 is still running pretty close to the 60 here. I believe that's what Jordan's trying to show us. I think you just were on that at one point. So
it's a fluke.
Got that going there. It goes back to the 59 and the 60 GTU cars. I think this is them. No, that's the Ligier. Yeah. Purple and green. Intervals. We'll go back to that. I can. No, it's not. No. See, now there's too many of them.
It was easy when there was 3.
Yep. Dog, 27 seconds behind the 83 at Palomar. They've been kind of in that realm for a little while. Yeah, the closest battle on track right now is the 59 and the 60. The next closest battle is that Dog to Palomar, and that's over 20 seconds. So not a lot of tight action. This is more of the thinking man's endurance race, where you're trying to watch the timing charts and see if there's anything that's going to work your direction here. Oh my god, there comes the 89, close. Just barrels in. Now, to be fair, they've done it pretty clean. It's just, you know, from this perspective on the opposite side of the car, you know, you don't quite catch it. And see, this is where the traffic management comes into play here. This car is faster than the car ahead. Oh, and it goes away. But you got to have a good line, and with that 89 trying to make its way through, that kind of kills any of the speed that you're able to get trying to get around those slower cars. And of course, the delta between slow cars and fast cars here at this track, pretty compressed. See, he's gone around the open throttle BMW, and it's now hunting down this next one. He's braking a little bit later than the car ahead. Let's see if he can poke the nose here. Just going to see if he can stay right alongside him up this straightaway, and I think the car on the right is going to have the legs. It does. Oh, shifting to cover. Oh, he waves by, so he's going to give him. He sees him. He knows he's there. He's going to let him have the corner here. Very friendly. Now we're going to get right to the cool corner, and right as soon as you see our camera, it's going to freeze. Yep, right there. Nice. Look at that transition. There. So that's the white car in the lead, is what the onboard that we were looking at. Going to come down the hill here. Another left-hander. Jordan's got it dialed in for tomorrow. Absolutely dialed. And there he goes, back down towards turn 15. Has now put a substantial gap on the other two cars. Looks like the number 7, Capstone Motorsports, going to be coming into the pit lane here.
He is absolutely maximizing his usage of this racetrack, grabbing all the curbing, every corner that he possibly can.
I mean, you kind of have to here. The track surface itself, you know, in spite of what we had talked about earlier, where there's a couple different spots where you can do different lines, especially with, you know, the way the rhythm works out in some of these sections, that you can take a different approach to them. It's pretty narrow in spite of there being multiple lines available. So you really got to widen everything you can when you've got a big, powerful car like one of these M2 racing cars here. And there goes the Supra. The TCB Racing Supra, the lone Supra entry here. Toyota Supra really fell into and out of favor in the space of about 18 or 24 months.
Yeah, it was really fast. It came in, it seemed like it was everywhere, and all of a sudden now we're down to one Supra here in WRL.
And I think there's a couple out there that may come for limited event entries later on in the season, but I don't think we'll have any full-time runners unless this TCB car becomes a full-time entry. I know Kingpin also had Supras at one point. I don't know if they still have those or if they've adjusted to a different car. Tyler Hoffman, of course, his team, Kingpin Racing, doing quite well at Daytona this year during the various festivities with the VP Racing Super Challenge, or whatever they call it, and then also the Michelin Pilot Challenge. Still don't fully grasp the purpose of that series, but, you know.
It's just kind of there for more racing, I guess.
It seems to me, and this is kind of a lukewarm take, that the VP Challenge seems like WRL but IMSA. if I'm being real. It's like a little bit longer races, kind of, but you can run LMP3 cars, you can run GT cars, you know, if you just kind of anything you want to come bring. I don't know. It's definitely more opportunity for somebody with a GT4 car that's already there on that weekend to run the car.
Looks like the 909 had a moment a couple of minutes ago over in turn number 15. They went 4 off to avoid a collision. They were able to continue on. So a couple issues for them in the second half of today's festivities, but nonetheless, they're still out there putting the laps in and running solidly in position number 9 overall and 5th in the GTU field.
I don't know if my timing has been updating.
Oh no.
I just hit refresh because I looked over. I'm like, that gap seems like it hasn't moved.
5 hours in, 3 hours to go here at Eagles Canyon. Currently taking a look at the leaderboard. The Stratus 60 leading the way over the 59 and 58 entries in GTU. Down in GTO, it's the Moorhead Speedworks 290 leading the way over the Lupe Tortilla 188 and the 89X Motorsports number 89. Dropping down to the GP1 field, it's the Screaming Goat Racing number 29 leading the way over the 550 of Fifth Gear Motorsports. They were assessed a penalty a little bit earlier on here, that 550 entry, for taking a shortcut on the racetrack. That was a 1-lap penalty. And the Magic Developed 37 currently sitting 3rd in class. GP2, it's the 214 Garage 66 entry ahead of the Palomar 38 and the Kerdog Racing 151. And that Marshall down in, I believe it's turn number 1, he's had his trunk open for 5 hours now. Gotta wonder if his battery's gonna work when he gets back in there.
That's a good question. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people, I think, around that could help him with a jump.
Yeah,
so
I would say so. I would say so. That's his shelter, I guess, as the wind continues to pump away. We're going to zoom in.
That's a Lincoln as well, or a Mercury. That's not just any old run-of-the-mill Crown Victoria.
Yeah.
That's the nice
No,
one.
you're right. That's the fancy man's Crown Vic.
Yeah. Not the long wheelbase, though.
No.
That's why I'm leaning towards it being a Mercury, because a lot of the town cars I see have the executive package, which that one does not appear to have. Jordan Worth, would you consider owning a Crown Victoria?
No.
No? Oh, okay.
All right. I thought about it. No. Would you?
I would. Have you driven one?
No. Have you?
I have extensively. It's not a great experience, but that's what makes it great.
So it's so bad it's good sort of thing?
It feels like driving a car from the 70s.
In a good way,
it's
though?
Body on, kind of, in a way that, like, it's unique, I suppose. And, like, they haven't made them in, 15 years now, but you could get one in, like, whatever it was, 2010, and it's basically the same car they've been selling since the 80s, underneath. And so it's, it's like a different experience, something a little interesting to get your 16 miles to the gallon and not be able to fit it in parking spaces.
It fits in this spot.
Yeah, that's
it fits quite well. Crown Vics have also taken a bit of a stance in the racing world as well. I was watching them last night on Flow, racing down at the Alltech Raceway in Florida, and it seemed like a pretty good show. They were having a good time.
Is that Cletus McFarland's thing, or is this a separate Crown Victoria
That
series?
is a separate Crown Victoria series that was racing. It was racing as a support class for the Short Track Super Series last night.
Interesting. Because I would way rather drive a Crown Victoria than like a Bomber or a Hornet or like any of those kind of support short track cars. I think that would be way more fun.
It would be, and they can definitely take quite a bit of a beating, much more than a Honda Civic.
Right. And you're still going to be in that kind of price range where you can buy one and not feel bad when you jack up the bodywork.
Exactly. And of course, the kid that won last night was probably about 15, 16 and exited the car and had a rather large mullet on him. So
of course,
it fit the bill.
That's absolutely fantastic. I am in support of that. I also saw that there was a road course series that they were doing spec P71, and it was like a time attack thing where you could change a little bit of like suspension setup and things like that. I don't know where that ended up going, but I was hoping that would become like a door-to-door thing and you know, really get them going. But perhaps the market is not stiff enough for that.
Yeah, I guess not.
Jordan, I guess the best way to describe it is it's more like sailing than it is driving. You're very much riding on it as opposed to like piloting it, you know.
The car takes you where it wants to take you, not the other way around.
Yeah,
exactly.
Got a lot of weight transfer going on, a lot of
Makes
body.
sense. You're just along for the ride.
Yep.
What a beautiful day.
It is quite lovely.
Look at that. Not a cloud in the sky.
Definitely a far difference from the wet, foggy morning that we had here just a couple of hours ago.
That was quite the morning, man. That was something else.
Little breeze.
It's a beautiful breeze down here in turn 6.
Okay, so on here it says capstone 8 seconds. Here it says off. I think I have somehow broken our internal timing because now it's like not doing anything. I really don't want to use race monitor if I'm being honest. Let's just start it over. Oh.
So the open throttle racing number 66 had a 4-off moment down in turn 11. They've been able to continue on. Looks like the Rapscallion Motorsports GP2 number 135 entry. They're quite a bit down after having an extended stay on pit lane. Just at their quickest time of the day at 2:16.0. So good to see them back out there on the racing surface.
Last posted data at February 8th, 7:08 p.m.
You're in the future.
It's 5 hours from now.
I was just saying, is it GMT?
Well, let us know what happened.
It's like it
that
shows
could
me
be GMT.
It shows me all of the cars, but there's no. It's not live. I wonder if we're trying to do too many events at a time for it to do its thing. Let me get Brendan at the horn here, and he can tell me if I've broken something or not.
As Ryan mentioned, lots of events going on here today for the DriversEye Live team, covering 3 different events in 3 different areas. So quite a busy day for the crew behind the scenes, getting all this looking pretty for you all at home. Just a couple updates towards the tail end of the top 10. We've had a couple new entrants into this top 10 in the 909 from Automatic Racing. And the Screaming Goat GP1 entry has just passed the 444 Bruce Innovations to move to 10th overall. That, of course, is your GP1 leader of Screaming Goat Racing, currently sitting in position number 10. We had mentioned earlier that there was an investigation going on regarding some contact between the Lupe Tortilla 188 and the 290 from Moorhead Speedworks. No update on that one as of yet, but if we do get any sort of update, we will bring that to you, as Lupe Tortilla is now scored as your GTO leader ahead of the Moorhead 290 on one set of timing and scoring, but I don't know that that's correct. You can just see the wind here on this turn 1 camera absolutely shaking with every gust here at Eagles Canyon Raceway. The wind's picking up at this point. And we have broken into the 80-degree mark here. 81 degrees is the current temperature down here in Decatur, Texas. Winds about 21 miles per hour, so nothing too crazy, but still enough to affect the race cars just a bit. As we hop back on board here, looks like the third place car currently doing a nice job out here. That's the, I believe it was the Speed Syndicate 68. No, it was the 22. There we go. Yes, the TCS Motorsports GP1 entry that we're riding on board with, as we were riding on board briefly. That's your third place GP1 car. Unfortunately, as Ryan had mentioned earlier, a couple spots on the racetrack with a bit of a cellular dead zone, so our cellular-based cameras don't necessarily work over there. And we do hope to have a couple more all right. We do hope to have a couple more onboard cameras tomorrow to bring you all the action from here at Eagles Canyon Raceway. The Magic Developed 37, one of our front runners down there in the GP1 division, currently sitting second in that class, just set their quick time of the day at 2:10.27. They're currently scored 13th overall, sitting about a minute 25 behind the first place Screaming Goat Racing number 29 entry. So a long way to go, and yes, it says 2 hours and 46 minutes, but that's really not a lot of time to close a gap of that nature. It's really spread out in the GP1 class, so we'll see if we can get a bit of a closer battle towards the tail end of this one. The Magic Developed 37 trying to close the gap, but just not a lot of time to get back up there. We are continuing to watch all these battles throughout. The Stratus 58 still leading the way in GTU over its sister car, the 60, and their other team car, the 59. That's your top three in GTU. GTO field, we'll take a look at that one as well. Lupe Tortilla, the 188, currently scored as the leader in GTO ahead of the 89X Motorsports entry and the 290 Moorhead Speedworks entry. I believe they may have just come down pit road within the last handful of laps. Taking a look at GP1, we had mentioned that battle between Screaming Goat Racing 29 and the Magic Develop 237. Currently sitting second. The TCS Motorsports, we've been on board with them a couple times, currently sitting third. And in GP2, it's nearly a one-lap gap between the Garage 66 214 and the Palomar Racing number 83. That's your top two, with the Kurdog Racing 151 a couple of laps back, sitting in the third spot in the GP2 class. The Stratus 59 has taken to the pit lane. They're currently scored 6th overall, still 3rd in the GTU class, so that's going to shake it up just a little bit as the Moorhead Speedworks 290 gets past them for the 4th spot overall. The Lupe Tortilla 188 still leads GTO in the 3rd position, but I do believe they are due for a pit stop at any moment, so expect to see the 290 cycle back to that race lead and see what they can do to stretch their legs. Last time by, it was a 17-second gap between the 188 and the 290, so not a lot of ground to close up for the 290 to get past and retake the GTO race lead. Last time by, the Moorhead Speedworks 290 closed the gap up to the Lupe Tortilla 188. 10 seconds the gap now between 1st and 2nd in GTO, 3rd and 4th overall, as they continue to battle it out for the top spot here in the GTO class. We'll keep our eyes on the battle, see if it's able to close up at all here over this next couple of laps. The Stratus 59 has lost 2 laps to the 58 car, so gotta wonder if potentially they had some issues on the pit lane that gave them a much extended stay in their pit box and potentially taking them out of contention for a strong run here today. The round 3 racing number 1 entry is closing the gap now for that 3rd spot in the GTU class, only about 1 lap behind the Stratus 59. So Another slight mistake, and potentially we could be talking about round 3 racing hopping up onto the podium in GTU. GTO is quite a gap in the field here between the 3rd place 89X and the 4th place Speed Syndicate number 68. But again, anything can happen at this point. Coming up on 2.5 hours to go in today's 8-hour session here at Eagles Canyon Raceway. Of course, we'll be back tomorrow morning for 7 more hours to complete the 15-hour event here this weekend in Decatur, Texas.
Well, I've given up. I've given up on the long battle to make our timing work. And I'll just have to scroll through Race Monitor and wonder how to sort by class.
You gave it your all there as the Bruce Innovations 444 has had a spin in turn number 3. They've been able to continue on. They did give it their all. They were scored 14th overall here and are going to lose a little bit of ground. That was your 5th place GTO car.
Okay, there we go. Garage 66 and then, okay, cool. We're good. We are square.
There we go. So Ryan, of course, not sure if you saw, but the MBM Motorsports Cup team, which is Carl Long on the NASCAR side, has renamed themselves to Garage 66 for this season. I don't believe they're connected in any way.
Do you think that name is protected? Do you think there's an opportunity here for Garage 66 to make some money?
It's possible.
You know, I think there's a strong possibility that we can, get something like that working out.
Of course, Garage 66 on the NASCAR side, coming with Chandler Smith, I do believe, to the Daytona 500 this upcoming week. It was supposed to be Mike Wallace, as producer Jordan mentions.
Jordan, are you still in the air or no?
I am now.
There we go.
Okay,
Tell us about Mike Wallace.
Well, he hasn't raced in 10 years, and so NASCAR is like, well, no, sorry.
Well, how many years has it been since it's been a while since your boy Helio Castroneves has driven a racing car. Probably only been like 2 or 3 years,
well,
but he's never driven that type of car.
Sure.
Yeah, but he has no experience behind the wheel. Like, that's not
right.
his.
But I think that's better than a whole decade. Plus, Mike Wallace, I think, is almost 70. And that's got,
Okay.
when you factor that into.
Yeah, okay. Sure.
And Helio Castroneves is, how old is he? He's probably 40s, right?
No,
Late
he's
40s.
got to be in his 50s now. I bet he's about to turn 52.
Let's see.
51. He's pretty old.
Helio Castroneves. I'm going to say like 48. He's 49.
Nah,
49.
I would have guessed like 51, 52. Okay.
He turns 50
49.
on May 10th.
Well, at some point he'll get his silver license.
Ooh. But I do think that also probably factors into that he's still in a reasonable driving age.
Right, he's still pretty fit and all the that's probably not a terrible call there. But that's why we need to bring back IROC.
Yes.
That way, if you are older, you can go drive an F-body Camaro around, and it's a little bit less.
They are this year bringing back some sort of an iteration of IROC, I do believe. Don't know if it'll be very good, but...
By they tried, Jordan, are you talking about like SRX or...
Well, they've tried the SRX thing.
But Because I don't think that's really the same, because they're doing dirt
No, it's
track,
not.
you know.
Years ago, maybe about 15 years ago, there was like a late model thing that tried with a bunch of old NASCAR drivers, and that instantly fell apart. And one of the drivers got hurt in the race, and they're like, okay, maybe let's not do this.
I think even a late model is probably too much. Like, I think the IROC, it just being basically a street car with some safety stuff in it, probably is a little bit more friendly speed, no? I mean, they were at some point. I know they kind of juiced.
Oh yeah, by the end of those things, they were going 180.
Yeah.
It was
Right.
basically just a NASCAR super speedway race.
Right.
The end of the life cycle of that.
There is an IROC event scheduled for August at Laguna Seca. Jeff Gordon, Mark Martin, Bill Elliott, Ken Schrader, Bobby Labonte, Danny Sullivan, and Scott Pruitt are scheduled to take part.
So I think it's like it was a good list, and then it's like, oh, Danny Sullivan and Scott Pruitt. Like, okay, like and we're gonna do it at Laguna Seca. Yeah, that's okay.
So I think,
come on,
because they did something like that last year, I think at Lime Rock, and I think it's
That's
more of like a
show,
just like a like a car meet, and with a little light racing. No, not a full blown competitive old IROC style thing.
Sure.
And I think that's probably as best as you can do. I think in that situation. I don't know.
That's too bad. That's too bad.
But you mentioned Elio Castroneves. He is taking part in everyone's favorite stock car series, the Arca Menard series at Daytona, coming up later this week.
That's part of Speed.
It will
Speed Days.
Actually be going on, I believe, exactly 1 week from right now.
There we go.
It'll be happening.
A lot of happening places here.
What an event that's going to be.
Always a good time. You got the likes of Butterbean and Brayton Laster, the pizza man out there.
What about Lawless Allen? Is he gonna be there?
I think he is. I think he's going full time this year.
Lawless Allen, a former WRL driver, drove TCRs with Hammer Motorsports. The TCR Audi RS3. Lawless Allen. There was somebody else too. Some other fringe truck series driver. Oh, it's Nathan Bird. Yeah, okay.
Yes, the Birdman. Be sure to check out his TV show or whatever he's got.
He's got a TV show going on. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, Lawless Allen is in fact racing in the ARCA race for Venturini.
Yes. Yeah. Excellent.
Catherine Legg's going to be over there as well.
Ooh, there we go.
Yeah.
Another WRL alumni, Catherine Legg. Ran one race with us.
Cletus McFarland also taking part in that race. I forgot that.
Yep, I remember reading about that. Okay.
Yeah, going to be driving the 30 for Mark Rett.
The who's who. That Arca Menard series may as well be the Arca series or the IROC series. Look at that.
Yeah.
Such
the best of the best.
Cletus McFarland and Lawless Allen.
Can't forget Big Willie Mullins, going to be in that race too. Fan favorite. By the way, your overall race leader under investigation for contact in turn 3 last lap.
You don't like to see that. That's
a little tisk moment there.
Not what you want to hear.
Absolutely not.
It may be 80 degrees outside, but the wind blowing into the commentary area from this door that I've just cracked is easily like 64, 63 degree wind. Like, the air coming in is cold.
We're about to lose these tents here. I mean,
yeah,
they are flapping.
It is picking up here.
Oh, they're having to hold down that tent now. They see they're giving it more support.
Yep. Gotta start strapping her down. Gotta strap in.
That one's been struggling a little bit, though, all afternoon. I don't think there's enough support there. The AOA tent, actually, they're holding that one down a little bit as well.
They're starting to hold that one.
Just prepping for the different weather that we're going to have tomorrow. Low of 42, high of 53. So some more seasonally appropriate weather, I believe, for this part of Texas.
Let me swap that over to numbers that I understand. Ooh, that's cold.
Ooh, yeah. Not good weather for the boat, let me tell you.
Absolutely not. Showing there's a chance of a trace of precipitation there tomorrow as well.
Oh, God. Have they improved that? So I don't know if you were here when I had spoke about this, Robert Hill Jr., notorious RHJ. I don't know if I had said, but when I packed for this trip, it was like unequivocally going to be 85 yesterday, 85 today, and like 65 tomorrow. And as the days have gone on, it has been colder and colder and colder projections until we're now where we're at. So
they have called it on this tent right here, by the way. They are packing it up.
They're shutting her down. We're circling the wagons on taking down the tent.
Yeah, they've called it a day on shade. No more shade.
So I did anticipate this weather change. I did speak about that, where we were going to get to this sort of midday and the cold system was going to start to roll through. Fortunately, we've only got 2.5 hours left, but I believe the camera recovery is going to be substantially colder than it was this morning.
The temperature definitely on the descent here over the last little while, already down 5 degrees since the top of the hours, or the bottom of the hour, I should say. So it's certainly swinging at this point.
Indeed it is. Oh, it was last updated 11:36. Let's see if I can get another update here on my phone. Not playing well with the updates.
A lot of tent work going on. Oh, we losing that tent too?
Oh, AOA losing their shade as well.
Multiple tents going down. We're losing the plot here.
That red tent is quite high. We might be moving it.
We might be moving this.
Nah, I think they're moving it to where they can fold it.
To where they can break it down.
Yep. We've got an update for you. No.
Here we go.
No, I do not want an update. There we go. Okay, there we go. Now we're back in business here. Ooh, yes, indeed. Chance of showers tomorrow, huh? That's not what you want to see.
No.
All right. Well, I can do the guys. Classic Brendan. Now that I've resorted the Wi-Fi situation, let's see if this timing works. Nope, it still doesn't. Damn it. All right. Well, anyhoozle. I also can't get it to pull up on my laps, which also has options for sorting my class.
So keeping an eye here on GTO, it looks like the Moorhead Speedworks 290 still leads by 20 seconds over the 188 from Lupe Tortilla. Other battles that we can take a look at, GTU leading by its Stratus 58 by 15 seconds over the 60, then 2 laps back to the 59. GP1 looks like the second place car, the 237, has gone to pit lane for their stop, and in GP2, Garage 66, the 214, leads by a minute 44 over the Palomar 83. So quite a gap there in GP2. That contact earlier, by the way, with the 58 was listed as with the Samson Racing Communications number 180 from the GP1 class. So no update on that one. It's still under investigation from the race stewards. From the turn one camera angle here, you can definitely see where the rubber's starting to go into. Oh no, Cody Powell, come to a stop.
Oh, okay. Well, this is
the TCS Motorsports entry here in GP1. We may get a full course caution from this one.
Unfortunately, and I don't want to say this because I definitely want people to send us onboard links when they have them, but how many times has it been, Jordan, where like one of two onboards that we have, one of them ends up being the car that just like clonks out with like a lot of the race left to go? Like, it happens frequently.
More often than it should.
Yeah, this is incredible. It's been that way, honestly, since Sentinel became a thing. I remember the first race where we had access to a Sentinel car, and it was a round 3, I think it was the round 3 Porsche at Coda, the Boxster. And it went out on like lap 5. And we were like, well, that's not great. We were looking forward to having that.
It's essentially a built-in commentator's curse.
I suppose so. So I have an update. I have a timing update, which is that, I can't look at the, I don't want to pay for that. So if you have Race Monitor, if you pay for their $6 subscription, which I'll be honest is not that much money, for a year, then you can sort by class on the app. So I just have to look at my phone.
And full course caution has just been indicated. And this is why.
Okay, so that's that.
As you can see here, the caution's out.
Those flags. It is absolutely out, Jordan Worth.
Thanks for that. Big caution energy. So I click here, and I click here, and I click this. Difference 2 laps. Yeah, okay. So the question is, was the 89 on the same lap? We're going to have to see who they pick up. Wait, who was the leader? Was a GTU car in the lead? Oh, it was.
It was indeed.
Oh, no. Okay, well, we're going to have to see where the safety car finds the leader, and if that's going to help or just really hammer the 89X and the Speed Syndicate car. The Lupe Tortilla car just drops down the order. Were they assessed a penalty, or no? They're just all on the same lap.
Yeah, no penalties.
Did they just pit? Yes. Okay, so they were in the pit lane as the yellow came out. Okay, got it. Cool.
So there's a lot of play on that red 10. I don't know if that one's going to last.
It's a little wobbly.
It wants to go. It looks like they have it strapped down pretty good, though. It looks like it's strapped to whatever box they have there.
Oh, they got the pit box, the little setup.
Yeah, and it looks like there's
engineering cart
straps. But it also could work as like a parachute and take the box too.
Man,
the whole thing
that would be impressive.
Fine.
Yeah, sorry, we can't bring you down pit road. Your crew chief floated away.
Okay, so now it's showing that Warhead Speed works. Okay, so they've put a lap on everybody. Or is this just not updating? See, this is... Alright. Okay, so if we can pick up, Jordan, the 89 and the 68 on track somewhere, that is a close... And then the 68 is the Airbnb orange colored. Yeah, that one. Yep, that's it. That's the 68. Right about there. Okay, but where is the 89? Yes, that's them. Okay, so there's a little bit bigger gap. Got it. Okay, so that black car that's right ahead of the... Oh, my goodness. It's... yeah. Anyway, so that's a battle for position. That's a battle for second in GTO. Still waiting to get everybody formed up. Now, what'll be interesting is where the safety car has picked up the 290, relative speaking, to see if the 89 and the 68 are going to get most of the lap back, or if they're going to go most of the lap down. Because, of course, the safety car is not picking up the 290, they're going to pick up the 58. Jordan, this might be a good opportunity to run an ad while we're waiting to re-rack them and roll them here. This is DriverSeye Live covering the first round of the World Racing League here at Eagles Canyon Raceway. I'm Ryan. We've got Robert Hill Jr. We're going to see if JT Tammy can return to us before the end of the race, but that'll depend on how his race went, I suppose. Jordan Worth of the controls. We'll be right back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
The Cross Contact Smart Choice 220. Continental Tire. Welcome back to the World Racing League, powered by Continental Tire. We're here at Eagles Canyon Raceway, just outside of Decatur, Texas. Here on a balmy, is balmy an appropriate word when it's windy? I think balmy is probably more of a heat thing. And it's not that hot. On a windy February day, northern Texas.
It's a breezy afternoon.
Yep. Some people would say that it's southern Oklahoma. Now, I don't know about that. People are saying it. They've been very unfair to the Texas region, or to the Dallas region. Very unfair. Very nasty. So bad that Luka Doncic left.
Ooh,
they said they didn't want him.
That still stings, though.
They said he was lazy. They said they didn't want him. I don't know about that.
Man.
Seems like a pretty good player. Great American.
So this is some unfortunate news here for the 29 Screaming Goat team. They have just been assessed a 1-lap penalty for a pit violation.
Ooh. So one thing that was mentioned in the drivers meeting, and I'm just going to be clear, I don't know if this is what they were penalized for, but I want to touch on it at least. Hey, there we go. Is we're no longer allowed to throw empty fuel cans back to your guy on the pit lane. You can only have one fuel can at a time. You can only have 4 people over the wall in addition to the driver. So you only have 5 people over the wall. So what would happen is you would throw the empty fuel can back to your pit people that are on the correct side of the wall, and then they would hand the full one across. And it was like a faster thing. And they've recently mandated, I think wisely, that throwing a mostly empty jug of fuel across the pit lane probably is not the safest move, and that was going to be policed moving forward. Now, I thought they were going to be a little bit more lenient on that today, but if it's something that you were already warned about, then, you know, perhaps the law has been enforced here.
It's listed as a visor up violation on pit lane.
Oh, no. Okay, well, that's been a rule for a long time, so that's too bad.
As we get our first glimpse of the garage area.
Yeah, this is one of many. It's gorgeous. They're all in this kind of color setup.
And the green flag's back out. We're back underway.
And we're going to see the cars screaming up into turn 2 here. Got the 246 Supra leading the crowd around. The 58 is going to work its way through here. A little bit too much noise here. Let me just shut that door down. There we go. It's getting a little toasty in here. Had to circulate some air.
No AC in that beautiful suite of yours, Ryan?
No, there is. I'm not inclined to go over and mess with it.
Of course.
So the Moorhead speed, oh, that's right. I'm doing this on my phone because I can filter it. That's right. Okay. So we'll wait for the timing to update, but I believe is the 290 versus the 80. We'll have a little bit of an off here in turn 3. Got 2 cars moving slowly out of the turn 3-4 section.
You can see one of them off in the distance there. Actually, both.
So when the cars finally... Okay, so there's the 290. Right about here-ish. No, it already went through, but that was the Lupe Tortilla car, which has fallen down the order. So we're looking for the 89 and the 68. That is the current hot battle. Was that it? Just going to the left there. They'll be coming to turn 15 shortly. Yes. Okay, so that's the battle. Yep, they're nose to tail. Perfect. Something to commentate live on. The 89X is right behind the Speed Syndicate number 68. So they're nose to tail coming down into turn 1 here in just a moment.
There they are.
The 89 has left a little bit of a gap here. So a comfortable-ish gap. He's not currently on the attack, but I think that's still closer than you would like your nearest rival to be. We're going to go down through the turn 4-5 complex here. And we'll see them pop back up on our turn 6 M here shortly. And there they are.
That gap definitely getting closer here as they work their way to about the midway point of this lap. We'll see what it is this upcoming time. By last time by, they did cross at a difference of 0.7 of a second between the 2 entries. So we'll see when they work their way around this time, is definitely closing the gap here as they work their way towards the tail end of the lap with just over 2 hours to go.
Now it's worth noting, 2 hours 11 to go. You're kind of in the window to make it on one more stop if you pit now. So I don't know the last time either of them pitted. I don't believe they pitted under the yellow. It was a quick yellow. But they're now in the realm of they can stop here and then make one more and make it to the end. Now, you'd think that you want to run as much fuel out of the car as possible here. You avoid getting caught out on a yellow. That gap back to being a little bit more extended again. I do think that we're going to see the 68 slowly work the gap a little bit bigger. Just seeing how the cars are making their time. They're going to be a pretty evenly matched car, and I just don't quite think the 89 has the wheels on it right now. Yeah, the gap here bigger than it was last lap, so I think the 68 is slowly going to check out here. Could be driver skill, could also be a tire choice as well. GTO, one of the last two classes that has an open tire. In the general production classes, the tire is mandated. There's one of two continental tire specifications that can be run. But in GTO, you get a little bit more leeway, given that there's some goofy sizes. You want different characteristics based on the design of the car.
So one thing to note, last time by, we were watching the battle between Speed Syndicate and the 89X Motorsports entries, and both cars set their personal best of the day. Speed Syndicate 68 set a 201.17, and the 89X with a 201.69. So the heat of competition really stepping up for both of those teams as they set their quick times of the day.
Indeed, they haven't had a whole lot of traffic to work through either after this restart.
Exactly.
I think they were very near the front of the queue, so they're going to have some time here. Jordan, good news. Try to re-pull up the 22's camera. Nope, that's too bad. The car is circulating.
Well, it's good news to see that they're back out there on the racetrack, absolutely.
Oh, yes.
They have lost a couple of laps, unfortunately, but nonetheless, still going to get some good data to work with for tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. It's the best part of WRL, I think, is if you have a tough race on the Saturday, it all resets for tomorrow. It's a little bit shorter, so it's less of you get fewer opportunities to make a strategy play for the front. You really do have to be on it and making no mistakes. Eye test, at least, doesn't seem like the gap got any bigger that last lap, at least going down into turn 2 here. Seems like it's about where it was before.
Yeah, it stayed the same, about a 1.7 second gap between Speed Syndicate and 89X. Both cars again running their quick times of the day in the low 2-minute range.
And they are going to start coming up on some slower traffic, both a GTO car ahead, that is the GTO Ligier, which is a tube frame sort of racing car thing. He's going to dice past that one. The 89's not going to get there in time. We'll just see it on the turn 6, or the turn 10 camera will be coming shortly. So there's the Stratus car. I believe that's the 58. Jordan, do you think I should turn this one to face the straightaway tomorrow? That turn 11 camera? I don't know. It just feels like there's kind of a gap back there. I don't know.
Yeah, why not?
All right. Sure thing. 100%. Yes. Let's do it.
So looking at the gap in GTO between Moorhead Speedworks and Speed Syndicate, just under 1 lap between the two cars. Last time by was 1:44 separating the 290 and the 68. So that Moorhead Speedworks car, if they continue the pace that they're currently running, they should be able to put the rest of the GTO field at least a lap down to them. Looking at GTU, the Stratus 58 still leads by 5 seconds over the sister car, the 60. The 59 is currently 2 laps down in the 3rd position. They've got the round 3 racing number 1 about 16 seconds back. That's the battle for the final podium spot in GTU. GP2, the Garage 66 214 leads by 2 minutes and 13 seconds over the Palomar 83 and has 2 laps over the Kerdog Racing number 151. GP1 Screaming Goat still leads the way by 2 laps over the Samson Racing Communications 180 and the Magic Developed 37. That's the 237 out there on the racing surface. That gap between Speed Syndicate and 89X has spread out a little bit further to 2.7 seconds. Of course, a lot of that can be attributed to the lap traffic battles that were going on between these two teams, as Speed Syndicate was able to spread the gap just a little bit further. Moorhead Speedworks, by the way, is closing in on that round 3 GTU to try to move up to 4th overall. We're coming up on 2 hours to go.
I've got a guest here.
Hey, there we go.
With,
Let's do it.
2 hours to go. We got Jeff Curry with a Kerdog. Is here with us. He brought me some really lovely hats as well.
Nice.
But wanted to have him come up and sit in and talk to us about the car. I had spoken, I think I was talking to Kelsey down in Tech yesterday, either yesterday or Thursday. And so she was kind of telling me a little bit about the car. It's the street car, right? And you picked the automatic.
Yeah. So we actually have 3. And we've turned all of them into track cars. This is the only one that we've got as a full-blown race car.
Okay.
Fuel cell, obviously roll cage and all that good stuff. So, and I race it in the NASA series as well.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Perfect. So you're a local to this track as well, it sounds like. What are some of the ins and outs? Like today we had Cade McKee from Screaming Goat Racing come up here today and was telling me about how polished the track surface is on the racing line and some of the different lines here. But even as I went around in my rental car today, it seems like there's a couple of these rhythm sections here that kind of turn 12, 13 right there. It seemed like there wasn't an obvious line. Now, like I'm in a rental SUV, it's a little bit different, obviously. Can you talk me through the lap here and kind of what are some of the things that as a local you pick up and like, you know what, if you're in this kind of car, it works better, but, can you talk me through that a little bit?
Right. Well, as I think you had pointed out, it's a very technical track. And so you have to, it takes a lot of practice. And what really helps is getting out on the track with some of the local, coaches, pointing out different places. It's amazing. You can go out with those guys and shave 2 seconds just by them telling you a different line. So it's, like I said, it's a real technical track. I think there's some, of course, in the GR, the nice thing about us, the GR, we have a big Brembo brake kit, so we can go real deep into the braking zones. And so that makes a big difference in being able to go into the corners faster. And so, but yeah, it's just a soup track. the guys have done a real good job out here. The facilities are, as far as I'm concerned, second to none.
It's fantastic.
So, and they get better every week.
Absolutely. No, it looks like even here you can kind of see as you come up the stairs, they're still working on it right now.
Yeah.
Those string lights that they got up in the stairway, they put those up yesterday in the afternoon, I think,
Yeah.
'cause they knew it was going to be a little dark.
Yeah.
But I remember Brendan talking about it was like dusty in these rooms last year, and he was like, they're still really working on drywall, there's cutting stuff, and so seeing it, move along at this pace is really cool. I think we're at a time in the country where the motorsports infrastructure that we've been given has started to decay, and we're only recently seeing investment be made into some of these older tracks that have industrial quality stuff in it, but at the end of the day, it's a 55-year-old restroom. It needs re-gone through. And so when you come to a venue like this that's a little bit newer, and they've designed it with it being newer, and frankly, it gets talked about a lot. I went to those restrooms that are down kind of by the condo building over there. My wife, for example, if we try to go to Thunderhill, which is in Northern California, which is a similar style of track to this,
right?
And they're doing work out there as well. But if you go use the original restroom there, it's not great concrete brick. You got the push and it stays on for 5 seconds.
Right.
Faucet that you got to play with and everything. And so just coming somewhere and having nice restrooms that are pleasant and clean and painted and maintained is starting to become more of a thing in racing.
Yeah.
But it's nice to see that people are continuing to do that.
Yeah, no,
so, we've got a lovely facility here.
Yeah, and Livio does he's every time I come out here, there's a new building there. As you can see, there's a lot of new construction going on. And then you've got the off-road course right across the way.
I haven't even been over there
Yeah,
yet.
and it's got a facility in itself.
Okay.
So they have all the same stuff over there that you've got over here.
Okay.
And he's working on an entertainment venue. There's plans to put in a big karting track, and so it's just, he's really done a great job out here. I challenge you with the skid pad to to find a facility in the country that would really compare to this,
right?
Other than the Circuit of the Americas.
Sure, but there's something nice about Circuit of the Americas was designed with the express intent of hosting that F1 race.
Right.
So you've got to have grandstands, you got to have this, and so there's some, trying to scale costs a little bit when you're trying to do a big complex like this.
Sure.
Somewhere like here where we're not going to try to host an IndyCar race or anything, and it's just this is for the club, it's for people who want to come rent it out, and you're able to limit the scope a little bit and get more of that stuff that gets us excited to come back, because I think that's how you have to make the money nowadays. Is it's not you're not paying the bills at COTA by having F1 come once. I'm sure that does okay, but you need that year's worth of track rentals to supplement that to keep everybody paid.
Sure.
And so I think when you've got a venue like this and you can make it more focused on the stuff that's here, and you've got condos that you can lease out, and stuff like that, you got race teams, shops. I think it's a little bit better business decision probably, and then it makes it a lot more pleasant for us as a series to come hang out and do this here.
And we actually have one of the condos, so that makes it really nice. So we can come out and stay for the weekend or for a race like this. We don't have to go to a hotel, and we'll lease it out when we're not here to people that want to stay. So it's a great facility.
So you said you were racing with your two sons, right?
Yes.
How did you guys get involved in racing?
Well, probably about 4 years ago, I got this idea just to go and take there was a company in Austin called Driveway Austin, and it was a facility where you could go and learn how to drive a race car, basically.
Sure.
So we went and did that. Then we took the advanced classes and got into it, and the next thing I know, we met a guy that leases cars. Autoline leases cars out, and so we started going to Circuit of the Americas and for chin events and Edge Addicts and all those, and started doing that and did that for about a year. I bought a Porsche GT4 Club Sport. The boys were driving the GRs that he had. And we're really enjoying the GRs. And so I thought, you know what, I'm going to sell the GT4 and buy 3 GRs. do that. So we all got GRs and turned them into track cars. And it's just kind of evolved. We started doing NASA events, did the time trials, and then I started racing wheel to wheel. And then last year, the event here, the WRL event, we decided to do it and did real well. We ended up getting second that weekend.
Yep.
And, it just kind of evolved. Bought a couple of GR Cup cars now.
Okay.
So, matter of fact, did you see the Celebrity GR Cup race? The Dude Perfect and Keanu Reeves.
No,
raced.
I had other stuff going on, but no, I know they had done it.
Yeah, they did it. So they, Cody Jones with Dude Perfect drove one of my cars in that event.
Nice.
And so it's just kind of evolved, and they're going to have a Legend Series in the GR Cup next year.
Okay.
Or this year, excuse me.
Right.
And so I'm thinking about doing that this year. So it's just kind of progressed, and
nice.
So
that GR Cup car, I'm curious now to have spoken with somebody who's driven the Cup car and the converted road car.
Right.
What are some of the differences? And then do you find yourself with the road car being like, well, if I could just get the Cup car part on here, it'd be a lot. But where do you draw the line between this is just the road car and we're doing our thing versus are we just building the one I could have bought?
They're totally different because they have I say they're totally different. They're the same car, but they drive, in my opinion, totally different in that, the GR Cup has a sequential transmission.
Mm-hmm.
We have an automatic with, paddle shifts in the other cars. And the car that we're driving this weekend is much easier to drive than the Cup car.
Okay.
The Cup car is just, that sequential transmission there's a lot more to it. It's real hot.
Right. I imagine so.
They, the guys, I can't remember if there was one or two GR Cup cars at COTA.
I believe there was two.
Okay, I know the Nitro guys had one, and I can't remember if there was another one or not. But anyway, in my mind, gosh, to drive the GR Cup car in an endurance race like this, that's a lot of work.
That's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of work. So to me, they're just two different cars, and I mean they're the same, but they're just different.
Differences.
Much easier to drive the car we're driving this weekend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have more aero on there, or is it all just like a setup and a shock?
It's actually less than the GR Cup car.
Okay.
GR Cup car, that's the one thing I will say. It's on a rail. It'll so it maneuvers better than the regular GR car. Yeah.
But you're a little bit more stable, a little bit more comfortable for a long run. You don't necessarily want to have the edgy car, right?
Yeah. I admire those guys that drove that car for 8 hours. But yeah, to me it would be a lot more of a challenge.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're doing this race. Are you going to race with us more this season? Probably come back to COTA as well. Do you want to come out to Barber maybe?
I'd love to do that. We've got NASA and we've got like I said, the GR Cup stuff, and so we're looking at. I don't know what all we're going to do yet.
Okay.
I mean, sure, it'd be great if we went to every one of them.
Right.
But I think we will, at a minimum, do COTA again.
Okay.
But we may pick one depending on the schedules and that kind of thing here or there. Yeah. I always like to go to a new track.
Right.
So it's fun, and this is a great organization. It's been a lot of fun. Great to do it with my boys. So yeah, we're enjoying ourselves.
That's the best part I think about endurance racing like this is you can really have everyone involved.
Mm-hmm.
You can have you can do it to whatever degree you want. There was a race last year at Road America, I believe, and it was like 3 or 4 guys. That was it.
Right.
And that was we're it. That's it. It's nobody else can come up because one's in the car, one's doing the radio, somebody else is sleeping. Like we're just doing our thing. And so you can get everybody involved if you're racing with your boys, but like if your wife wanted to come and hand bottles over the thing or do the radio or work whatever, you can get everybody involved. Whereas with like a sprint race, for example, it's you.
Yeah.
It's all you know, whatever. You go out there, you do your 40 minutes. It was a blast. And then, okay, now what am I going to do?
Yeah.
So it's really what we enjoy about endurance racing is the team aspect of getting everybody together, everybody involved.
Yeah.
It's really, really cool. I'm glad we have the opportunity to come do it.
Yeah, no, it's and it is like you said, it's definitely a team effort. There's a lot that goes behind putting this together.
Right.
For getting ready for a race, and then the pit crews and we've got great guys, and we have a good time, enjoy each other's company, and so it's definitely something I would like to do a lot more of.
Right.
It's just a scheduling thing. All that has to kind of gel, and so we'll see. But we're obviously this race is easy for us.
Right. Sure, got the combo here. It's all easy. It's the easiest one.
Yeah, just show up and jump in the car and go. And as you know, knowing the track makes a big difference.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, Jeff, thank you for coming to say hi to me. I really
Absolutely.
appreciate it.
Yeah. No, I wanted.
You guys are welcome anytime.
I really appreciate it, and I appreciate all the shout outs, and you're doing a great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
We're trying. Today's been a testing day. Tomorrow we'll be dialed in.
Yeah, you bet. All right.
Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it. Jeff with Kerdau Racing.
Good to hear from Jeff of Kerdog Racing down there at Eagles Canyon Raceway with our very own Ryan West. Of course, Kerdog currently running up there in the third spot in GP2, having a good day here today in what I believe is one of their first entries here in the World Racing League. So always good to hear about those teams that are coming together, especially when it's a family team. You got the father and the sons racing out here with each other and putting on a good show. So nice to hear about the family bonding moments. And there's a lot of that out in this racing industry. And just taking a look at where we currently stand out here on the racetrack, your top four is all GTU. Stratus 58, 60, and 59, your top three. And then the round three racing number one entry currently sitting in the fourth spot. Down there in fifth overall is your GTO leaders, the 89X for 89X Motorsports number 89, currently leading the way in GTO ahead of the Lupe Tortilla 188 and the Moorhead Speedworks number 290, currently sitting in that third spot. I believe they must have had their pit stop here within the last handful of laps to move them down to that third spot in GTO. GP1 continues to be the Screaming Goat Racing number 29, leading the way by quite a margin over the Samson Racing Communications 180. Currently scored is about 3 laps between those two. And the AOA Racing 85 up to third in class in GP1. Looks like we've had an issue for the Magic Developed 37 as they now find themselves 10 laps down. GP2, the Garage 66 214 leads the way over the Palomar Racing 83. That gap just over 2 minutes in time, so just under 1 lap between first and second in GP2. And the Kerdog Racing 151 currently 2 laps down to the GP2 leader, sitting in the third spot. The only other GP2 car still out on the racetrack is the Operation number 31, and they are 8 laps down to the GP2 leader. That's a quick rundown of your leaderboard here with an hour and 48 minutes to go in this 8-hour portion of our weekend number 1 of the World Racing League season here from Eagles Canyon, just outside of Decatur, Texas. Last time by, the Lupe Tortilla 188 set their quick time of the day with a 202.12. That has them good enough for second here in the GTO field. As we hop back on board with the number 22 car, they had a visit to pit lane. We saw them a little earlier on, stopped on the racetrack. That, of course, is the TCS Motorsports entry. Thanks to them for having their onboard camera available to us this afternoon. We hope to have a couple more tomorrow leading into day number 2, which is going to be a 7-hour racing event here at Eagles Canyon. We're going to get that one underway at about 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Well, Robert, we've got back-to-back guests here. I've got Scott
Hey.
Mann with Blaze Racing here. He's been on a couple times. An actual broadcaster, not like me where I just play a broadcaster on TV. Don't really know what I'm doing.
You stayed at a Holiday Inn Express last night, right?
I did. I actually did stay at a Holiday Inn Express as well. No, it's always lovely because I know the exact... I plug this cord in here on this mixer, and then Scott Mann will come in and mess with all the dials and like fix it for me. So it's like, okay, great. Now I won't touch it for the rest of the season. It'll be perfect.
I'm literally trying to gain up my cans because I can barely hear myself or you. Oh, you got the sub mixer out here.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny because for those people that are out there and how should we say the family land and watching their loved ones drive around in circles for absolutely no reason at all, they don't realize what it takes in order to put this thing together.
Right.
And I mean, just the broadcast alone and the organization that goes on behind the scenes is unbelievable. We have currently in front of me a giant monitor ahead of me. We have a medium-sized monitor on the table with 2 small laptop computers, a mixer, a sub-mixer, real cans, actual broadcast cans, which would be headphones.
That's the one thing we've had for a long time.
Exactly, real broadcast cans with microphones built into them, and wires going everywhere. There's a giant 4kW generator outside, just spewing massive. All right, so I'm elaborating a little bit, but anyway, it's just cool that to have you guys put the effort into it. And all of your 7.5 listeners. Well, I don't know. Dogs? Are they half?
I believe dogs are half. I haven't even looked at the visitor or the listener and viewer numbers today. I haven't had that kind of time. I'm just doing it. We're trying. The problem is,
it's great.
We found that we've got like a following, which is like so weird for me.
It's true.
That there's a group of probably 20 to 50 people that will just watch us do whatever we're doing. And so if we're out doing FARA, they're watching it. If we're doing SCCA, they're watching it. But the problem is we've got all 3 events going this weekend, so those 50 people are scattered everywhere.
Yeah, but there's people that sit there and watch other people play video games.
Oh yeah.
And that's all they do. And so this might as well be a reality video game.
I mean, I'll take it. I'll take it, man. I mean, we've got the best in watching people play video games. Being our producer here, Jordan Worth is Mr. Bottom Split.
It's unbelievable.
Like it's if we're gonna do it, we're gonna go all the way in. We're gonna make sure we got the best video game watcher people available.
Yeah, and that's actually one of the most impressive things. I mean, how should we say it, as rudimentary as some of this stuff seems, that like that's sitting in front of me, if you look at the broadcast quality, just a lot of your CG graphics and all that sort of stuff, I'm going, oh man, this is cool.
Yeah.
It looks really, what it looks like? It reminds me of when Speed Vision was kind of a thing back in the late 90s, early 2000s. A lot of that sort of stuff, which was cool at the time.
Right.
And it's not like it's passé now, but I mean, that was broadcast just 20 years ago, and 20 years ago was yesterday to me.
Right. Absolutely. It bums me out because I watch this, which is a rebroadcast direct from Jordan's computer that's only in 720p and compressed.
Yeah.
And so I'm always looking at this screen. I'm like, it doesn't look great. And then every now and then I peek back here and I'm like, oh,
yeah.
Oh, the frame rate's way better. Oh, the color pot, this is okay. Like,
you can.
all right.
I can literally see a small little bug flying around in the grass in the foreground. You can see all the clag that's on the side of the road. That's pretty cool. All right, so now your production department, all 97 people that are back at the factory, they're all laughing right now,
They're
right?
all having a great time.
That's why you bring me on the air,
Absolutely. Absolutely. So let's talk Blaze Racing, though. An inauspicious start, I would say, to the weekend. What's going on in the Blaze Racing camp?
Yeah, we had rather interesting choice of words, inauspicious start. We had the car completely, absolutely sussed out, looking like $1 million. We went to do our very, very last shakedown on Sunday, which was at Spring Mountain Motorsports, just outside of Las Vegas, which that's where we're based out of, is Spring Mountain. And we had a full suspension failure in the front right corner. And I happened to be driving, going into turn 1, for those people that know anything about that track. And when the suspension failed, it basically in turn one left me to be, let's say, straight into the wall. The embankment that I hit glanced the car up into the air. I saw God, then landed back down on top of. Can I say that? I hope that's okay.
Yeah.
All right, because we happen to be kind of in the south, so I think I can say that.
Hey,
I landed on top of the embankment. I, was covered in dirt, and the whole front end of the car was wiped out. Yes, that same car that's out there right now.
Wow.
That was Sunday, 6 days ago, late in the afternoon, second to the last lap. And we destroyed the whole front suspension, destroyed much of the front of the accessory package on the front of the motor. Of course, everything forward of the frame rails. The frame rails on our E36 BMW M3, Power-Cooled Racing sponsored Bullet, managed to stay straight enough. And the alignment still came out really good, but we thrashed. Well, we drove straight through from Las Vegas with a wounded car straight down to Texas because we have an absolutely amazing support group down here. Texas Trackworks, Forrest, Mason, I don't know everybody's name, met the greatest dog on the planet, you get the idea. They were unbelievable. And Forrest kind of did one of those things where, hey, if you need to use the shop, use the shop. We know you're capable of putting it all back together again, no problem at all. If you need us to order parts, we'll of course order parts. We'll hand you an invoice at the end that'll be reasonable. But the biggest thing is we really want you to come and play with us. And the love that we felt from them, in all seriousness, I mean, because they're right now supporting 2 cars in our same class, and they're out there doing a great job. But I mean, this is one of the most beautiful things about WRL and a lot of the racers that are within this series. And keep in mind, we go all over the nation with this, and so we don't just meet up people in Texas, which actually are pretty cool for the most part. You know what I mean? Absolutely. We're meeting people all over the United States that are equally as cool, and it's just incredible. So we're back on track. We had no test. We have complete brand new suspension. I didn't even know where to set things, so I just basically guessed. And here we are. We went from DFL. For those people that don't know what that means, I'm not going to say it on the air. But we went from DFL because we couldn't even qualify yesterday because we were still putting the car together. And within the first 45 minutes, we were in 3rd place.
Excellent.
And that wasn't fuel strategy. That was just out and out performance. And so
getting after it.
That's exactly right. Now our first driver happens to be a really good rain driver, and the irony of that was, if you recall, you and I were on the air last year. And you have to understand, you just wind me up and then you just set me go, and I just go.
Totally fine.
But we were on the air last year. We were staring right down at that corner. What is that? 6, 5? The right-hander right down there.
Right here is like 4 or 5.
4 or 5. Yeah, I forgot. I've got to get a map in front of me. Anyway, and it just started to rain. It was right towards the end of the race, and it was just so funny because Zach, who's one of the other drivers, drove right off into the ditch, which isn't there, by the way, anymore, and folded up the front end of the car just because it started getting a little bit wet. And I just jumped on the air. I wasn't on the air but about 1.5 seconds, and I looked and I saw that happen, and I went, oh, false alarm, I'm out of here. So now I gotta go fix the car. We ended up basically having to DNF on that particular weekend. But this last year it's been ups and downs. We went into this year with an exorcism of all of the bad juju within our team. We have nothing but love and appreciation for all those people that have supported us through the last year, and we carry the same sponsor, which somehow, some way, has been so gracious to continue to watch our follies. So, Power-Cool Manufacturing, radiators and all things cool. Yes, all things cool. That was there's actually a funny in there someplace. They are our manufacturing, or they are our sponsor, and we appreciate that, and we appreciate you.
Of course. Well, I appreciate it, Scott. Thank you. I just show up, man. I just show up and sit down. I think I have the easiest gig of anybody here. So
should we hold hands and sing Kumbaya right now?
We should.
Yeah. There's a lot of love going on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, I enjoy being here. I enjoy the stories. I enjoy the people. It's really what brings me into the racing. I was just talking to Jeff about it as he had stepped out. That it's all good people, and it's unique in that if you're doing sprint racing, it's really just about you. It's the driver. You know, you may or may not have a crew because you're setting cars up or whatever, or you might be out there by yourself or with your son or your daughter just swapping wheels around. But at the end of the day, the green flag drops and it's all you. That's it. Whereas endurance racing lends itself to, you have to be working as a team. There's at a minimum 3 of you that are working on this project together. And their friends and family, and it's an 8-hour race. So we're going to have pit stops. We got to have all that stuff together. And if you're not functioning as a unit, it does not work at all. And so I think it really self-selects itself into groups of people who work well together and are gracious, with time, with equipment, with, loaning materials and lifts and things like that. And so it's one of the, I think, best things. That's why this is the type of motorsport I enjoy spending my time interacting with the most. We cover a lot of motorsports on DriversEye Live, and this is by far and away my favorite one to come to because of what you've mentioned. It's the people, it's the welcome, it's the stories, it's the being family, basically. It's just fantastic. I love it.
Now you have to ask the question, so what happened? Because obviously we're not in third place anymore.
You're not in third place anymore. No, you are in not that. I was going to let you get to it. I didn't want to crush your, you had a really nice story. You got the car back going. I'm not going to stick the knife in here. If you're going to talk about it.
Oh, no, you got to be a good broadcaster. You got to sit there. There's always got to be blood at the accident scene. You got to slow down for that one. You know what I mean? So. Okay, so Zach was in the car. There's 3 drivers: myself, Jonas, and Zach. Jonas and Zach, they're both 20. I happen to be 40 years their senior. You remember that from last year, and we do an excellent job. Our lap times are almost dead nuts the same. You can't tell who's on the inside of the car. Yes, we do have our ups and downs and so on and so forth as far as what we're better at and what we're not as good at. But one of the things that Zach keeps on doing, and he's a tiny guy, is he keeps on breaking the damn seat. I mean, seriously, it's like 155 pounds soaking wet, maybe. And for whatever reason, the seat is failing. But it's not failing in the same way every single time, so we don't have a chronic issue. But, I mean, the lever arm of what's going on, up above those seat rails is pretty astonishing. And so, yes, I went through, we teched it, made sure that everything was all good and perfect and everything like that. But this is what happened last Sunday when I got in my accident.
Right.
And parked the car on top of the hill. I'm sure that probably weakened something. And even though we went through and torqued it, something had to have happened in there somehow, some way.
Right.
So, make a long story short, we did make an emergency repair. It is safe. 100%. There's no way the team owner, who's the father of Zach, would possibly let that car out onto the track if it wasn't safe.
Absolutely.
And so, but he's out there basically trundling along, and we'll get to the end of today. Then we'll pull the whole thing apart, do some welding and some fabricating, and clothespins and paper clips and all that sort of stuff. And we will go forward tomorrow and hopefully do even better. But that's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Perfect. Well, the seat thing, it's one of those that it's not fun to talk about, especially in like a racing context. It's like you want to hear about just motor and suspension and aero and cool stuff. And it wasn't that long ago, I suppose, Brendan would know. It was mid-Ohio, probably 2 or 3 years ago, that somebody had a seat problem. And it was on like sliders or something. The sliders weren't straight, or I don't remember what the problem ended up being. But it becomes every now and then it pops up, and it seems like it ends up being a thing that's more difficult to address than you would imagine, given the stuff that an endurance team can just usually fix instantly on the spot.
Right.
And so it does end up being a big issue, bigger than it may, sound to like a, whoever family watching. Like keeping the seat attached, that's a big deal as far as safety is concerned. So getting it to where it's like safe and welded in and secured and whatever for the race, that's fine. But yeah, you're gonna want to go back and recheck everything and remount it. That way it's just so.
Especially because of the fact that when you have different sized drivers, and we are allowed to have adjustable rails, and the adjustable rails are, hardened, very, very well made, by companies like Sparco and, stuff like that. It's a product that does work really well in racing and is used often.
Yeah.
They are still a wear-related item because it's just constantly, as once again, the paperclip is eventually going to break.
Right.
And so we do replace them generally once a season or once every season and a half. These are getting a little bit long in the tooth, but because we had some incidences last year, and then of course the big one that occurred just Sunday, that I was not necessarily overlooked, but had we been able to get another set, I would have replaced them for sure.
Gotcha.
And so honestly, this one is a little bit on me because I am the team principal and I'm the guy that's supposed to make sure that everything is good. So if there is a loss to be handed, or if there's positions to be given up on today, I will gladly accept that responsibility, and tomorrow get the heck out of my way because we're coming for you.
Exactly. Very, very commendable to take responsibility on there, but then just the absolute respect of like, but tomorrow we're going to hammer it. We're going for it.
Yep, that is for sure.
Perfect, Scott. Thank you for coming to chat. I appreciate you. You're
My
always
pleasure.
welcome, of course.
I love it. I always look forward to coming up here and saying hello. You're 7.25 because I can't quite figure out how to count the cats in. You're 7.25 people, souls that are out there listening. Right. You guys have a great and wonderful rest of the day. Please continue to stay tuned to what's going on. Remember, this is a chess match. It's a slow-moving chess match, but towards the end, you're going to see some really cool action.
Absolutely. I think so, too. So thank you. Scott Mann, Blaze Racing, came here to join us. I'll be right back. Robert Hill, have we missed anything?
We have not. It's been fairly quiet out there. Just one quick update. The Moorhead Speedworks car has lost a couple of laps in the GTO battle. So the 89X currently leading the way in GTO ahead of the Lupe Tortilla 188 by 22 seconds. Then they have quite a gap back to the Speed Syndicate number 68, followed by the Moorhead Speedworks 290. So Moorhead has fallen from the lead all the way out of the podium here with just 90 minutes to go. GTU still the same. Stratus 58 leading the way by a little bit here over the Stratus 60. We'll get you an updated time here. A minute and a half between the 58 and the 60, and another lap back to the 59. GP1 still the Screaming Goat Racing 29 leading the way by a couple laps over the Samson Racing Communications 180 and the AOA Racing number 85. GP2 it's Garage 66 leading the way by a minute 35 over Palomar Racing. So that gap has come down by about 30 seconds between the first and second place GP2 entries. Kurdog Racing, who we just spoke with them just a couple moments ago, sitting third in class. And the Operation number 31 rounding out the GP2s that are still in running condition at this point. Moorhead Speedworks 2 laps is what they've lost here since being in the race lead. So unfortunate for them. And actually just a moment ago, they did go 4 off on driver's right in corner number 15. So just not going the way that 290 team was hoping for at this point. And corner number 15 actually getting quite a workout right now. We just had a spin down there as well. And another incident currently being entered into the race log here by our stewards. So we'll see what happened there. But 3 corner number 15 incidents in a row. And actually most of our incidents since the green flag came out on this restart about 45 minutes ago or so have been down in corner number 15. 5 out of the 10 that are listed in the last 45 minutes in corner 15. So definitely a risky area of the racetrack at this point in time. But we'll keep our eyes out on this one. The last incident involving the 302, which is the Riser Harness Ford in GP1. We saw them a little bit earlier on. That was one of the Mustangs out there on the racetrack. I believe it was the big yellow one that we've seen quite a few times this afternoon. As we get down to the final 90 minutes of today's action here at Eagles Canyon Raceway. It's been some great action all afternoon, all day long here. Glad to have you all with us over on YouTube. Be sure to drop into the comments. Let us know where you're watching from here today. If you're cheering for a particular team, be sure to give them a shout out as well. And by the way, the battle in GTU appears to be heating up a little bit. The round 3 racing number 1 is quickly catching the Stratus 59 for third in class. It's about a half a second separating those 2 cars. So we could see a breakup of those Stratus entries with round 3 working their way up onto the overall podium here in just a moment. Last time by, just over 2.5 tenths separating the 59 and the 1. Quick update here from GP2. A 1-lap pit infraction penalty has just been handed out to the Operation 31. So they're going to lose an additional lap to the rest of that grouping. They were already a couple laps behind the Kurdog Racing entry that's bringing up the rear end of that GP2 podium. And while we work our way through this pit cycle, another pit penalty has just been assessed, this time in the GP1 division. It's Split 5 Racing's 315 entry being assessed a 1-lap penalty. That's another one for visor up violation. So unfortunately, some of these teams just making a very simple mistake, putting that visor up and keeping it up during the pit sequence. And that's bringing them a penalty that's going to lose them a lap and potentially lose them a couple of positions out on the racetrack. And speaking of the racetrack, Lupe Tortilla, the Fast Track Racing 188, just set their quick time of the day last time by. It was a 201.795. The quick time overall here this afternoon does go to the Stratus 59. Their quick time was a 156.532. So that's the quick time of the day here at Eagles Canyon. The top non-GTU time was Moorhead Speedworks in the 290 quite a while ago, back on lap number 63, so 100 laps ago, with a 159.629. The rest of those quick times all being set by the GTU field. Open Throttle Racing, their number 66 GP2 entry, currently sitting in the quite a bit back in that class. They set their quick time last time by, that was a 2-minute 16.852 second lap time, as Screaming Goat Racing in GP1, that's the GP1 leader, just put down a 210.16. That not their quick time on the day. Actually, I do stand corrected. It was a 208 flat for Screaming Goat Racing. An incident not too long ago over there in turn number 11. It was the number 7 Capstone Motorsports entry. Went 4 wheels off, was able to continue on, so we'll stay under green with an hour and 24 minutes to go here just outside Decatur, Texas at the Eagles Canyon Raceway. A quick weather update. We've dropped another 10 degrees over the last little while, currently sitting at 66 degrees Fahrenheit, so the temperature really dropping, and that's going to set us up for tomorrow, where it's going to be on the chilly side. We've discussed this a little bit earlier on. Looking like our high in the race tomorrow will be about 52 degrees. We'll start the morning in the low 40s, so expect potentially a little bit of dampness on the racetrack when we get underway tomorrow, much like we had today, and we'll see how that develops throughout the day. And of course, as you see on this camera shot here, you can see where that rubber lane's starting to go in off in the distance. The drivers working their way through a preferred racing lane, and we didn't have that at the start of the day. We had moisture, we had rooster tails, and we had drivers just trying to seek out grip anywhere they could possibly find it on this racing surface, and they've definitely found it now. We're seeing marbles go down on the outside of that racing groove towards the end of this sweeping corner here in the turn 12 camera shot. You could see those little bits of rubber piling up out there on the racetrack. That's all of the marbles coming off of the tires throughout this one, as these drivers continue to put heat in the tires, heat in the racetrack. We'll continue to see that throughout the remainder of today's event. As we take a look, see if there's any other real movements or battles going on out there on the racetrack. While we were going through a bit of a rundown, we did have the Round 3 Racing GTU make that pass on the Stratus 59 for third in class, and the Stratus has actually lost a little bit of ground not too long ago here to the Round 3 Racing number 1. 15 seconds now the gap between third and fourth overall, and of course third and fourth in the GTU class. The Stratus 58 still leads the way, the 60, and then the round 3 racing number 1. That's your top 3 GTU, GTO. Still looking much of the same. The 89X leading by 23 seconds over the Fast Track Racing Lupe Tortilla number 188. And then they have a little bit of a gap back to the Speed Syndicate number 68. The rest of your top 10, the Automatic Racing 909 GTU, followed by the 739 Racing Rapscallion GTU. First time we've mentioned them tonight up inside the top 10. And rounding out that top 10 is the Automatic Racing number 908 GTU. So pretty impressive to see some of these teams that were further down the running order starting to work their way up there and get themselves in position for a solid start to the season. Moorhead Speedworks, you might be looking for an update on them. They've fallen back to position number 11. So all the way outside of your top 10 now is that 290.
All right, guys, I got another guest here. We're getting a little run of guests here at the end of the day. I'm pleased. It's Sean Sampson, and for viewers who've been with us for a long time will understand that I've called races with Sean Sampson in it like 10 years ago when he was doing the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill. So Brendan would be stoked, but he's, of course, working on the other broadcast right now. But Sean, happy to see you. What brings you all the way out here to Texas to run Eagles Canyon with us?
We decided last year to kind of change it up. There was some bucket list tracks and WRL, so we went out and ran Colorado.
Yeah.
And had a great time with WRL. And so we kind of made an off-season decision. You know, we're going to run some WRL, so we drove the car from Cali out here this week. We're going to go here. We're going to go to Barber. We're going to go up to Watkins. We're just going to do a bucket list for this summer, and WRL fits the schedule.
Excellent.
So yeah, that we're super excited, and and obviously great racing, and WRL does a good job with their racing teams and how they set it all up, and the professionalism. So yeah, really enjoying it.
Well, we're happy to have you here, and that car was a NASA E1 E0, so it fits decent in GP1, right?
Yeah, it probably should be a G2 car, but my partner and I have both been racing a long time together, Troy Lindstrom. We're consistent drivers, and we're good at what we've been doing over the years. So we're really happy. You know, we'd rather take weight out of the car than put weight into the car, you know, and less breakage and mileage and fuel economy and all those simple things. And if we can just run consistent laps, which today has proven to be one of those days, then we can get ourselves on the podium. So as it sits right now, fingers crossed, we're doing fine.
So as a kind of a Lindstrom sidebar, is there any chance we can get the truck out and run that at Daytona?
You get Troy on here, he'll tell you absolutely. Yeah. That truck, it's been a great car to race over the years. I'm happy not to be racing it, but it's a handful. It's 700 horsepower. It's got it's a different kind of beast.
Absolutely.
But yeah.
That is like a formative memory for me, because I would stand in that spot because I was the pit reporter initially, and I would stand in that opening where it was you guys, and then in front of you on the in the paddock spot, and then in front of you was the not flying lizard but flying lizard team, like right there in that slot, and then the who were the Nissan people that were on the other side. Gosh, I can totally picture them. They had the 370Z with like the different body kit and stuff on it.
It is.
That's gonna drive me crazy.
It's they just ran Daytona.
But you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, of course I do. Yeah, Brian. It's Brian. His wife is. Yes.
Yeah.
Valkyrie.
Thank you. Yes, it's Valkyrie. Yeah.
Sorry,
that
Brian.
Was
Brian.
Yeah, they're great folks, and that was my zone.
Circle.
That's where I stood, right there in that opening where I could stand there and not be yelled at.
Yeah.
Because we hadn't sorted out actual pit access yet. And so I remember just standing there in the cold and seeing that truck fire up, oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's a beast. It was a super fun truck to drive for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we're here at Eagles Canyon. You're running second right now with your BMW. It's a pretty stacked BMW class in GP1 nowadays. I've gotten a little bit more varied over the years, but probably about 6 to 8 months ago, it was almost exclusively the E46 builder tuner class. You know. How have you guys been finding, because we've got a couple teams in the series that run these to renters, for example.
Yep.
What's the black magic on the engines? Because I've got friends that run a spec E46 and they're having a hard time finding engines for that car.
It's an issue. It is truly it's a problem. Yeah, man, we've gone through motors, and we've got an expensive motor in there right now, straight from the factory, because we didn't want to deal with anything else. So we took the short block and started that and added on to it. But I mean, and then now they're just getting hard to find.
Right.
So at some point we're going to run out of them. We'll find something else at that point. But
well, we've got guys that have switched to, some people have kind of switched to that M240, the M2. A couple guys have gone that direction, and then we've seen another couple folks run that turbo 4-cylinder that they put in all the 328s now and stuff, but they're starting to get those into kind of a GP2 trim. What do you think about that kind of thing? Do you like the straight 6 delivery and want to stick with that, or is it like, turbo motor, that'd be kind of fun?
I like the idea of doing the turbo motor. I mean, yes, I'm a straight 6. I mean, I've drove a V8 with Troy in the truck, so yes, I love all that. But I've raced against the 2s, and they're a good car. It looks like it's a ton of fun. They're a smaller package. They're lighter. They flick around a little bit easier, not so sedanish.
Right.
As a driver, I think it looks really comfortable. And I know I've never driven them personally, but I know drivers that I've raced with have raced in that car, and everybody says it's a really fun car to drive.
Right.
It's a comfortable car. It's speed, at pace. It does everything it's supposed to.
Right.
So yeah.
That was the car of choice here for GTO when we first started covering the World Racing League. It was actually the first race that we did. Was that first year that NASA went in-house for their broadcast, and we last minute World Racing League was like, hey, come to Coda, we got you. And that in GTO was like oh my, somebody brought an M240i, that's like a race car. We're like, oh, this is great. I think they caught on really quickly that it's like, it's the same motor that's in the GT4 car, we just kind of put the same tune on there, and then should be all good with the way the rules are written. I don't know if you heard or saw, but the way the rule book is kind of going for WRL, there's a team that's going to run a GT3 car this season. Have you seen that? I did see that. I saw that just come out. That just came out. In the rules that was going to be. Yeah. I was thinking it was going to be here. I figured if they put that rule in, it was early, it would be here. Right. But... to some extent, like I talked about this a little bit earlier, that you get what I think of as a GM brain for like sports fans, where you're a fan of the sport, but you're trying to defend ownership's actions. Like, well, they really shouldn't have paid that guy because that's going to mess up the. Right. It's like, nah, you want your team to like hire the cool guy, and I want teams to bring the cool car, but there's like just this tiny bit in the back of my head where it's like, doing GT3 cars here, like, is that the Thunder Hill got out of hand in a hurry. They had a much more permissive rule book, slippery slope at that point. Slippery slope. But that's I'm excited to see what that's going to look like for sure. Absolutely. And I bring that up because that's something that you guys did. I'm gonna have to face it. Yeah, but you've done it before. Yeah. You were in the 700 horsepower truck. Right. You've been and it's possible to race together and make that work. Yes, it is for sure. I think like everything else, it's depends on how much they have to detune the car and then the question is it still a fun car to race? I mean, at some point it's like, well, this car could go so much faster. Should I just put it in another class that it should be in? It's going to be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see. I'm really looking forward to it. I think that'll be a fun time for sure. So you guys are going to run a few seasons, or a few races here this season. Are you just doing WRL, or do you have other stuff that you're working on too? We might jump into a Lucky Dog on the East Coast because it's going to be over there anyhow. So we might jump into a couple over there just because there's some tracks we want to run over there. Okay. But right now we'll do this. We'll probably skip Colorado. We'll go to Utah. So really happy that WRL is going to Utah. Right. Phenomenal facility. Okay, excellent. Yeah, that's going to be a top-notch facility. So that's how we'll kind of close up the WRL season is at Utah. So that's kind of our plan at this stage. Perfect. Yeah. I haven't actually been out to that Utah Motorsports campus, I think they call it now. Yes. I think Brendan's going to go to that one, but that seems like it'll be cool, especially as like an excuse for all these Southeast people to get to just like go to Utah and do the Utah thing and go see national parks and do all the that stuff. The facility's fantastic. I mean, it was built as an F1 track when Miller had it, right? So that's why they started out. That garages are great. The track race is awesome. I mean, I've done plenty of championships with NASA, and I've done endurance, 6-hour endurance races with WRC over the years as well. So I've got lots of track time there. Nice. And it's a fun track. It races really well. It really lends itself to an endurance type deal, for sure. I mean, there's long straightaways. Right. There's a lot of chicanes. There's a lot of fast corners, fast corners. Okay. And so if the car's set up
depending on what you want. A little more aero. You want to, do you want speed? Do you want straightaway
Right.
speed? Do you want aero speed for fast corners? There's some technical corners and some hills, some hills and rolling stuff off camber. So it's got a little bit of everything. And I think it's about a 3-mile track, something like that. The outer loop is about 3 miles.
Okay,
So,
gotcha. Because
yeah.
I know they've got a couple different
Yeah.
configurations they can run for that, for
Yeah,
sure.
absolutely. Yeah.
I see. So I just lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
There. Robert Hill, were you aware of the Thunderhill 25 at all in years past, or no?
Not really, no.
Not really?
I've heard
Oh,
about
okay.
it a little bit. I never was able to catch any of it, though.
I didn't catch it. Okay, I gotcha. Just a heck of an event, man. Like, what I miss it. I genuinely miss it. I'm sorry that is the way that it kind of panned out.
It was a miserable event, and every year I did it for 16 straight years.
Oh,
16
man.
years, and everything from P1 to P2 to P3.
Mhm.
I've done it all over the years. Team owner, driver, just as a driver, hired driver,
Mhm.
driver. Just coming to the events, and I've done it all there. And every year I would swear, I can't do this again. It's miserable. And boy, on the way home from that event, you're already looking forward to the next one. How can we do it better?
Right.
Typical. We're racers, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's something that we don't see a whole lot of here, and a thing that Brendan and I talk about missing a little bit is the idea that you build a prototype racer, like small one, like a CSR type car, and you put your super duper Hayabusa engine in it, and you just anticipate they're going to go through 3 motors. Over the course of 25 out. It's like, I'm sorry, what? And yeah, no, we can change this out in 30 minutes. We'll be back out ahead. We're going to lose a couple laps. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
It's like, you could just go buy an LMP1 car and it'll run the whole time. Like, what are you're spending a lot of money on this. Oh, man.
Crew and everybody else, all the logistics cost you the most expensive part.
man.
I mean, race cars are expensive, but you start adding crew and hotels and lodging and
Right.
transportation and food,
Yep.
3 or 4 days in a row. And
Yep.
it all adds up, so no question.
I mean, you guys put that single-handedly. I think that event put Willows, California, got it a Walmart,
got it
a
They
bar
did.
that's open late at the
Right,
Mexican
exactly.
restaurant.
Yep, exactly. Great food, good margaritas. Yeah, 100%. They would stay open all night. Presents for all the kids.
Yep,
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
Man.
it was a great event, and it started out with little single axle trailers and flatbeds with guys showing up with Hondas and RX-7s, and that's how it started. And it went from there full circle. I mean, it really went all the way to the top end with Team Audis and Porsches and
Right.
Mazdas, and everybody showing up with haulers and the creme de the creme.
Yep.
And then it's obviously it went full circle, which is great.
Right.
All good things should pass. So
Sure. I hope. I keep trying to bend RJ's ear about, like, we should just do it. WRL should just do the 25 hours of Thunderhill, and we'll see how NASA feels about that. But like, hey, if they don't even have that series anymore, then like, well, you just talk to the track, I suppose.
yeah.
I don't think we could get a lot of the Southeast guys to tow that far.
No, you know what?
And especially in that time of year too. Like,
Well, you got Coda at the same time. So I mean, if you're in Florida and you're like, well, am I going to go to Thunderhill, California, Willows?
No.
Or am I going to go to Coda?
Coda.
I'm going to go to Coda.
Coda.
You
Oh,
know?
yeah.
So I think
Absolutely.
when Coda started, that's when a lot of the East Coast teams stopped going. And it's
Right.
back then. Figure that the 25 was a complete learning bed for young drivers before Daytona.
yeah.
So you have all these young drivers without the experience of night racing, door-to-door lights. And these teams would bring their drivers to the 25, knowing good and well that was a good way to get them introduced before Daytona. So there was a big carryover. So you had this, a new echelon of drivers coming, So
I think it's an era that won't be repeated. I don't see a landscape where that style of event can happen anymore, because what happens.
Yeah.
And they spent themselves into oblivion, and then when the money left, it was like, oh, okay. But we remember calling Colton Herta as like a 14-year-old
absolutely.
driving the Janetta LMP car around and doing all that stuff. And,
yeah.
Man, it's what an era to look back on and be like, wow, that was a cool thing to get to do, for sure. So yeah, man.
Where are we at? Where are we at with our time right
So
now? We got
right
an
now,
hour left. Huh?
Yep, you got about an hour.
All right, good. Well, it looks like we're in P1 right now. Is that? No, can't be. No, we're
Looks
in
like
the
P2
16th
still.
We're
Yeah.
16th overall. Okay.
Yeah. Just set a good lap. Just set a 210.
Yeah,
210.9. So there you go.
Yeah. Boy, Troy.
A little bit. Yeah, let's see. You got that 85 AOA car behind you, so that's good. They're like a long-time entrant for WRL.
Yeah, they were on the same lap with us, only about 15 seconds back, but I think they had come in for fuel. I think they dropped it back a couple of laps. I think the last I saw they were right there with us. Yeah, and we've got to get a splash and go here pretty quick here as well.
Okay, I was gonna say we're in that zone with the GP class where it's like, could you have made it? But you guys think you're gonna need a splash?
Yeah, we're gonna do a splash for sure. Yeah,
gotcha.
I'll jump back on the radio here in a second, but I'll find out what's going on. But yeah, we need to do at least a five splash. But we kind of put that to our window of where we're at, so we look good right now.
Does a yellow right now save your splash or no?
You know what? At the end of the day, you could come on this particular track, the way pit in, pit it out. It's about a minute lost.
Okay.
Coming in, doing 5 gallons and out. It's not much.
Right.
So we're good from that standpoint. If the yellow comes in, the yellow comes in. You know, depending on. Yellows are such a catch can. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose.
Right.
Oh, we're up a lap. No, we're actually behind a lap. Oh, what happened? There was a yellow. You know, so that's just the luck of the draw, and everybody gets it. You know, sometimes, some days you're on the winning side, and some days, for whatever reason, you just cannot catch a break. You just keep going backwards for no fault of your own. You just get caught out with the yellows. You're like, oh no, down another lap.
It happens. It absolutely happens. With regards to yellows, especially in WRL, we go to a lot of tracks that the code 60 or the code 35, I suppose.
Right.
Where do you land on that side of the thing? Would you rather have a full course yellow, or would you rather, the different strategy angle of doing the code 35?
I like the full course yellow, honestly.
Okay.
I think it just for 2 reasons. One is because it kind of gets the field back up again. But if you're out in front, you don't want to see it.
Right.
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 I've been working my hiney off for the last 2.5 hours to get 35 seconds in front of the cars in second place, and they just cut back up, and they're now sitting on my bumper. Yeah. So it's kind of every series has a little bit different idea. I'd like this right now. We've had full course yellows. A couple just very incidental. A car spun and gets back on, but it kind of like catching it all up.
Okay, I gotcha. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to shout out? Anything else you got planned?
No, I mean, I just, I wanted to just kind of shout out to you guys doing a great job as usual.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then WRL for doing what they're doing, and we got blessed with great weather. A little bit dewy this morning, but the weather today's awesome. Tomorrow's supposed to be cold.
It's supposed to cool off tomorrow.
Cool off a lot, so that'll change the feel for here. But we don't have rain, which is awesome. So it's all good. Yeah.
Perfect, man. Well, Sean Sampson Racing Communication, they're in second place right now in GP1. We'll be watching that. Depending on how they catch the timing, 3 or 4 lap gap there to the lead. And then they're well ahead of AOA right now, so I think pretty comfortable, at least for a second place here.
Yeah, you know what? Never say never.
No, that's true. That's true. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So an hour to go. Nothing but the best for you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the time
as
well.
Of course, not a problem. I appreciate
Cheers to all the listeners. Yeah, thank you guys.
Well, just taking a look through the field at this point, just over 1 hour to go. We'll start with the GTU class. The Stratus 58 leads by 36 seconds over the second place Stratus 60. And it's a good bit back from them, 1 lap distance back to the round 3 racing number 1 entry. GTO, we're taking a look here. The 89X Motorsports entry leads the way now by 14 seconds over the Lupe Tortilla 188 and 58 seconds over the Speed Syndicate 68. The Moorhead Speedworks entry has now lost about 15 laps, so they are out of this one. GP1, it's the Screaming Goat Racing Fuel number 29 leading the way over Sampson Racing Communications by 3 laps, in the AOA Racing number 85 sitting in third. GP2, there's a bit of a battle starting to close up just a little bit here. The Palomar Racing 83 leads by 14 seconds over the Garage 66 214, and 2 laps over the Curdog Racing 151. The Operation 31 sitting 11 laps back in position number 4 as we close in on the final hour of the day here today. These drivers have done a really phenomenal job, especially working their way from that last full course yellow we got about an hour ago. It's been fairly clean on the racetrack. Nobody really stepping off the racetrack. No door-to-door contact, nothing like that. So everyone keeping it nice and clean, keeping it green, with an hour and 2 minutes remaining here in day number 1 at Eagles Canyon Raceway, just outside of Decatur, Texas. And that GTO field has really offered some different storylines all day long here today. Of course, we saw the Lupe Tortilla 188 lead a good chunk of the beginning portion of today's race. Then the 290 from Moorhead Speedworks took over. And then, unfortunately, not sure what happened with them, but they did fall all the way to the tail end of the top 20, losing a fair bit of time here. And now the 89X taking over the GTO lead by about 14 seconds over Lupe Tortilla. So quite interesting to see, and we'll keep our eyes on that battle, as I'm sure the 188's not quite done yet, and still potentially a pit stop to come, just depending on the strategy that these teams are employing here this afternoon. And of course, we want to thank all of you for tuning in this afternoon, and all of our guests that have joined Ryan up in the tower. If anyone wants to come up and have a quick chat with him, be sure to head over and visit Ryan in one of the hospitality suites down there at the Eagles Canyon Raceway. We'd be glad to talk to you and get some insight on your race here today, your season ahead, and some of the aspirations of each and every team, as we now are just 1 hour to go here at Eagles Canyon Raceway. The sun looks like it might be preparing to start to set, at least here over the racetrack, getting a little bit darker, a little bit shadier. The gap now between the 89X and the 188 has spread out just a little bit further to 15.1 seconds, separating your GTO leader from second in class. And just taking a quick jump back over to GP2, the gap between the Palomar 83 and the Garage 66 214 has nearly doubled in size. It was 14 seconds not too long ago, now at 27.8. So first and second in GP2, spreading out just a little bit further. GTU, it's 42.9 seconds between the 58 and the 60 for Stratus. GP1 still at 2 laps between the Screaming Goat Racing 29 and the Samson Racing Communications 180. GTO, 15.2 seconds is the 89 and the 188. Speed Syndicate still on the lead lap there as well, and they're 68. They're 59 seconds back, so about a half lap to the rear of your GTO leader in that 89. Just taking a look at timing and scoring here. The 325 from Zipa Racing in the GP1 field has just set their quick time of the event to 209.613. So finding a little bit of pace here in the closing stages of this one. That's going to set them up well for tomorrow if they are able to get that extra little bit of speed out of their car. And by the way, in GP1, we have had a change for third in class. The TCS Motorsports 22, yes, that same 22 that we rode on board with earlier and ended up taking a tow truck ride back to the paddock, is now up to third in class. So a great recovery from that team. Only 6 laps back from the race leaders, or from the class leaders as well, as we ride on board now. Cody Powell behind the wheel of that entry as they work their way around the track. A great camera shot here as well. You can see an in-car shot up in the top left, the rear view camera in the top right, and of course the windshield out front. Is Powell going to hit probably about 120 or so down towards this set of corners. Going to back it off here at the 3 marker. So I believe we'll lose him momentarily. Yes, we will. There we go. We'll get an update here on the gap momentarily in the GTO field. The Lupe Tortilla 188 still to cross the line here. We'll get that gap between the 89 and the 188 momentarily. Looks like about 17.8 seconds separating first and second in GTO now, 43 seconds in GP2, and 45.8 in GTU. So a couple cars really setting themselves up to really be the cars to beat here in this closing 55 minutes. Stratus 58 leads GTU, the 89X leads GTO, the Palomar Racing 83 leads GP2, and GP1 continues to be the Screaming Goat Racing, probably one of the best team names, by the way. Screaming Goat Racing 29 leads in GP1. Ryan's back.
The best team name is Kerdog because they brought me.
I agree. Hats are cool. Kerdog is also quite cool.
Oh. Hello?
Hi, Ryan.
Oh, there we go. Okay, got it. You died or I died or I don't know what happened, but something dropped. Okay, got it. Like everything went away and I was like, oh no, this is just not good. We almost made it.
We discovered that we love hats and Kerdog.
Perfect. Yes, we do. Absolutely. It's one of these nice Nike hats too. That's like a runner hat, or it's like light. You know, it's got like the tech fabric, but it's got a real bill on it, so it'll keep the sun out of your eyes. I'll be using it probably today, to be honest.
Out in that Texas heat.
It's not that hot.
Well, it's not hot there now, but it's still sunny.
Yep, it's Texas sun.
Yeah, there we go. Texas sun.
Did you get to see the sunrise on my turn 12 shot? This shot right here, the sunrise this morning. Did you catch that, or did you arrive after that was cool?
I think I arrived after it was cool. There was still some cool shots of the day breaking through here at Eagles Canyon, but I'm sure we'll see more of that tomorrow.
The sun was probably, I don't know, an inch above, a couple inches above, relatively speaking, on a screen. Above the horizon there, and it was still a little bit misty, so you had like the color splash through and the cars were coming through here putting the spray up. It was beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
There's something about a wet racetrack with a beautiful sunrise over it that just hits different.
Absolutely, I agree. I love the reflection as well, the reflection on the track surface as well as on the curbs.
Things have really cleaned up over the last hour or so. It just seems to have quieted down out here at Eagles Canyon. Everyone's settled into their rhythm for the final hour or so and putting themselves all in good spots to potentially grab some good finishes here, set up the start of the season on a strong note. And unfortunately, Moorhead Speedworks, again, we got to mention them. They had issues here in the closing hour and a half or so and have fallen all the way back to 23rd overall, 26 laps to the rear of your race leaders, and are still scored off of the racing surface. So hoping for a better day tomorrow.
I think we got time for one more ad here, Jordan. Get some bills paid. Get some bills paid by Uncle Continental.
We love tires.
Timing is still not working, but hopefully that will be resolved by the time we get back from our final break. We're going to go ad-free to the Checkers, presented by Continental Tire. We'll be back here shortly.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
It does be like that sometimes, especially here at Eagles Canyon Raceway in Decatur, Texas. We're just rounding out the last hour here of WRL's first event of the season. After a wet morning, we've had a dry and mostly stable day, I would say. We haven't had a whole lot of big incidents. You know, there have been stuff here and there. There's been you know, some pit infractions here and there, but overall, I think a pretty clean race. People allowed to do their thing, make the speed they need to make, you know, run their own races.
Yeah, it's
JT
definitely
may
been...
come back. Yeah, that's indeed. We got Robert Hill Jr. here.
Yeah, JT might come back. All depends on how his virtual racing event goes here this afternoon. Haven't heard otherwise, so sounds like it should be going okay for him.
Absolutely. Now, there have been times where he's returned in about an hour and been, like, not in a good mood. And, like, he's pretty good about getting it figured out. You know, and comes back and is a net positive on the broadcast. But there's times that he returns, so it's like, oh, JT's back early. That's not good.
Yeah, that's how sim racing goes sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes it takes a couple hours, sometimes a minute or two, and you're out.
Typically on the minute or two side, if you're me.
You're just not running the right sim.
That's it. It's my equipment. If I spent $5,000 on a rig, I would be better, for sure.
Eagles Canyon Raceway, a skosh outside of Decatur, Texas. Huh. The professor giving us a couple different ways to describe the current geographical location of this racing facility.
You know, I will say that when I began to do sim racing, and I was asking which equipment I should buy, and this is a true story. Both Joseph and Scott told me repeatedly, Ryan, you don't need to get anything nice. Jordan destroys everybody, and he sits in a office chair and uses a Logitech wheel. And I was like,
huh. 10-year-old wheel. Been going for 10 years.
Exactly.
It's still,
and it works.
Chugging
still
along.
Works great. To be fair, you're doing the oval stuff, and you're not using the force feedback. So
right,
like,
no
that's
force
part of
feedback on oval, but on road, I need it.
You do. Does it still work right?
Oh,
does
absolutely.
It do?
Because I haven't used the force feedback until like 2 or 3 years ago, so it's still the force feedback is still fresh.
He's taking it easy on that wheel for the first decade or two.
Got it. I tried to run an oval race like some or whatever, the late model or it was like a late model dirt race. I tried to do without the power steering or without the force feedback.
You tried dirt without force feedback? No, I have to turn that on too.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. I was like, I don't know how you can tell what the wheels are doing. Like, you kind of need to feel it load up when you're doing the...
For dirt and road, yeah, I need the force feedback.
Okay,
For oval,
got it.
no.
I tried it once and I was like, yeah, that's not for me. And I turned it back on. Never looked back. I'm not on the forums trying to track down all the precise settings for each car and all that other. I don't have time for that.
You don't keep up with the Newton meters or whatever they're
No,
called?
I don't. I set the Newton meters to whatever the max of the wheel is, and then like whatever it says it's supposed to be, I just accept that as fact.
You gotta look up the gigabecquerel of the wheel and stuff. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, exactly. What's even great is you get that figured out, and then you get into the LMP2 car, and it's like, great, which power steering setting do you want? It's like, Is that on the Honda or the new LMP2 car that lets you pick that? I think it's on the new one, where you can change the weight of the power steering like as a car setting and not like in the sim.
Really?
Maybe it's the Honda. It's the HPD open cockpit one. I know there's one of them where there's like a dial setting in the black box for power steering.
Really?
Yeah. I'll have to see which one that is.
Know that.
Yeah. It's one of the prototype cars. You can change the power steering adjustment. Like, you can set it to like basically none.
I don't drive those, so...
No. I think you're missing out, man. I know you've tried it, but I think you're missing out.
What does it for me is the view.
That's why you do that Historics one and you get the HPD and it's open top.
Nah, I just can't. I can't do it, man. The view is just it just messes with my eyes, man.
So if you could do the transparent cockpit like you can for the open wheel cars, would you do that?
Right. If you could turn the
the cockpit
halo
off
and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I absolutely would.
Okay. All right. Well, unfortunately, that's not the direction LMP racing or prototype racing is moving, so that's, a non-starter. But, like, do you do the Radical? Do you drive that ever, No,
I've never driven that.
No? Okay, well, there you go.
What do you
That's all I got. I have nothing. I continue to not do sim racing because I have no time. There's nothing better than like sitting down, doing a qualifying, you're like in the zone, I'm like, okay, I feel good, I feel consistent, and then like 3 minutes into a race, you get the hey dad, and like it instantly snaps your immersion, and it's all gone. From there, I'm like, this is awful. But I can't lock my daughter out of my room, you know what I'm saying? I can't.
It's not great parenting doing that, I guess.
It's not. It doesn't feel right. I don't know. But like, whereas if I can pick up Gran Turismo and like if I mess up on that, I don't care. It's like, oh well, whatever. I'll hit pause. Like, who cares? But I can't do that on iRacing. It took me longer than I would like to admit because I didn't read the rule book like they tell you to. When I was first trying to get started doing iRacing during the pandemic, and I would get cleaned out in a Miata race because that's like what people did in that rookie Miata series.
Yeah.
And like, I'm like, I'm cleaned out. Dang. And I would just exit the sim. Like, oh, bummer. Oh, well. And I'd like exit. I didn't realize that was like destroying my ratings for stuff. And so I roll into my D license with like a 300 I rating. I'm like, okay, well, that's fun.
Yeah, half the battle of even getting like a 3,000 I rating is just finishing because half the field doesn't.
Ugh. And I wasn't even getting hit that bad, but like if somebody hit me hard enough to break it, and then I had to go pit and then use the fast repair, and I'm going to be in last. I'm like, I'm not going to run around in last. Like, I don't want to do that. And
no, that's boring.
I was not aware that was actively penalizing me. I was like, oh, okay, well.
I still do that sometimes. It's like, well, I don't want to do this for 30 more minutes with nobody around me. So goodbye.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. That's when I get into like a week and a half groove where I can really like put time into it, it feels good. I enjoy doing the Formula Ford. I enjoy driving the I drive the McLaren GT4 car, which is like not the one that you're supposed to drive. It's slow, but like I like the way it lets you set up the driver aids, and it drives really easy. And so it's like, I can just kind of vibe this, and people make mistakes in front of me. I click off some positions, like, it's a good time. Great.
Exactly. You should get an F4. It's the most, I think, the most fun car on there.
I think that's my next kind of step I'm going to move into because I think I have a B license. I think I'll probably do F4.
Oh yeah, you funny. Yeah, you just need a D
yeah, no,
license for
I really
F4.
wanted to be. I really wanted to be a try-hard LMP runs the IMSA race guy, and
Are you gonna be one of those guys?
I don't think I'm going to try hard about it, but like I like that racing. I like the LMP2 car. Every time, like the LMP2 car, it's like a good amount of power. It's not crazy. You don't have all the hybrid buttons and all that other stuff. And it's just like a good car. Even if you're slow, you're passing GT cars, so it's like you got something to do. Like it's right where I want to be, but it's you end up in the try hard server. Now they've put the rain into it, so like if I go into the LMP2 challenge and I load in and it's got rain, I'm like, oh, okay, well that's good.
Even as someone that races every day, I still just leave if it's raining. Because it's just too much. Or someone like me to comprehend. I'm good.
It's fun. It's just always messy.
It's messy. That's a good term for it. I think I did week 13 in the rain, like when they first did that update, basically, and I enjoyed it then because it was unranked. So I was like, sure, I'll go throw this LMP2 car around in the rain at Sebring. Like that sounds like a blast, but like I can't be stressed about my I rating, and especially when I'm not even that high of an I rating. I really shouldn't be stressed about it. But like, if I bump this guy, it's gonna knock my safety rating down. I'm gonna be a C, and then like I can't do it.
Well, especially in the rain, there's always one guy that's like 4 seconds faster than everybody else. Somehow, in some possible way, and it's like, well, this is demoralizing.
Right? Yeah. That's me just in like a regular server. Like I'm not in the bottom split most times. I'm usually in like the second highest one, and it's like 70% people who should be in the bottom split, and then the like me contingent where it's like me and 3 or 4 other people who like you can tell have decent racecraft and know what the line is but are not consistent because they haven't done it enough. And then one poor guy who probably should have been in the real split.
Right.
That's miles ahead of us. And I'm like thinking, they'll be 3 seconds ahead. And I'll know in my head, like, I know where I can find 2 seconds. I know where I'm making consistency losses. And I can probably find 1.5 seconds or 2. But that extra second, don't know where that's at. No clue where you're finding it.
You're never going to find it. I'm the same way.
Or like I'll roll into, I'll even try to do some of the oval stuff, and I'll go into qualifying, and like I'm not going to qualify at the front. I don't do a lot of oval driving, like whatever. And like the people around me, it's like, yeah. And there's people there too that are 2 seconds a lap faster at like Charlotte. I'm like, what? How? I'm in the throttle. Like what? There's not. Where are you finding 2 seconds out of 30
man.
30
you didn't warm
seconds?
The tires. You didn't
you
do
gotta
all
have
the
that
things you
cheese.
got to do. There's like a checklist of things you have to do before you even go out to qualify.
Heat up the engine a little bit, run the apron properly.
Leave pit road in 4th gear.
Oh man!
Don't go full throttle until you hit this certain bump in the middle of turns 1 and 2.
I used to be the guy in the fixed series that would like just mash the throttle on the grid to have like a little bit less fuel in the car, thinking that was going to help anything. I was that guy, and then I was doing one of the races with the Cadillac and the Kia, whatever series that was.
Yeah, the Global Challenge.
The Global Challenge, and I remember going up turn 1 at Mid-Ohio, and I shifted down, and it blew the motor up. I was like, what? I like went on the chat, I'm like, what happened? Like, what did I do? And they're like, oh, you probably popped the motor. You were the guy revving the engine at the start, right? I'm like, oh, okay.
So years
ago,
ago,
I don't know if those 2 things are related or not, but like it happened to me, and so I don't do that now.
I did that before we even got rolling on the grid once. It was a Las Vegas Xfinity thing, and the setup was super loose, so you wanted to burn fuel to make the car tighter, so I just was full throttle on the grid, and I blew it before we even got moving. I was just in the throttle way too much. So I took the last place finish before we even... See you guys later. See you in 2 hours for the next one.
Yep.
But what are you going to do?
Yeah. That's, yeah. Anyway, we got 37 minutes of running left here.
We do.
Racing action. I've got to open a race monitor on my phone because then I can read it. 2:07 from the Screaming Goat Racing car at the front. Best time. Incredible. Let's see. Zepa Racing in 4th. They're good. They're a few laps down. We got a lot of laps down situation here. GP2 Palomar in the lead, head of Garage 66. Yeah, so that's what was messed up is I would keep looking down at my timing monitor and Garage 66 was still in the lead. I'm like, wow, look at that. That's cool. And that's not true. That wasn't the case. They're only 30 seconds behind. We've got 36 minutes left, and they are slower. Yeah, here, let's click on this. Yeah, they're in the 20s. And I'm pretty confident that that's a car that should have been in GP3 that they tried to squeeze up into GP2 so that they'd have a fun race, and they're doing a heck of a job. Yeah, they are well off the pace relative to the Palomar racing car ahead, which again, a car that was classed or that was built, I believe, to be in the lower class, and they're able to do the kind of times that they're doing. Incredibly impressive, but I don't think that's going to come to pass here, unfortunately. Kerdog in 3rd. They're always going to get that shout out now because I have a hat. I gotta rep the hat, obviously.
You'll remember them for the rest of your life.
Dude, I'm gonna start wearing that to autocross. I'm gonna wear it if I go to the track in California. I'm doing it. This good dog that's been walking back and forth on the balcony now has a stick. So that's cool. I haven't talked about the dog much.
No, you haven't.
There is a friendly dog with the folks that are in the hospitality suites down from me. Just the nicest dog. Just kind of patrolling, hanging out, comes and says hi when I go out there to mess with the camera. 89X ended up in the lead. How did that happen? I imagine that happened while I was interviewing people.
Yeah.
So they were behind the 68.
I think it took place on the full course caution restart that we got about an hour and a half ago or so. And they just haven't looked back. They were able to get by the 188, get by the Speed Syndicate entry as well, and they've just pulled away. They have a gap over the 188 of 21 seconds last time by, so they just continue to stretch that lead. Impressive what they've been able to do. Like I mentioned earlier that they weren't really in the story for that GTO lead, and all of a sudden they're the car to beat.
Well, they're the pole-sitting car, so to some extent, I'm happy that has turned out the way it has, in that, like, no, they had the speed in qualifying, and now they've been able to take advantage of it. I really think that whatever setup thing they had, I don't know if it was tires, I don't know if it was wing angle, I have no clue. But I was wondering if it was like a, hey, you know what, we committed to a dry setup, it was wet this morning, and so now we're, having trouble. But it seems that all has ended well for them. Still got about 30 minutes left.
Yeah, it's definitely gone in the right direction for them this morning. They were probably about a 4th or 5th place GTO car. Yeah. Now leading the way by, like we said, 21 seconds over the 188 that was fairly strong early on. They dominated that first portion of the day, and then the Moorhead team took over, and now they've had their issues, and it's just been a shuffle of cars here in GTO. Bruce Innovations 444 last time by set their quick time of the day at 2:02.66. So some good speed from them. And we talked with Blaze Racing earlier on. They just set their quick time at 2:07.85. They're currently 23rd overall and running in 5th in GP1.
I think with the issues they've had, they'll be happy with a 5th place here.
Absolutely.
And I think they're looking forward to tomorrow for sure. Yeah, Zepa Racing, TCS. Yeah, it's a good GP1 field. I love it when we got these GP1 fields that are nice and deep. Got a lot of different ways to solve the problem here. This Riser Harness Ford Mustang up in 6th position as well. I still think that's a platform that hasn't been fully explored in the WRL sort of ranks, is the GP1 Mustang. Because like Core came and ran one for a little bit, and they've come and gone. So we've had several teams come and try and come and go, and we haven't had like a full season competitive Mustang entry. And I think there's something there. And what I also believe is that there's a lot more parts available versus, as we were talking to Mr. Sampson earlier, And Mike Gorman has spoken about it as well, that runs O-Throttle. It's getting harder and harder to find parts for all these BMWs, the E46 specifically. And so I think that Mustang might be a good platform to switch to. If you had like Mustang GP1 and then Toyota 86 GP2, I think those are two, fun cars to have as like a basis for your class. I think that would be all right.
Yeah, it would be nice to see a little bit more in the Mustang class, getting more of those drivers out there running a different platform and a different car. Like you said, it seems to be growing a little bit. And for Riser Hardest Ford, they've had quite the day today. They had a spin early on and unfortunately picked up a pit penalty not too long ago that lost them a lap, but they definitely could have been a little bit further up there. And I think we'll see some good speed out of them tomorrow as well.
I think we will as well. I think that'll end up being a good car to watch. I think there's a lot to take away here today that as long as it doesn't, that's a big if. One, I think people will have learned this morning what this track is like in the wet. And two, I hope it's not wet again tomorrow. I really would like to see a dry start so we don't get this kind of jumbled, weird field, going through the thing. I want everybody to have the shot at like, yep, this is my qualifying position. We're going to race the people in front of us and we're going to have a big, tight battle. The opening couple laps that the broadcast missed, which I was broadcasting because I was not aware that I wasn't going out to YouTube. So I called the race for the opening couple laps. And it was fun to watch, like from a spectator perspective, like, oh, you got people spinning, like, oh, it's exciting, oh, yeah. But if you're a driver in the car, you're not having a great time if the car is twitchy and people are spinning in front of you and you're having to work hard to not hit people. Like, that's not a good time. That's scary. So I hope that tomorrow morning we get a little bit drier start to our race. That way we can see this like tight action that we can come up with here at WRL events. I enjoy it a lot. I think when the racing is really close, it's really, really good. That we can have great battles here because the standard of driving is pretty high, and people are generally pretty respectful of each other, so they can have tight battles that are clean more times than not. And we're always really excited to watch those, and I think we'll get a good opportunity for that tomorrow morning, especially on a handling track where everybody's going to be on cold tires to start. If it's dry, everybody knows they're going to have to be careful, but they can still, try to get a little bit of heat in the tire, try to do what they can where the car is strong, try to hold people off where it's weak. I think it can be really, really fun. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, definitely going to be a good one. And of course, having that slight risk of weather coming into play tomorrow could make it very interesting, just like we had at the start of the day today. And just taking a look here at timing and scoring as we tick under 30 minutes to go. The Lupe Tortilla 188 set their quickest time of the day at 2:01.65. That puts them 18.2 seconds behind the 89X for that GTO lead. They're definitely running out of time here to be able to close that gap, as they are staying pretty consistent lap time wise with the 89 team, so not really able to close that gap too much. And we did have a spinner 4 off in turn number 3 a couple of moments ago for Capstone Motorsports in the GTU field. They were able to continue on, and not too long ago they had a spin in turn 11 as well. So just a couple of issues there for the 7, but nonetheless gathering some good intel for tomorrow's 7-hour race and just getting the car dialed in.
"28 minutes remaining here." I have a thought that potentially the camera situation will be better tomorrow, because I think people will be less inclined to have their families outside close to where I have all my cameras. So we'll have a little bit more bandwidth available on the cell tower. That's my supposition.
We'll see how it plays out. Hopefully you're right, but it seems to have been a pretty decent day in regards to cameras.
It's been decent. I was hedging against the possibility that it was warmer than expected, and not wanting to commit to cameras out on the track that I can't service. I wanted to have a good coverage amount in case all the trackside ones went bad. I wanted to at least have some that I could service and we could still see most of the track. But none of the trackside ones have been particularly problematic, is my understanding, Jordan, right? And none of the trackside cameras have been particularly problematic, right? It's only the ones that I can theoretically access that are the problem. Okay. That one. Okay, I'll have to mess with that one for sure. But yeah, otherwise, we should be okay here. All right. Right. All right, well, we'll take another swing at those for sure. There's an NPO1 parked in the access road. Do you know what that's about? Did we see that happen while I was chatting with people?
No.
No? Okay, so that's probably a recent either spin or run wide. It looked like it was stationary. It's just now moved.
Which corner is that, Ryan?
This is the access road by turn 4-5.
Oh, well, we'll get it here in just a second. Race control is currently entering something from turn 4.
You can just see that far right dot. Yep. There is a track marshal, I believe, walking towards it. They're now returning back to their post.
So luckily, being off at the access road, that should mean that we'll be able to stay green because it's not really in any unsafe area.
And they're moving now as well.
Perfect.
They're facing head on. They're going to pull back in.
Oh, yes, there it is.
Good to go. Ooh, hit the bump a little harder there, I think, than they would have thought.
Maybe just stopped in, delivered some coffee to the marshals over there.
Yep. You know, speaking of Thunderhill 25, every year, right around 11 o'clock or so, there was a phantom full course yellow that would occur, just like they used to do in NASCAR. By the way, I'm glad they formalized that process instead of having it always be this like big, like, what was the yellow for? Now there's just like a procedure for it. But they would do that at Thunderhill, and it was so that they could service like the workers and like get them lunch and stuff at night. So you'd always have like a midnight or 11 o'clock, like, yep, we're going to go yellow here for about 15, 20 minutes, and then we'll get back going.
By the way, that was the automatic racing number 908. That was our 10th overall car that went and had a visit with the marshals at the cutoff. Zepa Racing, the 325, setting their quick time last time by at 208.78. So finding a bit of pace here in the late stages. They currently sit 21st overall and 4th in GP1, a lap behind the TCS Motorsports number 22 that currently rounds out that GP1 podium. The class battles have all really kind of separated here in the late stages of this one. The only real battle we're following, and I don't even know if you can classify it as a battle at this point, is Lupe Tortilla, 18 seconds behind the 89X Motorsports team for the GTO lead. Everyone else has about a minute and a half between them, if not a little bit more at this stage.
Well, as we're coming down to the closing moments of this is a good time to remind everybody that we'll be in the same place at the same time tomorrow morning. It'll be an hour shorter, but we will be doing the race thing. Coverage does indeed continue tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern. That'll be 8 Central, 6 Pacific.
And we will be here for 9 a.m.
Yes, we will.
Absolutely. Some great coverage.
I didn't know that you and Brendan didn't know what the start time was. I would have said something, but like I always assume that I'm the one that's out of the loop, just being kind of airheaded a little bit. And when I get here, I ask, like, what time are we starting tomorrow? Oh, 8. Oh, okay, cool. And like, I just assumed I was the only person who didn't know what the time was. And then I get up here and it's like, oh, apparently I was the only one who did know. And then contextualized why I had to correct Jordan's time yesterday when he asked what time it was to verify. And I was like, no, that's not right. Thought it was odd. Just kind of moved on. There will be more Texas. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
More Texas indeed.
Yeah, I woke up this morning and I look at my messages and it's like, are you up? I'm thinking, he's up early.
Yeah, nope, I was here. Probably running about 5 minutes further behind than I really wanted to, if I'm being really honest. So that's why I was like, I'm not quite doing stuff. I'll go do one more thing. I'll let Robert Hill Jr. kind of do a rundown of the qualifying results, and I'll work on some other things. And then you weren't here, and I was like, what's going on? No mistakes tomorrow morning. We're gonna just execute this perfectly.
That's right.
No pressure, but it's gonna be perfect.
It's those early season behind the scenes mix-ups that go on.
We'll get the kinks worked out here a little
That's
bit.
right. That's right. By the way, the Stratus 60 seems like they found a little bit of extra pace here in the closing stages of this one. They just set the quickest time of the day with a 156.275. And Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe those quick times set our order for tomorrow. Is that correct?
They do, absolutely. Quick times today set your order for tomorrow. I believe you have to have the person who set the quick time start the car. I know that is the case on qualifying day. I have no reason to assume that it's not the case, for the start tomorrow. The idea being that you don't want to qualify the car near the front and then put your least experienced driver in the car near the front to start. So that's sort of, I think, a good policy.
I agree. Avoid a bit of chaos that could ensue from having a very not as experienced driver up towards the front in comparison to somebody that's got that great speed.
Yeah, absolutely. 100% correct on that.
Just a moment ago, the Rapscallion Motorsports 669 GTO entry went for a spin in turn 11. Did continue on, so we'll stay green. Just under 20 minutes to go here at Eagles Canyon, day number 1 of the 2025 World Racing League season. Just a quick run through by class in GTU. The Stratus 58 leads by a minute 24 over the Stratus 60 and a lap back to the round 3 racing number 1. Over in GTO, the 89X leads by 20 seconds over second place Lupe Tortilla in the 188 and a lap back to the Speed Syndicate number 68. GP1, it's the Screaming Goat Racing number 29 ahead of the Samson Racing Communications 180 by a couple of laps there, and the TCS Motorsports number 22 is third. GP2, Palomar Racing 83 leads by 2 minutes over the 214 Garage 66 entry. And the 151 Curdog Racing car is currently sitting in third with just under 19 minutes to go as the Stratus 60 sets another quick time with a 156.08. You see a debris flag.
Yeah, there's a piece of fiberglass or cardboard or something, like a bit of a splitter almost, that is on the approach to turn 3, kind of in the middle of the track. It's like a flat piece of whatever it is, but every now and then it'll kick up. You'll see it, it's a little like square piece. Probably about half the size of the corner turn markers.
So not very big at all.
Not very well. I mean, big enough that you wouldn't want to hit it with a car.
Oh, for sure.
Like when it pops up, like if it popped up and hit your windshield, it would be disruptive.
What's impressive is we're almost 8 hours in, and that is the first reported debris of the afternoon here on this racing circuit. So these guys have done a really good job of keeping these cars in one piece. As the marshal doing a great job holding that hazard flag down there in turn number 1, or on our turn number 1 camera, I should say. And it is still windy there. The wind has not really died down much at all, has it, Ryan?
No, it hasn't. It's getting worse for sure. It's kind of steadily built throughout the day. It hasn't gusted that much, like at least from what I can see. It's just been a pretty steady wind, gradually getting more ferocious. At least
Those
in the area of
ferocious
track that
winds.
I'm in. Indeed. Talking maybe even 25 or 30.
Wow. That's not too bad. It's definitely cooling it down there. Looking at the ambient temperature of the area, down to 61. So we've fallen from 81 at our peak to 61 now. So big 20-degree difference for the finish of today's 8-hour race. 15 minutes to go. We did have the automatic racing 909 go 4 off in turn 4 just a couple minutes ago. Was able to continue on without any issues there. One of the great tools that the World Racing League gives is you can follow along with the race control log. So we get the live updates from the race stewards. You can get that as well through the World Racing League website. And as soon as we have that information, we always make a point to bring that to you as well. And we are now 14 minutes remaining in this one, and looks like JT might be in the process of rejoining us here momentarily. JT, welcome back. How did your sim racing event go?
I finished second about 2.5 minutes ago.
Excellent. Look at
There
that.
you go.
The commitment. The absolute commitment of
He
JT.
did come back.
You know,
Jordan
JT,
Worth
you
on
could have
point
said-
with these updates, by the way.
He is. He absolutely is. JT, you could have not come back. You're aware of that, right? Like, it's okay.
I wanted to see what was happening here.
We have a report of some debris in turn 8. That's a slow race car right there.
That's the Ziba Racing BMW in GP1, the 325.
Yeah, there was some reported contact not too long ago with the 3D Racing number 80 from the GTO class over there in turn number 8. So that likely led to the reported debris out there on the racetrack. And, of course, the slowed race car that we just saw hit the access road. So your class leaders continue to be the Stratus 58 in GTU, the 89X in GTO, Palomar Racing's 83 in the GP2 field, and Screaming Goat Racing's 29 in GP1. No real battles for the top spots right now. The GTU class separated by just over a minute between the 58 and the 60. And we'll get an update here in just a moment on the gap between the 89 and the 188. As the 188 actually sets their quickest time of the day at a 201.52. They're about 21 seconds behind the 89X for the top spot in GTO, with just over 11 minutes remaining in today's 8-hour event.
Did the there we go. Okay. I was just looking at the recovery driver for the number 1 from Round 3 Racing. Stand up on the podium spot. That looks like a very good job.
Yeah, they've had a really good run through the middle portions of the race and into these late stages with just about 10 minutes to go. They've put themselves in a really solid spot to grab a podium finish, set themselves up for a good start to the weekend ahead of tomorrow. And by the way, the Stratus 60 just set another quick time on the day, a 155.91. It's the only car to dip into the 155s today, setting themselves up rather nicely for a pole start tomorrow here for the Sunday portion of the weekend. And Lupe Tortilla also set their quick time a second ago with a 201.32. Currently in GTO, the quickest time looking ahead to tomorrow is the Moorhead Speedworks 290 with a 159.62.
Inside the final 10 minutes here.
Yeah, closing down here, just ticked below 9 minutes remaining in this one. In the last hour and 30 minutes or so, hour 45, we've had some fairly clean racing, only a couple of driver off moments, 1 or 2 spins in there, and everything else has stayed fairly clean for these drivers, working their way towards a great green flag finish in today's first event of the 2025 season, the 8-hour portion of our 15 hours of racing here at Eagles Canyon this weekend. Just a skosh outside of Decatur, Texas, as Jordan Worth had on the screen a little bit earlier on. There we go. It's back. We're still only a skosh outside of Decatur, Texas.
Indeed. About 10 miles. Apparently 10 miles is skosh.
There we go.
So I gotta say, after nearly 8 hours of racing, I'm very happy to see some cars stay out of trouble and work their way up. For example, like Samson Racing Communications stand up in second in GP1. Them and CCS Motorsports have been battling much of at least the first half of the race when I was here. It is great to see them both in contention for podium spots. Ziba, unfortunately, just saw a couple minutes ago, have to pull off due to an issue, but they made their way up to 4th. The Riser Harness Ford has been quietly, just putting in laps up to 6th there. Both of the Ligers that we see out there have had a pretty good run in terms of reliability, which is quite impressive. I mean, we've seen the JS2 in GTO before at the hands of Off the Leash, which very quick, but did seem to suffer from reliability throughout an 8-hour race. So it's great to see that the Rapscallion guys seem to be doing quite well with those cars on debut here.
And one thing that really impresses me, JT, you missed this while you were away. About an hour and a half ago, we saw that TCS Motorsports number 22 actually getting towed back to the paddock. That was the cause of our final full course yellow of the day. And they've been able to work their way back out here, only losing a handful of laps and still putting themselves in a podium position. So great recovery from that team. Everyone back in the paddock, getting the car back out here onto the racetrack. And of course, the drivers working their way here all day long, putting themselves in a good spot to kick off 2025.
Do we think that was just getting a bit dry in the tank, or because I think that's been the case with a couple cars we've seen today that unfortunately came to a stop. It seems like they got towed back to the pit lane, and after a couple minutes they were back out lapping again.
It's definitely a possibility that they did run out of fuel based on the timing of it. We don't have any updates on that, but definitely a possibility because it was not a long stay in the paddock for them, only a couple of minutes. As we see, they only lost 5 laps to the class leader, so not too bad for them so far, and sitting great up in that 3rd spot, which is 5 minutes remaining. Five minutes to go here. The Stratus 58 still leading the way in this one. Looks like they're well on their way to their first victory of 2025. The 89X Motorsports team still leading GTO by 21 seconds over the 188 of Lupe Tortilla. Screaming Goat leading GP1 by a couple laps over the Samson Racing Communications 180, and Palomar Racing leading with their 83 car over the 214 from Garage 66. There's a 1-lap gap there in GP2, but nonetheless, these guys have put on a great show here today. All throughout the field, every single class, we've had a variety of drivers up towards the front. GTO, we had the 290 leading a chunk of the race. The 188 was up there a bunch with the Lupe Tortilla entry, and now the 89X leading, which is 4 minutes to go. GTU, all those Stratus cars have led at some point today. Now the round 3 racing entry working their way up onto the podium here in the late stages, having about a minute and a half over the Stratus 59, and the GP field's been a shuffle all day long as well.
It a little bit bums me out that the 60, who has had the cleanest run, isn't going to get the win here, if I'm being really honest. The 58, did it get a penalty overturned, or did we decide that that happened because they got it back on pace?
They had a penalty, and the penalty still shows as one lap. It doesn't show as overturned. Yeah.
Well, then that's a heck of a drive. If they were able to get the penalty and come back through the field, then sure, you deserved it. But I really do like rewarding the consistent but slower car whenever possible, and so that's honestly the outcome I was hoping for, was that the 60 wins. But if the 58 can put that kind of drive together to come back from a lap down, then that's pretty awesome too. The timer just changed. It's now showing 17 minutes remaining, which I don't believe is correct. I think we're at 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, we should be about 2 minutes to go in this one.
Yep. So that timer, don't follow that.
Surprise!
We are about to end. I'm guessing there's a back end situation here. It'll need to be rectified, of course, but seeing as we're about to finish up here, I'm not likely to rock the boat and interfere with 2 other broadcasts going on at the same time.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. There's a lot going on behind the scenes here today. Yeah. Just over a minute remaining in this one, a minute 20 or so.
And if we go to the flag stand camera, Jordan Worth, we should be able to see the starter, with the white flag.
There it is.
Here. So this is the final lap for the leaders. And indeed anybody who passes the flag stand at this point.
And it's just windy enough that he doesn't need to wave the flag.
No, not at all. You can just hold it there. Well, can you imagine trying to wave it in the wind? You got all the wind working against you.
Yeah, that would be a little rough.
We'll just try to find the 58 here. I believe that is it. Either the 58 or the 60. I know the 60 is kind of in this part. Yeah, I think that one's the 60. So, we'll watch the leader here take the checkered flag after a heck of a drive, the number 58 Stratus Racing. The car that had a lot of pace at the beginning of the race for sure, and then had a minor infraction, which results in a one-lap penalty, which is standard in WRL because it's very easy to undo on appeal. So after this one-lap penalty, able to come back through the GTO and GTU fields to take the overall victory again, followed by the team car, the number 60 of Stratus Racing, and what I believe to be the beginning of a new era here for WRL as we get more teams into GTU, a little bit more participation, a little bit different type of car, makes speed in a very different way to a lot of the cars in the series, and so GTU car returns to the overall podium here, the overall victory, of course. And so as the overall leaders, they will be the ones to first get the checkered flag. The 89X in GTO will bring home the GTO class honors, followed by the 188 and the 68. That a pretty close battle that kind of ebbed and flowed throughout the day between those 3 cars. Eventually settles in here, the 290 having run into issues, as well as the number 99. I would expect to see both of those cars back out at fighting strength tomorrow morning. Again, as we had mentioned, this is a tremendous opportunity for points here as the 58 comes across the finish line and takes the checkered flag. It's going to be a season-long battle, I think, in GTU. If round 3 is going to be in that class all season long, and automatic and Stratus, we're beginning to see a great championship battle there and a great championship battle in GTO with the 89X. Going to take a commanding lead in the points standings among entrants that are expected to make a full season effort here. GP2, the Palomar Racing BMW, followed by the Garage 66, the number 214. Again, I believe to be a GP3 car that's been pushed up into GP2 this weekend. Able to come away with a podium, followed by the number 151 of Kerdog Racing and the 31 of Operation. GP1, we've got Screaming Goat Racing. They're able to hold on, finish the race, and get that car to the front of GP1. They'll stand on the top step of the podium for the first time in some time. They've had some car issues in the past that have prevented them from even finishing the race, much less finishing on the podium. So happy to see them return to the podium. The 180 of Samson Racing Communications, we spoke with them earlier as well. They make the long trip out here from the West Coast to bring home a second place today here in Decatur, Texas, followed by the number 22 of TCS Motorsports in one of the BMW M2s. And the number 325 of Zepa Racing, a longtime WRL entrant, able to bring home 4th position. So, gentlemen, that is the rundown for the order today. Does anybody have anything to add?
Go ahead, JT.
I was just say I'm very happy with what we got today. We had a lot of cars running here at the end. We had great fights in every class today. we had lots of on-track action. We saw, in the early stages of the race, the conditions made things a bit difficult. And, we got to see the cars, start to go faster and faster throughout the day. And, we saw that staying out of trouble really helped reward teams, which is always great to see. Penalties on pit lane, unfortunately, they're costly. You gotta make sure you're not getting those. But at the end of the day, it really paid off for those who just went out, put in laps, and stayed out of trouble. And, I'm looking forward to the same thing tomorrow.
I was really impressed with what the drivers were able to do today. We only had maybe 2 or 3 multi-car even incidents on the racetrack. You can't even call them accidents because we didn't have any stoppages due to multi-car incidents out there. So it was a really good day, a couple solo spins, but that's about it. And for it being the first event of the season, I thought these drivers put on one heck of a show, and I can't wait to see what they do again tomorrow.
Absolutely, and I think we're about finished up here. We've enjoyed the time we've spent here. We're looking forward to tomorrow. We'll catch you at the same time. We're going to be 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Pacific, or 6 a.m. Excuse me. All in a.m. We're not starting at night. We're starting in the morning. 9 a.m., 8 a.m., and 6 a.m. For your respective time zones here. This has been DriversEye Live in the World Racing League. We're happy to have had your company today, and we look forward to having you tomorrow as well. Please enjoy the rest of your evening. Get home safely, hug your families, etc. Have a lovely night.